Welcome back to GDQ Hotfix here on twitch.tv/gamesdonequick. Today and also tomorrow we have a very, very special event going on. It's a little known event, maybe called the International Non-Binary Day celebration, and we have 2 days of absolute bangers lined up for you. I'm gonna be hosting the first part of the day, and Heel's gonna be taking over about halfway through, and she's gonna be hosting the second half of the day. It's gonna be absolutely fantastic. I don't wanna talk about it too much because I just want everyone to watch and have a good time and hang out and chat and all of that good stuff. So I do want our runners to introduce themselves and get into this game because I'm super excited to see it.
Hell, you want to go first?
Well, you started talking.
Oh, well, okay then. Hi, I'm Misty Palms. I'm very new here. I started speedrunning in general back in like February, and Beastieball is my speed game, and I'm very excited to be here. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Hallow. I have been speedrunning for a few years, been part of the community for longer than that. Ran Chicory, which was the previous game by the same development studio, Wishes Unlimited, back when that came out. And then as soon as Beastieball's playtest period came around and the demo came out, I'm like, I am going to run this game. And so since I finished the game, like a couple days after it came out, I have just been working real hard on all of the different speedrun routes as it goes through its early access period. And it's been a load of fun. We have a couple commentators with us as well.
No. Hi. No, you don't. Hi, I'm Happy by 3. I am getting increasingly close to the point where I have to do another run of this game, or I can't keep saying I run this game present tense. But I do run this game for now.
And I'm Zonk. I also run this game slightly more present tense, in that I did a couple of runs like 2 weeks ago, preparing for this. Yeah, love Beastieball.
For what it's worth, I think if you like spiritually really like a speed game and you at least know it still, and like if you're able to do it, that counts as present tense running a game. That's fine.
I respect it.
This
Also,
game has
Zonk-
changed a lot.
Zonk also got a 37 or something, which is faster than some of my practice runs.
Let's go. Stacked.
Yeah, so I mean, this game came out in early access back in November. Originally, it was looking like the speedrun was going to be maybe like 45, 50 minutes, and just over time, we've found more skips, found more ways to do more things faster, a whole bunch of stuff.
Hey, hello.
Well, yeah.
Before we start, your screen share right now is just showing Discord, not your game.
Let me fix that. Thank you.
Yeah. I
right.
can give play-by-play of the Discord screen, but not much is going to change.
Yeah, I mean,
Inside
they're just
or
clicking
out?
around right now. Oh, in a way, I can't do that anymore.
I selected the wrong window. There we go. All right.
Nice.
Okay, we're so back.
We're so back.
But yeah, if our runners are ready to start, we can do that countdown whenever you guys are ready.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably talk some during the run, but
Yep.
we have Happy and Zonk here for most of the talking because I can't see what Misty's doing, so let's do it.
Let's go.
All right. Happy or Zonk, the countdown, please.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Beastieball. Beastieball.
Yeah.
All right. You know, Pokemon, this is that, but better. So there's 3 starters. We are picking one. As this is a starter race, they are picking different ones. I'm double checking whose screen I'm watching. Yes, Hallow is choosing to build it, which means that Misty is running Axolotl. And our sweet baby boy Kitchik, who has pretty consistently been the most reliable and fastest speedrun is today performing the part of Sir not appearing in this film.
Hey, Kitchik will appear on one of the teams we'll be fighting.
Yes, one of them.
Ooh.
Also,
Actually,
I don't
no,
know-
Yes, one of them.
I don't know if
it'll
anyone's ever
just
said
appear in the
this,
tutorial.
like these words in a row before, but like that blue starter kind of looks like Velocity, but like in a different color palette.
Very different species as well, but yes.
I can kind of see it.
I see the vision, yeah.
And meanwhile,
That was my
Axolotl
starter.
is just simply a ball.
Just circle.
Just an orb.
Just a circle. And that's why it's the
I
best
did
one.
get the one.
I'm
Everybody
biased,
say hi to
but
the Beatles and goodbye to the Beatles.
Oh, you're so far ahead of me.
Oh my god, really?
Well, I had to get the attract spray,
Oh.
but also I didn't get the death warp on Platena because I was too fast.
Oh. I also didn't get the death warp. There's a thing that
Should we
happens
maybe
where
explain
if you're still
a little bit about
you can just warp back to the nearest safe spot. So we set our safe spot like right by the beginning of that screen because it's really hard to run through, and then we just die and come back like once we have gotten that warp point. It's great. I hate that screen so
it's pretty
much.
cool. It's a pretty cool early skip that we discovered somewhat recently and made that so much nicer. So you just keep running into the wild beasties on that screen.
Yeah, it's the
So-
worst.
But
Now we're losing a lot to Riley. Also, everyone's spoilers. Who cares? Everyone say happy birthday, Riley.
happy
Everyone
birthday,
say
Riley,
It is
who is
canonically
definitely
Riley's
on this
birthday.
screen. Yep,
And by
as
canonically,
decided
we mean-
like a week ago.
Yeah, Greg. By canonically, we mean someone asked in the Wishes Unlimited Discord like a week ago, and Greg just said it there. It's not mentioned in game at all.
But to be fair, as a Cancer, Riley being a Cancer really tracks. Like, it works. So we are losing a bunch to this first Jack/Riley fight. Basically, the game has a bit of a catch-up mechanic, and so you get a lot of extra XP against these like story fights because it doesn't want you to just sit here and mash your head against the story fight for like 8 years and quit the game, right? So like if you lose a story progression fight, you get an increased amount of XP so that it's faster to grind up against it and win it. That means that we can abuse that mechanic a little bit by just losing intentionally in those story fights and getting experience much faster than we would if we were just like grinding random encounters.
Yeah, so the mechanic that says, oh, we shouldn't mash our heads against a fight for 8 years, lets us mash our heads against a fight for 8 years.
But on purpose.
It's
Yep.
on purpose, I swear.
Because it's fast.
I totally didn't just forget to put on my main damaging move and have to redo this fight.
I've been there. I forgot to get Bandicoot set just now, so we're in the same boat.
All right, so this first actual fight of the game is going great for both players.
Uh-huh. Oh, it's going real good. Oh, I might be cooked here.
Oh, let's hope.
All right, we're good.
This looks good, yeah.
I can't click for the life of me at the moment. There we go.
Yeah.
I'm going to be picking up a jersey here, as these two, Bandicoot and Spreco, will not be able to get me through the entire game on their own. I'm going to kite this Zephyr a bit because I need to get it was in my way. But I need a jersey because I'm going to be recruiting a servant in a little bit, which is going to be my main damaging beastie for much of the rest of the game. Don't worry, the others will still matter. Misty is later going to be picking up a much higher level jersey and getting a beetle back, which will be more of a supportive option because...
I love that clip.
Oh yeah, I went
I
out
think
of bounds,
that's our
by the
first.
way.
I think
I'm
that's the
missing my
first out of
inputs.
bounds we found.
Yeah.
We've certainly
Well,
found...
the first
we found a lot
useful
more.
one. That's not fair.
Yes.
The first one that
This
like
is the
saved
Yeah,
us.
I know you can see this up on Hallow's screen. We got another lovely out of bounds.
Yeah, there was a while there where we had found several ways to go out of bounds, but all of them were just sort of like, and now I'm here. And like you couldn't really get anywhere useful with it. But recently we found some very useful ones, which is awesome.
A little bit of
something
chicory
Misty
speedrunning
can
lore. Okay, I need to reload the screen because I need the server to appear. Chicory speedrunning, like every edge of a screen is a loading zone. Greg fixed that issue in this game. I didn't heal Spreco, that could be bad. I should be fine.
I'm
But
finally out of the Jack fight, so
oh,
this
nice.
has been a catastrophe so far.
Easy,
Okay.
Jackpot 1.
I should hopefully see just a free ball here. Yep. So Servet has a recruit condition. Every beastie in this game has a recruit condition. Servet's here is you just need to make 2+ attacks from the net, and I get really unlucky there, and this might be incredibly bad. Because I've done my 2 attacks. Okay, we're fine-ish.
Ooh, okay.
I should be able, yeah. As long as this Servet in front doesn't move to the side.
Oh my god!
This is
Good
terrifying.
lord.
The
What was that? One more
good
time?
news is they're going to free ball here because the AI is silly. Wild AI is completely random. Okay, we finally got it.
Yay!
We did it!
I now have my
Conquered.
Servet, and I'm gonna actually take the one that's on the lowest HP because I want it to be on low HP so it can, you know, start falling over sooner in our upcoming grind.
Yeah, so
A big
Yeah.
part of this game is getting a whole lot of experience as fast as possible. In the early game, we're gonna get a whole bunch of warp points, but then it's like, basically, we try and make everything as accessible as we
Nice.
can for just, like, getting through the game as quick as possible. Wow, believe it or not, we're speedrunners, that's what we do.
Part of the like
Being at a high level helps.
fun of these routes competing is that they lose time in different places. So it may seem right now like Misty is pretty dramatically ahead because they are both doing the same thing, running around and like opening these different areas that we're gonna have to warp to later and kind of doing just some like map management almost. However,
Oh, I got it!
Hallow has already
Nice race, Skip.
caught their 3rd beastie, and Misty still has to do the 3rd beastie catch. So, like, despite all
Yeah.
3 starters taking different routes at some places, they are all really, really comparable. Right around like 32 minutes for world record on, I believe all 3 are 32s now, right?
Axel is
Axolotl
still
is currently
33.
33.
Axolotl, you coward. Come on.
But it's like a low
trying.
30.
We're working on it. We're working on it.
He's doing his best.
This might be a good time to mention while we're on the difference of on the topic of the route differences. Because if you've seen just glimpses of this game's combat volleyball playing system, I know we haven't discussed it, but it's a 2v2 system. And so it's really nice to have one of your beasties on the field be a really good attacker, and one of your beasties be a nice support for that attacker to help deal even more damage in a speedrun where we're trying to deal tons of damage. And so the way that manifests in the route difference here is that Axolotl, the starter that Misty has, is itself a really good damage dealer, whereas Build It, the starter that Hallow has, is a really good support. So they're the 3rd beastie, and Spreco, the other beastie that both of them always start with, can kind of sometimes be either, but in both of these routes we discovered it was just basically better to catch the 3rd beastie that fits the role that you're missing from your starter.
Okay, I afforded the boat license. That's very good.
Right.
I was a little bit
that's
scared
good
that I had
stuff.
my money wrong.
That's the first, like, terrifying little checkpoint is, like, if you try to buy the boat license and nothing happens when you press A, you're like, guess I'll die.
Yes.
Like, there's just nothing. It just sucks.
There's a pretty major route diversion here. Misty is going and getting their Spreco Metamorph early, whereas I
Nice,
am
first
going straight
trial,
into
that's
the
good.
grind. Each beastie, similar to like EVs in Pokemon, each beastie on your team will train its allies in certain stats. Misty's actually going and metamorphing Spreco into Surgus now. and probably skipping the fight if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
with
so
a fun little replay
as y'all
trick.
just saw over on Misty's screen, the way we used to do that was you would run in to this sweet little circus and then forfeit the fight and then mash A, and there was like a couple frames after the fight where you could interact with the mushrooms. But then we discovered that if you go to the coach menu and watch a replay, the circus just disappears. So you don't have to do like the post-fight mashing, although we are getting post-fight mashing right now. Let's go.
Yeah, the prompt wasn't showing up for me.
Yeah.
There was-
Please
there
don't
was-
do this to me.
Oh, there was also, to be fair, we mentioned like the sort of death warp safe spots things earlier. Those are really bad on the route.
Why is it being so uncool, dude?
I don't know.
Game,
Oh, no.
please.
It's just not coming up. Okay.
Leave the area and come back.
Wait,
See if the
no, I
area
already
resets.
have it. What am I doing?
Oh, I trusted you. Yeah, you already have a circus.
I forgot. This is so
I
good.
just
I'm
believed
going-
you wholeheartedly. I was like, yeah, surely something's wrong.
I was so scared. I was
Staring
in
directly
pre-panic
at the
mode.
circuit.
My God.
So as I get further into the grind, you'll notice we lost a few times to Jack again in a different location. For the first bit of the grind, we can get really efficient experience off of Jack, but that slowly diminishes over time as our levels get higher and higher above
Yeah,
the
how much
levels of their
experience you
ECs.
gain is based on the level of the thing that did the KO.
It's your levels as opposed to the opponent's levels, which means if you're trying to get from level 17 to level 35, that's not going to work very well if you're doing it against level 20 beasties. I wonder if there was ever a speedrun route that tried to do that and it took 7 minutes. And then we found there was a better way, which is we can get a few levels off of Jack and then go throw ourselves at these guardians along the way to a place we need to go, and gain a whole lot more experience from them because they're at level 40 or 41. But they do have that diminishing experience property. They don't have that, like, this is a story fight flag that Jack does. So we only want to lose against each of them once or it starts becoming quite inefficient.
Yep. And the other reason that we see Hallow going through this whole long area, because you might think, well, like, okay, there's a lot of walking time we got to do to get to all these fights that we're losing. But this is also getting us directly to the major story encounter that we're going to use.
Oh no, I
to
canceled the metamorph.
unlock the end.
Come on.
Oh no,
could
I
you
canceled
do
the
that?
metamorph.
Come
This is
on.
awful. The run's over.
Well,
No,
could
so
you do
I'm actually
that?
canceling that because Servate will metamorph into Surveys at level 38. Surveys being kind of the mascot of the game, sort of.
sort of.
But it actually learns moves like 5 levels later if I metamorph it, and I really want this move called Counter, which does more damage if the user received the ball just now. And Servate, as I mentioned, gets it much sooner than Surveys does. And I need it to win a bunch of fights that are going to come up pretty soon.
And we're getting friendship plays.
Yeah, that's one cool mechanic in this game that you just saw Misty like mash through is there are relationships between beasties, so they can become besties, sweethearts, or rivals, and each of those relationships affects a number of things, but the one that you just saw is that they... Oh, sorry. Hi, Jacob. Oh, yay. Misty's running into the beastie designed by Jacob from Drawfee. Let's go, Jacob Drawfee.
Yeah,
Jacob Drawfee mentioned.
Jacob Droppy mentioned.
Anyway, so when beasties are friends or rivals or sweethearts, one of the things they can do is teach each other moves. So sometimes you'll get that little dialogue where they're like, Sergus was inspired by how good Hopsong is at this thing. Now Sergus can learn how to use Bring the Heat. Do you want to do that? And we always say no, so it's literally just time loss.
Unless it's Bring the Heat, in which case it's yes. Because
It's
Circus will
actually
learn that
no.
in a few levels.
That's actually true.
Yeah, it's still no because I need Careful Shot for a bit more, but
Right.
eventually
Yes,
I
I
will
forgot.
have to lose even more time to menu to switch that move.
So there is, I guess, theoretically an optimal time when you could get Bring the Heat from Besties.
Yeah,
But in
tried it out,
general-
so the experiment
Hello?
experience.
What?
Save before Dominic.
I'm not at Dominic yet.
I know, but you are speaking to Dominic, so it is the first opportunity to say, save before Dominic.
Right. Thank you.
Dominic is like the run killer.
Yes.
So safety
The
saving before
route
Dominic
killer,
is
even.
the one thing that Hallow very explicitly asked me and Zonk to do.
Yup.
Anyway,
Dominic.
we're doing a funky skip there to...
Oh, yeah.
I do need to lose this fight,
Yep.
actually. Funky skip there to
Beetle back. Okay, we're good.
get past Jack, who would otherwise stop us from progressing to this screen. I'll be going over here because I need a conditioning ticket, and Riley is calling me at an inopportune time. I know it's your birthday,
Alec
girl, but I'm
always
busy.
calls you that.
Can you wait?
Please.
Can you wait, like 18 minutes? There are a couple items I need here. One of them is an exercise video, the other is a conditioning ticket. Basically what this is doing is making Circus's stats more consistent. What am I doing? The conditioning ticket makes Circus, or Service. Similar vowels, you understand.
Yeah.
Stats are more consistent, and also get a whole bunch of levels, which I need in order to deal enough damage to win the next fight.
So, as you may have noticed, Beastieball is not dissimilar from Pokemon. It adds a lot of things to the genre that I think are really, really cool, like being on a tactics grid and playing volleyball. But it's very clear
It's
that
so much
it is made by a group of people who really love Pokemon and also have done competitive VGC enough to know the annoying things about training your Pokemon. And so one of the things that they do to remedy that is having those gyms where you can fully just like choose the stat loadout for your beasties at will, and instead of having to go through all the song and dance of EV and IV training, it is very, very straightforward to train your beasties the way you want them, which is super useful for speedrunning. Did you save before
Right.
Dominic?
I did save before Dominic.
I'm sorry.
All right,
Anyway.
we should talk about Dominic.
We should talk about Dominic.
Dominic's scary.
Dominic is it's the fight of the run. It's what all the routing is leading to. Basically, every fight. If you can beat Dominic, you can beat every fight after Dominic. You're supposed to in this game do like a whole bunch of. There's a whole bunch of ranked coaches around the map, which are kind of like the gym leaders in Pokemon, and you're supposed to go around and defeat a bunch of them and get your rank up. But Dominic is the highest ranked one, and it turns out if you just go and beat Dominic,
This is why we saved.
That's why we save. So
I do need to reload that.
yeah, we.
But this is no
basically
longer leaderboard
realized,
viable.
Like when we were first routing the game out, we were like, what is the minimum number of ranked coaches that we can fight to get into the Crown Series? And we thought it was like 3 because we were like, you can probably skip this one really low rank one, and then we discovered that if you beat Dominic, you get instantly pushed up to top 100 and can go directly to the Crown Series. The issue with that, of course, yeah. The issue of that, of course, is being able to beat Dominic first. So the whole routing problem from there became, how do we defeat Dominic?
Yeah.
Got it.
Before doing any other ranked coach fights.
That very small-looking jump is dedicated to Anomaly for finding a swag strat that saves literally no time.
Oh no, what did I do wrong?
Oh yeah.
Misty, you gotta watch this first.
We might be fine.
I mean, if you're
Rick
not
doesn't
fine,
block
we're
me,
going to have a
fine.
neck-and-neck race. So either way.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Stuff's
Did those-
going wrong, and I'm not sure quite what it is.
Wait, did you... The first time I thought I knew what happened to you, because that when they tag in a loop, you
Yeah,
have to
no,
like do the weird Spreco thing.
Surveys didn't take enough damage.
Huh. Uh-oh.
But like the stats were the same. Okay. Oh, do I have autosave on? I have autosave on. That's the problem.
Oh,
So it saved over. It saved over when I lost. Okay. I'm loading a safety save. I made this earlier.
Oh.
nice.
Oh
I
boy!
forgot. I had autosave on.
Shoutouts to safety
let me-
saves.
This is a safety
Shoutouts
save.
to
Let me
safety
make
saves.
sure Bandicraft has the necessary spirit defense to take that
That's
counter.
Oh,
and
is
now
that
we
what
should
you
be
do?
good.
Yeah, so one of the things that tends to happen with Beastieball, especially in marathon runs, is it is sort of scripted in the sense that like there's not really RNG in ranked coach fights. We can script these out for the most part for like if we have these stats, these things will happen in a mostly reliable order. There's a few places where the flowchart will diverge into two options where like it's basically the AI determines it is equally valuable to do X or Y, and so we have to plan for both. But generally we can flowchart out these fights pretty reliably. The problem is there are so many things happening, and one little change takes us off of the rails. So for
Wait, I
example,
have a question. Back that up. You said this game uses AI.
No,
I guess
not
we have
that
to.
kind.
I guess we have to stop using that term now to describe computer behavior. Now that it's become like a pop science term for.
Anyway, there we go.
I know like 3 people in chat like groaned.
Yeah.
I was saying that like every day during GDQ.
Oh no.
Like, wait, this game uses AI.
All right, but hey, GG Dominic,
We got there.
we did it.
I'll be at Dominic in just a second.
Yeah.
All right, may you
It's
have
worth noting,
a
despite
issue
the
free
fact,
Dominic.
despite the fact that I just beat Dominic and Misty hasn't done that yet, I am in fact probably not ahead at this point in time, as there are just more things I have to do. Can I knock out Bongus here? I can. I can use
Oh
Rival.
my
Let's
god,
go.
the one shot.
Let's go, rivals. For the
Holy
one
cow.
shot.
Beasties, when they become friends, have certain combo plays that they can use. It's super fun. It's a really good casual strat. It's a little unreliable what play you're going to get because there's some randomness there for the casual experience. And that does mean, unfortunately, we can't really route around having a specific one.
All right, I'm saved.
You'll notice I'm metamorphing Spreco here. You saved. Awesome. I'm
Okay.
metamorphing Spreco here. Yes, we will be using this Bongus, which is incredibly underleveled right now, later in the run.
And Dominic didn't shield on turn 1. We got it. Okay. As long as I
Let's
don't mess up
go.
any inputs,
Back.
I'm good on Dominic.
We've never been so
Nice.
back.
That's one of the things. Dominic is a kind of notorious RNG factory, and a big part of routing this game is just making sure Dominic is consistent, which at various times throughout this game's lifespan has not been the case.
No. We had
Still isn't
Dominic
always the
really,
case.
really, really consistent, and then an update gave Jordan a new move that completely killed everything.
This game's in early access, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes, things are constantly
It's
changing.
lovely.
We
I love
constantly
being a
need to
part of it.
reroute.
I
love
actually
being a part of the
genuinely
development.
enjoy it a lot. It's
No, it
fun
has
to
been super
solve
fun.
the
Oh, it's
puzzle.
kind of awesome.
The way that we all just immediately, when something breaks the Dominic fight, it's like, all right, who's taking which starter? And I'll see you in 5 hours.
Usually it's me taking at least 2 of them,
Yeah.
because I am
True.
sick and enjoy these things. Oh, right, I forgot to not do Circus, to do Circus first. Either way. Slightly slower, but whatever. Not a huge issue.
The routing out fights is very fun. It's just a bit of a trial and error process, but there's something super satisfying about it.
I'm getting
I also
the
would
phone
like to-
calls.
I also would like to take the time to shout out the PvP scene for this game, which
Oh,
is
yes.
unbelievably cool.
Oh, right.
And the main reason why the game keeps getting so many updates is that, of
Balance
course, they're
patches.
adding some new content, but
Yep.
they're also doing literally like constant balance patches to this game to make it the best PvP experience you can have. And let me tell you, it's really amazing.
I entirely forgot why I need to do the rowdies first, and I am
Oh,
paying
no.
the price in terms of time.
Yeah, I am on Reese, so
Yeah, you're way ahead of me.
okay.
Not way ahead, but ahead. Like, significantly.
so-
Ignore my endgame time in the top left corner. It's not accurate, because, again, I loaded the save to save.
So Misty is
Nah, I think at this
preparing-
point we're running on real time.
Yeah.
yes, for sure. Misty is currently has registered for the Crown Series, which, as you mentioned before, is kind of like the elite course, but still has to kind of catch up with their friends before they're really allowed to enter.
Also,
Yeah,
story
got a
spoilers
couple
on
of-
my screen.
We have two homies going through existential crises, and our solution is to
Win
Body
at the
them
Beastieball.
at
Yes,
Beastieball.
absolutely dunk on them.
I forgot to go.
Hey, look,
Earlier.
in some routes, we let Reese body us.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing that at the
That's true.
moment.
It is
Yeah,
sometimes
I
faster
probably-
to let Reese win, but we still mash through all of the dialogue. We're like, I don't care about your backstory. Shh.
Yeah.
Play this game. The story in this game is fantastic. Obviously, we're not looking at
Also-
any of it.
Shout outs to the person who was very briefly on the screen there, Celia. Shout outs to non-binary representation in this game.
True.
Yes.
On this non-binary.
Shoutouts to Riley for
day.
being transgender and probably some flavor of non-binary representation in this
True.
game.
True.
But yeah, Celia, one of the
anyway.
rank coaches, is explicitly non-binary, and also grandparent energy, which we really
This should be
appreciate.
fine.
Not enough old NB representation. We do love to see it.
Yes, I like the costume.
Oh, but yeah, on the topic of playing this game casually, I mean, it's like, as you can hear, the music is amazing. It's the soundtracks by Lena Raine of Celeste fame.
And of Chicory fame.
A lot of the art
And like Pixta.
is they have some guest artists come in and do designs for different beasties. For example, Jacob from Drawfee did a beastie. And the story is like very sweet and queer and lovely and worth your time. And
Yeah.
we mashed through all of it to go fast.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give a huge shout out to just everyone who works on this game. I can talk more about it later, but like, there are so many people involved in the development of this game. It's truly awesome.
Speaking
They're
of
really
banger
cool.
soundtrack,
God, yes. Misty is on.
Oh, yeah,
Dog
it's time
which is a
for
great song.
Sport Snap
get
Against
ready for
God.
saxophone.
Which,
what was I gonna say?
I need a
Oh,
very small amount of experience on Longus here for that fight that Misty is currently on, and I will be on soon. And I'm losing time because the AI is getting more actions and has to think really hard about it.
Yeah, so Jeremy there on screen, that Kaleidarn, has a
We love him.
ability that lets you take 4 moves instead of 3. And for some reason, the AI really struggles with that extra move. It takes like 10 seconds to think about what to do with it every time.
Yep.
but it's removed
I
from
was gonna
in-game
say
pop.
on the topic of how great these devs are, fully like several of the dev team are in our speedrunning Discord, and like in the early days of this game when we were all just like sitting in Discord calls for hours at a time routing stuff out, like Greg, the head dev, would just come like hang out and chat. and just be like, hey,
Yep.
how's routing going? Have you broken my game yet? Just like super cool human, super supportive. Several times
Also,
when
GG for
things
beating
have
God at
broken the route, Greg has just been like, oh, I can fix that for you.
Yep. Nope. I forgot to give it breaker.
Yo,
August needs
breakers
breaker.
mentioned?
Breakers mentioned?
Breakers
Shut up,
mentioned.
binary
That's
breakers?
gonna be
Yo.
so common through this entire weekend.
Yeah, there's no way you're gonna hear that again this weekend.
I need to... Yo, shout out to the vending machines, which got added last update and are actually going to kind of save me here.
Yo, vending machines mentioned?
Oh my god.
Yeah,
There's
watching
also
your
ice cream sellers. It's great.
I haven't
I didn't need two of
run
those.
on the newest patch, but I was watching all of your runs when I got back from GDQ to like update all of your times on the leaderboards. And the first time I saw one of the vending machines, I was like, surely that's new, right? I didn't forget something. Like,
No,
had a bit
they're
of a
new.
crisis.
They're super new.
I was like, if they're always
So
been
Bongus is
vending
level
machines?
20 here, which means they are very likely to get attacked.
All right, and we're on Elena,
Oh, I
the
need to put
RNG
paint
fest
there.
of all RNG fests.
Oh
Also,
yeah,
her
so
song is
Misty's in the
amazing.
Crown
No.
series.
Okay.
Yes, absolute banger song.
Get to use Rally.
And extremely annoying in the speedrun because Elena is a Twitch streamer. And Elena listens to her chat to tell her what to do.
Which you would
Yes,
think
she can
she's telegraphing her
fully
moves.
cheat.
But that actually means she's unpredictable because it's random who she targets.
Yeah.
She does tell you who she targets, but that takes time to look at, and it's annoying.
I have gone off the flowchart and it's very bad.
Oh no.
Elena was nice to me, thank you.
We're off book, gang.
We are... Oh no.
I mean, you might just be able to, like...
I believe.
Oh,
in the
no,
man
you're-
that
never mind.
dreamed,
No, Bongus just...
Bongus
just goes
is level
down.
20, Happy. It can't
Oh
do it.
boy.
Hey,
Um,
Bongus is level 23.
Bonkus at that level has tanked hits from Dominic's Beasties at level 50. It's crazy.
Yes.
Bongus is a real one, but sadly
Unfortunately...
not that real.
All right, the rest of the run should be pretty consistent. Again, Dominic is kind of the crux of the run, and he's like halfway through. I've made a lot of mistakes this run in terms of not following the route. This route, to explain how close this was to working, but it didn't work. Oh, I get a different attack here. That's actually really bad. I just clicked volley once instead of net rush, and that ruined the entire flowchart.
Damn.
Yeah, this is bad.
Seeing as Misty here goes through the Crown series, we're seeing the real power of Opera plus Surrogates. Actually, that's Sprecomorph, which we're using to great effect here because there's a play called Rally, which will increase the damage of all spirit-type moves, which are the red ones that they're using, which allows for some incredible amounts of damage, especially on serve, which is really good for not taking extra time in these harder fights. If you can one-shot
Do I
something
have
on
it? Do I
serve,
have it? Hold on. Am I doing enough? I'm nowhere near enough damage. That's bad.
oh,
I don't think I have autosave on this file, so I don't think it's going to be a huge issue.
Why did I do that? No! Oh, okay. Okay, we're fine.
Ugh.
We're fine. Everything's fine.
Dream's alive.
I am
You're just
very
trying
much
to make
playing
it
this by
better
ear.
content.
yeah.
Making it a
If I can
close
survive this
call.
next hit and successfully predict who's getting attacked here, then I win. I might still win otherwise. I think Surveys is getting attacked because it does more damage. Yes, okay. We're fine. We're
Nice.
fine. We're good. We're good.
GG.
Meanwhile,
We got
I
there.
trolled myself. And now
Okay.
I have to do a lot of catching up to fix Marlin's
Oh, no.
fight.
Well, okay.
I hope we were doing a good job of demonstrating just how like on edge this speedrun is.
Yeah.
It's very difficult, despite being a turn-based RPG.
Okay.
But also just
Okay.
it's a
GG,
blast.
Marlin.
I love running this game.
Yeah, Marlon
you do
trolled
get
me
a
a little bit.
checkpoint
I
here
trolled
after
myself a little
Marlin.
bit, but we're through it now.
Thankfully. So the next fight was quite hard for most brutes, I think,
Yes.
Barnes. Thankfully, if you mess this one up, you just go back to you just can retry it straight away. As opposed to
Yeah, there's a checkpoint halfway through.
Okay,
you might have to restart the whole Crown series before that.
Barnes did not do the mean thing. So I get to knock out Max turn 1 with a spirit move.
Oh,
For people who play
Come
competitively,
on.
your jaw should be on the floor.
yes, that beastie has quite a lot of spirit defense.
Yeah, that's super, super, super nice.
Mario.
And we get launched, yes!
No defense.
Okay,
Question mark.
switch to Fernando. Do we block Fernando? And that should... Max is up. Okay. Oh, I called wrong. I think this should still be fine. It's not fine.
Yeah, but
Alright.
we got Lewis. And Lewis is named after the most attractive man on Earth.
The species are all named after Formula One drivers.
Yes.
All
That's
of,
true.
like every coach you run into, like I just fought against Elena, has like a naming theme. Elena's is competitive Pokemon YouTubers.
And
Celia's
my God.
from
Hey,
Barnes'
Lewis.
outfit. Barnes are all F1 drivers.
This is bad.
Yeah. Barnes is a fantastic character in this video game. Barnes is
Okay, we're good.
That's the play, yeah.
constantly swearing,
Yeah, good.
although
Nice.
constantly swearing, although extremely funnily censored, and is also the only character to break the fourth wall.
That's true.
I think the Sports King might as well. You've barely seen the Sports King. You'll see him soon.
Yes. I'll
That's
come
true.
in.
You should play the game so you can see more of the sports game.
He's
Sports
great.
King.
He's the worst.
And
Kill
decide
him
you
with
don't want to
hammers.
see more of the Sports King.
Well, yeah.
Nope. We set here.
Thank you for playing the sound
Yeah.
effect, Happy. I don't know if stream heard it or not, but I
does not
appreciate it.
come through stream to my knowledge, but I had to play the Here Comes the Sports King sound effect on Discord for you.
It's a pretty good sound effect, though.
It is. It's just the start of his theme song. I need to actually look at my notes for the flowcharts and stuff.
Reasonable. What are what's the naming convention for her? Grendel
Ribbons.
and Risky and such. What are
Ribbons are literary characters containing references to such time-honored series as Lord of the Rings and Homestuck.
True.
That is.
I was pretty sure that's what
Hey,
Risky
it
was.
continues, gang. I always say if there is a reference I don't get, I just assume it's Homestuck. And I was like, I thought these were literary, but I don't know what a Vrisky is. And it's because Vrisky is from Homestuck.
And I'm
Also-
on the
also-
final
also
fight
Misty.
now.
That.
Misty, you're on the final fight.
This is
Why
gonna be
are
a
you just
real
free
hard
balling?
one,
What are you
guys.
doing?
Watch out.
What are you doing? You're losing.
Oh, no.
What's going on?
Oh
You're
no!
actually throwing for content.
I'm throwing for content. It's
Dang.
true.
F.
It's
Yeah,
sad to
so-
see our heroes die.
This fight's practically scripted, and it doesn't really matter if you are winning or losing. The script keeps playing, and it is faster for us to just lose. So we
Yeah.
just let Sergus get knocked out over and over again while the story progresses.
For the record,
That's the
time is
Sports
coming
King in the
up.
background,
It will
by the
be
way. Say
once
hi
I
to the
talk
Sports
to
King.
Riley
He's
in
having
the
a
locker
tantrum
room
right
and
now.
say time, and say time to go. So I'm going into the locker room. I talk to
Yes,
Riley, I
time's
say
coming up.
time to go, that's time.
Nice.
Time.
Oh, Goldie switched in. Oh, that's bad.
Jeez.
Um,
Let's go
Easy.
sub 40 marathon run. That's really
Yeah. Hell
that's
yeah.
pretty good for Beastieball. Usually everything goes horribly wrong, like on my screen. I
wouldn't
should
call
be
this
fine
foreplay.
here.
I'd call this like a fun amount of.
Yeah, that's fair.
Beastieball
Yeah,
has
this
a
is-
tendency
typical marathon
to have
run.
an enjoyable amount of marathon disaster without being like.
True. Also, GG
Unplayable.
Marlin getting that checkpoint.
I don't know. Sometimes it's been pretty bad, but we've got there eventually.
Yeah.
I did go like 17 minutes over estimate once, I think. Barnes. Time to follow flowcharts.
What was my real time, just to check?
Like
I don't
a
have
40-18 it looks like.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Nice.
Still overestimate, but just barely. I'll take it.
Denny stayed in.
My practices yesterday were going so bad. I was going like 5 minutes over. I was having a bad time.
All right,
This
Barnes is
game
going
could
off
be
flowchart because I have too many levels.
Oh no.
Oh no.
We should still be fine, but
That's really just a classic Beastieball experience. Crap, I have too many levels.
Yup.
oh yeah,
And
once
now
again,
everything
knocking
is
out
going
Max
wrong.
because
My beasties are too ball, or I'm not
My
sure.
beast-
they're,
Beasties
they're
are
too
balling
balling.
too hard.
That was
Exactly.
it. That was it. You got it in one.
Yup.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to waste a turn here because Barnes is using the most annoying strategy known as making oneself noisy and tough. There
Yeah.
are status conditions
that
in this
often.
game are called feelings. Beasties are very personified.
Real.
It's pretty awesome. And tough is one that we've used a lot, especially me, which basically means you take a fourth of the amount of damage. And noisy is one that means this beastie will take the next attack no matter what your opponent wants to do about it, at least in speedruns.
Yeah.
So basically,
Yeah.
it's, haha, you waste a turn now and lose some time.
Yup.
Yep.
Anyway,
And in
we got
PvP,
Barnes.
it's very good. You can set it up.
Yeah, the reason why being too high level is actually a problem in speedrunning is because that makes it more likely that the opponent will see two different valid options, and that means that they won't be predictable. And that means we have to flowchart at like every single move. And that's bad.
Yep. We don't have flowcharts built for all of the different ways you can mess up, unfortunately, which is what I'm running into here.
I do, I just forgot. I don't actually.
Understand.
But this Gene, who is kind of the last fight you need to win, is going just fine.
Yeah.
We should be.
Gene is very kind. He is not very random at all.
Yeah. And Gene's naming convention is French philosophers.
It's true.
Yes.
Which means that
Anyway.
France is canon in Beastieball.
Which, fun fact,
It's
French
true.
philosophers and Pokemon YouTubers, that Venn diagram is a circle.
Anyway, I'm doing a fun strat here, which I hope will pay off, but probably won't. And pulling
Like,
Styles here to the front, and I don't think I have little enough defense for it to work. But perhaps this will kill. Oh, it does kill. Let's go.
One turn.
So I get a
got
one-turn loss to Valerie, which is always fun. I love when I get to pull Lure Shot out in a speedrun. Incredibly niche move that no one ever uses in PvP either. Anyway,
Sometimes
I get to
it's
skip a
just
whole
what
bunch
you
of cutscenes
need.
now.
Lure shot is basically
Since we
here.
are-
Do you
since-
want?
Since we're a little over as we mash through this, do we want to do shoutouts during the mashing?
I can do
Yeah.
shoutouts. I wanted to once again shout out Anomaly for finding like 90% of the skips that we've had in this run. He's amazing. Premier glitch hunter of our community. I want to shout out the Beastieball Discord and the Wishes Discord and the Speedrunning Discord for both being amazing and welcoming as I joined
That's
a little
time
bit
for
late. And yeah, I'd like to thank my partners, one of whom is watching now. Love you. I think that's it.
Yeah, I want to also extend a huge shout out to a couple other members of the speedrunning server. Demonic Mermaid, who's done a whole bunch of there's just a whole bunch of general testing with regard to what levels stuff will be. And again, a huge shout out to Greg, the dev, for providing us with tools with which to debug the game a little bit and see what levels things are going to be if we do things in this order or that order, which is especially helpful on routes for things that are not any percent. But again, shout outs to the rest of the dev team, all the people who work on the Beasties, Harlow, Alexis, Chloe, who does a lot of the character animations. Just everyone who's involved with the making of this game is so awesome. We appreciate you so much for making this just absolutely wonderful experience. And yeah, I mean, I have this game has been out for under a year, and I have 600 hours in it. No big deal. Happy and Zonk, you got anything?
Just thanks for having me, and I will start running this game again soon, I swear.
Yay! More
Please,
Beastieball.
Content, please.
I know, I need to stream.
Yeah. And yeah, thanks for having this awesome game on. Everyone should play it. Everyone should specifically look up Track from Beastieball.
That's
Shout out
true.
to Track, the best Beastie, who didn't feature in this run, but I think it's important to mention.
Featured slightly, but not really.
But yeah, thank you for being on. That was fantastic, even if it was a little bit of a fun disaster, I'll say. But
awesome disaster.
We're going to be on for the rest of the day until about 9 p.m. Eastern time tonight, and then we're going to be live again starting at 1. So there's a lot of content, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in just a few minutes. We're going to have Parking Garage Rally Circuit with AT Tree, or if you are a little bit worse at reading than me, Ada Tree, which is still equally valid, I've heard. And if you've never seen that game, it is very, very interesting. You're not going to understand what's going on until you're just watching the run, and then by that time the run's gonna be over. So absolutely stick around for that. We're gonna be back in just a few minutes with T-Tree running Parking Garage Rally Circuit. We'll see you there.
All right, bye.
Hello everyone, welcome back to GDQ Hotfix, and I said this just a couple minutes ago, but we are doing our non-binary. Oh,
My smoke alarms just went off. I might
the
need a
worst
second.
possible thing is happening right now. Holy moly! But hopefully it gets better. I'm just gonna keep going. Like I said, we are doing our International Non-Binary People's Day celebration. We're gonna be going all of today and also tomorrow. So if you want to check out that schedule, you can go to gdq.gg/hotfix. You can check out the schedule for that and every other Hotfix show, as well as I'm pretty sure there's going to be a command to see. I'm thinking about the smoke alarm. Holy moly, that is very funny timing. But yeah, there's a Blue Sky post that pretty please you should like and repost because it'd be very cool. But I'm just going to get ahead of the curve because everyone is going to be doing this anyways. Binary breakers. Okay, now you can say breakers mentioned in the chat, and I know it's going to happen every single run. I'm just going to get ahead of it. But, Keytree, hopefully you are okay and everything is all right, and that was enough time that you needed. Okay, maybe not. Okay, we're gonna take a couple more minutes and then we're gonna get right into this run. Like I said, very, very funny timing, but whenever T is Okay, we'll get back to the game.
Hello, I'm back.
That's so funny.
Yes.
Yeah, I like stalled
Okey-doke.
in my intro and then right as we transition. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. This happens a couple of times a year.
Everybody, take it away. A tea tree or a tree or however you're feeling on this wonderful day.
I don't know how I'm feeling anymore because my smoke alarms just went off, and they do that sometimes, old construction. But this is Parking Garage Rally Circuit. This is a kind of Saturn-styled game, like a Sega GT Rally or one of those. But it is an extremely technical speed run in the case that, you are literally racing around using Mario Kart-style boosts to take your rally cars around the circuit, and anything you do differently, like, it's totally non-deterministic. So I got to stay locked in as best as I can, but this should be a very fun time because anytime I mess up, this game has a very aggressive physics engine that'll just make wacky things happen. So let's go ahead and get into it. We're going to be doing the USA circuit today. The developer Walliver, a friend from Australia, is also adding a Europe circuit soon. But for now, the USA circuit is all of the tracks that are in the game. Time is going to start as soon as we get loaded into the training garage, rather. But today we're going to take, of course, out of the 3 cars in the game, all of which I have dressed up in special liveries, we're going to be taking the Ultra Class Alta Forte Z, which has been kitted out to be non-binary, especially with the little yellow stickers there in the corners. So when we are ready, we're going to go ahead to the learning garage, and as soon as it says go, that'll be time. We get our little turbo boost by hitting the gas as soon as it says ready, and we're off and on our way. So first thing to know is that going up and down ramps is actually some of the most difficult movement in the game because you have to control your speed to make sure that you keep your boosts going. Keeping those level 1 and 2, the yellow and green boosts behind you respectively, are how you keep the car oriented and keep your speed up, which continues to build lap after lap, which kind of changes how you need to move through things. You can, as you're noticing there, you can take the tires a little bit off the ground and not lose your accumulated boost speed. If the car comes all the way up off the ground, the odds are suddenly very good that you do lose your boost. You can see that just happened there. Because we were boosting, or rather, because we were drifting when we left the ground, we kept most of that boost, but not quite all of it. So we did lose a little bit of our speed, but as long as we finish sub-minute, I'll be relatively satisfied with the training garage because it is genuinely one of the most difficult courses of the game. On into the shortest course, Mount Rushmore. You may notice that we're basically no downtime between these tracks. That is because I am pressing the track reset button as we get into things, which allows me to go to the starting line just that little bit faster. We cut inside on this ramp here because ramps take us into the air. That's a little bit slower. So we try to avoid that whenever possible, but obviously it's the much safer strat, so if anything goes wrong as we are making our way around the course, we may have to take the ramps. Things are looking good for now. We swing our way through into lap 2. Oh boy. All right. Unfortunately, that was not controllable. I was hoping to slide under that second brick as parts fell off of Mount Rushmore, but the timing was just a little bit off, so it bounced me backwards and into a place that I could not recover from. So that's a lot more what the casual experience for PGRC will look like. You got a chance to see it there. On into San Francisco, the first of 2 tracks in the game with vocals. All the music in this game, despite the game itself being made by an Australian dev, is made by a ska and video game cover band called the Holophonics from Denton, Texas. Someday I'd like to learn the story of how these 2 things came together, but for now, I don't know what it is, and I'm just fascinated by the fact that these 2 worlds came together to make such a fun and funky soundtrack.
Of, like, rally cars.
Lemmy, how are you doing? Right? Funny enough, you mentioned that. We were talking just before things started that there is also what's called the mod circuit, which is people in the community using Steam Workshop tools and tools from within the game to make their own tracks. And Sonic R is one of those tracks. There is actually a course from Sonic R available for play in this game.
That's so cool, because like Sonic R is like one of my most favorite like racing games. So I'm happy that people are realizing it's actually a good game and not just like silly.
You know, you mentioned Sonic R. It's kind of funny. I would actually say this game has a not entirely dissimilar handling system to that game. I'd be curious to know from someone who runs Sonic R, either casually or particularly, as a main speed game, how this measures up.
Yeah.
Thankfully, as we took that corner a little hard there, as soon as you go through a checkpoint, you can just press the reset button and be put back on the ground. So that's our time save there if something goes off the rails. Sorry, Lemmy, you were saying.
Yeah, I was gonna say we talked about this a little bit, but like I was watching the submission video for this, and it like this game just like looks so cool, and you already know that I do want it. So
okay, that almost didn't work the way I wanted it to. I actually rolled backwards across that checkpoint, and I hit the reset button before I crossed the checkpoint. But thankfully, I heard the ding as it was blacking out, and it did work properly. You may notice at the end of each of these tracks that it's counting the time against my fastest ever time. This game, as far as the speedrun community, is really more of an IL affair, which is totally understandable. It's a racing game, and especially as one that has built-in IL leaderboards. So you may not see me come particularly close to any of my IL times. I would say if I get even within like 5 seconds of a time, that's probably good. We're going to go ahead and take a reset on that.
I was about to say, yeah, what is happening there? That is...
You can make that work. Basically, I went a little wide into that, and so I was kind of just rubbing the wall. There are some situations where entries through like tunnels, if you keep up against the wall, you're just going to see a little black puff of smoke out behind your car instead of the yellow or green boosts, which means you've hit something hard enough that all of your boost has basically just been like wicked away. But there are also situations where, depending on the angle and the relative speed of your car, you can actually just kind of rub it out there and like keep going without any slowdown. So, as they say, rubbing is racing. We don't actually like to see that, but it's not a completely untenable situation depending on how it happens. Unfortunately, I didn't get the fast cycle in either of these, so I'm just going to make my way through that pickup. And because I had enough speed, because I'm in the heavy class car, I figured that was a viable option. I do have to slow down on each of these ramps to make sure that I don't slam into the walls. A little slow here. That is okay. On into the next course, New Orleans Stadium, the game's only night track. There is a very important skip that we're going to do here, because normally at the end of the first lap, you would go around the outside where you started here, and a transformer would blow on the roof. Therefore, you'd have to do the entire second lap with only your car's headlights, and we don't like that. That's pretty scary. Like, this game is difficult enough while being able to see everything that's happening, so taking away your eyesight is no bueno. So what we're going to do instead is, at one point, we're going to skip our designated checkpoints, hit another checkpoint on the inside of the track here, and then try to make our way back around the inside of the course. That one becomes a valid checkpoint. After we go inside, this skip can be done as like a single kind of cloverleaf pattern to make the way back out there without slowing down at all. But honestly, even doing that like that well enough where we kind of had to come to a stop at one point is still a significant time advantage over going around the entire outside of the course. To say nothing of the fact that you also get to use all of the course lights for lap 2.
Yeah, this is like such a tight track. I cannot imagine having to do this basically blind.
I actually got a really lucky bump there. That's the other thing you really can't account for is like, hey, when I slam into things, so what's going to happen to the rest of the cars and everything that's set up? So thankfully, everything got out of my way there and made lap 2 extremely easy. All right, on into another airport-style course. This is basically asking you, hey, can you turn at high speeds? And outside of that first ramp there, our goal for the rest of these corkscrews going back and forth is to miss all of the ramps, because as we mentioned earlier, going into the air is a little bit slower, to say nothing of the fact that you have to slow down to not slam your car into the overhangs.
I cannot believe you saved that. That was incredible.
Thank you. It doesn't usually work, but I went ahead and slowed down a little bit more than usual. I do tend to try to play full game runs a little conservatively. All right, went ahead and leaked off my boost. I actually didn't mean to slow all the way down, but that's still much faster than if you try to come into this at full speed. The odds that you avoid the bollards in the center or the gate arms is really low. So you could easily lose 5, 8, 10 seconds as opposed to the 1 or 2 from the slower speed. And then lap 2 is basically just the same as the first. There we go. Much better angle this time. Did not have to worry about going off the sides. There is actually technically also a skip in this level where instead of coming through the front of the garage at the end of the first lap, you can actually take it off the side of the garage and do something very similar to the last track where you just kind of skip half of it altogether. But it's a pretty RNG. Getting a consistent setup for that is not easy at all. On into Minnesota Mega Mall. This is what happens if you go to the SGDQ hotel during a GDQ. In that it is all snow. Thankfully, you don't have snow physics. Yeah, anybody in the area, shout out to the likes of Helix and the Midwest Speedfest team, can probably vouch for that. So I appreciate you letting us know that that's on the level. But yeah, this is one of the levels that really tests your ability to do tight corners. We need to make sure we don't lose any speed inside this garage here. So we can come out and have our choice as to which way to scale this. This is the intended route. Almost, okay, I did slow down a little bit too much, but as long as it's recoverable. Come on, flip me over. There we go.
Okay, that was kind of sick, even if it was slow.
Oh yeah, no, that's like the physics are some of the most fun things to watch in this game. Wallaber, the developer, is also the makers of a game called Jelly Car, which I know some people know from back in the day. And the feel of this game is not entirely dissimilar, aside from the cars being, more rigid body and less bouncy. So even when things don't go right in this game, they still look really fun. All right, we did manage to, while that ramp, we went up on our back tires coming down first, and that often results in losing speed. Thankfully, that didn't happen here. The other thing that happens if we do lose speed in this garage, we have the option to take a secondary path out off the top here. We're not going to do it here, but if you basically take that edge very close. Oh, I did it again. All right, this time we're actually just going to take the secondary route then. Since we already took that checkpoint, if we come up over this snowbank going slow enough, we can literally just take it as a secondary path. If you're going above about 65 kilometers an hour, you will literally just careen off the side instead. But yeah, depending on how you play your cards, you can take either of those paths. So nice to be able to show off both of them, even if it was kind of slow. On into the last track in the game, Liberty Island. This is basically your final exam. This is also your other course with lyrics. Let's see how we make out here. This is the one course I have not had a showing that I'm totally happy with during a marathon run yet, but let's see how we do. Got that a little close inside, which actually makes this part easier. If you're going full speed across this, it can get really squirrely. I also run the Ultra Class car in marathons, at least in part because it's I was about to say it's the one car that doesn't really get messed up by the speed bumps, but obviously that's not strictly true depending on how you handle them. So yeah, this is going to be fun. This kind of dirt course here, or this little piece of dirt track, is the obstacle that you are most worried about when everything else goes right on the first half of the lap, because you need to come into this Rainbow Road style section of track as quickly as possible. We're just going to do a very small break here to make sure that we don't go all the way off the track. Unfortunately, I did take a little bit of an e-boost e-brake going the opposite direction. I do want to come off this ramp at more like 140 or 150 kilometers. This is still fast enough that I didn't lose my boost, and this will actually make this section a little bit faster and easier. Yep, sneak in through the corner there. Slow lap 1, but a good entry into lap 2, so let's see what time we can win back.
I think this track is really funny because this could also just be found at the Mall of America, whenever they have the random conventions or whatever there.
Yeah, this might be one of the coasters at the Mall of America.
Yeah.
Aside from the statue there in the center. There's actually a really cool skip you can do, very much like a Rainbow Road. If you go off this corner, the green section of track, and flip over the Statue of Liberty, you can land on the other side of Rainbow Road, basically 2/3 the way across it, and then just take the ramp. It is extremely inconsistent. I get it maybe 10% of the time. There are kind of more consistent setups, but it's not super consistent just yet, so we don't really do that in marathons.
I know you said 140-ish, on the last lap, but that I didn't believe that you were going to get it, and then you got it. It is unreal.
Time.
GG's.
With that kind of going backwards, but yeah, any crash you can walk away from. So that is Parking Garage Rally Circuit's USA circuit. I'm going to do my shout outs over a little bonus course. This is the mod circuit with help from the Steam community, and this is a Banjo-Kazooie themed level. So shout outs to Wallaber, the developer, shout outs to Fast Paced Events, the Binary Breakers, everyone who, always. And everyone who identifies with a gender identity that is not on the binary, who, despite not presenting that way, it is the kind of thing that I can say is challenging sometimes, to know that, hey, I look this certain way despite how I feel, despite what I know about my gender identity. And, you're going to get misgendered sometimes. It is, the fact of the matter at the end of the day is that you don't owe anyone a certain presentation to feel the way you feel and to have the identity that you do. So please know that you are valid, you are loved, and you are welcome here, no matter who you are and how you identify. Limey, any last words from you?
Where can everyone find you? Because you didn't shout yourself out.
You find me here more often than anywhere else because I do have a show called Out of the Box on the Games Done Quick Hotfix every other Wednesday at 7 p.m., which is about games like this one that don't need any sort of modification or special setup to just pick up and play. So it's all about the idea that speedrunning is more accessible than you'd think. You just have to give yourself the opportunity. I forgot that was not where the turn is, but that'll be a good outro. My name is Atitri. Volunteer for more speedrun marathons. Do cool things with great people, raising money for great causes. And stick around for more non-binary People's Day special.
I could not have said that better myself.
We're both hosts.
Sometimes
we just do each other's work.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's very fun whenever other hosts are on because it's just like we get to steal each other's jobs. It's very fun. But
agreed.
Like they said, we're going to be back with a bit more. Check out that schedule. Get up, stretch, de-shipify yourself, turn over your laundry, do your dishes. Come back in just a few minutes. And we're going to have more speedrunning here on our International Non-Binary People's Day celebration. We'll see you then. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the International Non-Binary People's Day celebration here on GDQ Hotfix. And coming up, we have one of the coolest racing games of all time, played in, how do I say, an interesting way. But if you are a big fan of seeing games played in interesting ways, before I get started real quick, I just want to say go to youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick because we have VODs from all of the different Hotfix shows and all the different mainline events and side events and all of that good stuff. So if you're a big fan of Fatalis, big fan of Back to Black, big fan of AGDQ or SGDQ, or if you just like Hotfix shows, maybe consider checking that out and subscribing. But Spud, please explain to the audience what they're about to be seeing.
Yeah, we are going to see something that I don't think has been on many showcases streams at all. Like, very few people probably know this exists. I'm going to turn it around just so y'all see this. This is the official Nintendo GameCube racing wheel, licensed by Nintendo, created by Logitech. It is called the Speed Force, and it is not good. It is made of plastic entirely. It is specifically marketed as working with F-Zero GX. It is on the back of the box. You should try playing this game with F-Zero GX. It's basically got a GameCube controller on the front of it. For some reason, the Z button's over here. I have remapped the controls to something that I feel is more comfortable because the default options are terrible. It also has special integration with F-Zero GX that makes it work a little bit more like the arcade version or like companion to GX called AX. If you've been to GDQ, you might have seen the machine. I will not be using those controls because they're also bad. We're going to be steering, and we have, yes, of course, force feedback. So we're going to be having a great time. AKC is here to explain all the technical stuff that I will probably be flubbing right and left.
Hey, everyone.
Yeah, we did F-Zero last time on very hard. Last year for the Non-Binary Day celebration. I'm doing it on normal because the wheel makes everything so immensely hard. I guess you can start the timer now. It's really weird how you start timing this game because we use game time. We have cutscenes to skip and menuing to do, but really that's not the most important thing. So my favorite thing with the wheel is that you can do anything with the menu. In the menu with the wheel, so I'm going to turn it all the way to the right to get to max speed. And I also have the pedals. I got 2 pedals on the floor. They are also made out of plastic. You're going to hear me probably step on that all the time because I'm going to be doing something called emptying all over this mission.
Alright, so this is the very first chapter, and in normal difficulty, this is meant to be an introduction to the game, really. You could probably beat this without boosting. So Spud is going through those yellow dash panels, gives you a small speed boost. The amount of speed you get varies by machine due to their stats. And a little piece of tech is that you can drive across it parallel on the edge to get an extra speed boost from it. And as you can see, Spud is doing a lot of boosting. Pressing the Y button gives you a boost for a set amount of time, which varies by machine. And the amount of boost you can use is limited based on your energy, which is currently empty, but you can refill it by driving over these purple zones. 10 seconds of energy per energy boost, and that's chapter 1 complete.
That's pretty fast. Usually I hit more walls.
Yeah, that looked clean.
Yeah, this game, I
just want to point out. Oh, you can go. I was gonna say. I just want to point out that, like, this game is like a full body experience for you. You're like, whenever you're like letting go of that pedal, like it's like I can see it like in how you're like sitting. It's like so funny.
If you've ever seen somebody play F-Zero AX in person, you get like all the way back in the seat and like really throw your foot into the brake, because that's how you break grip and like enter a drift state in AX, is you have to like tap the brake, and you want to do that as fast as possible so you don't actually lose speed. In this game, I have enabled the normal way that you break grip. In GX, you hold both of the drift buttons at the same, or the strafe buttons at the same time, so I'm pulling these paddles back to break my grip. You'll see that a lot in the other missions, like particularly from Chapter 3 onward.
Alright, so this is Chapter 2. Sonic is doing a stroll in the canyons for whatever reason, and Samurai Goro and his gang are trying to take his machine by throwing rocks at him and hope he loses. And he has to dodge them as well, so I guess it's a fair game. The general strategy...
It's not fair.
Yeah, so if you try to boost ahead early, the rubber banding will come into effect, and I think Stingray has essentially infinite energy. So you want to save your energy for the very end, so you can pass him and he doesn't have the time to pass you. There is a technique you can call shift boosting, where if you drive off the edge of the track momentarily and head back, you gain a speed boost, but I assume that's just not very feasible with the wheel.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways you could rebind the keys to make that more doable, but for me, the purity of, you have to drive with the wheel itself to make this really work. Like, showcase it the way I feel like it needs to be. And first try, good.
Nice.
He's weird on normal. Like, the rocks fall in a strange way compared to very hard.
Rocks do a lot of damage if you hit them, but he dealt with that easily.
This is my favorite. Everything that involves like a lot of sharp turns on the wheel is what I feel is the best. Like Ordeal in Grand Prix, serial gaps. This mission is also really, really good for that. We're going to be doing a lot of quick turning, so we're going to be breaking our grip a lot. And ideally, you like quick turn sharply and then put the wheel back to neutral. So there's going to be a lot of like rapid movement.
Well, Chapter 3. Go ahead.
You go ahead.
So Chapter 3 is just a basic race with 11 other AI on a fairly short course with a lot of sharp turns, but the course is wide. And as Spud was alluding to, quick turning is the main way of turning. Once you start learning how to speedrun and go fast in this game, you induce a drift by holding both trigger buttons and turning, and then you release one of them. So if you're turning left, you release the R button and turn left, and that lets you perform a very sharp turn. Inside drift is another good way of explaining this technique. And so this will be a 3-lap race, and she's also hitting these jump panels that gives you a large boost gets you in the air. And what you want to do?
Every time I go over a jump panel, I'm going to be releasing the throttle so my foot comes off the pedal.
Yep, I guess I should briefly explain momentum throttle. Once you're over a certain speed that you gain from boosting, you decelerate at a slower rate by releasing the A button. And the reason she's doing this between boosts is because once you're over a certain speed, 1240 to be exact, when the boost ends, you are locked out of boosting from 1 to 10 frames, starting at 1 frame. So if you can't boost during that period, you'd want to release the A button so the speed you lose between boosts is minimized.
That wall hit was intentional. I was trying to do a rail slide, and it's really hard with the wheel because it's really easy to overshoot the optimal angle. Oh, here we go. It's chapter 4 time.
This is basically the death race of this game.
Yeah, I liken this game to like a fighting game, but it's a racer. There's a lot of stuff that requires kind of like smash attack movement in Smash Bros, where you snap the stick and then you press the button at the same time. There's a couple other more complicated things you have to do with the control stick, but smash attacking is the thing we're going to be doing a lot of here, which is obviously really hard to do with the wheel because there's literal travel to it. You're not moving it an inch, you're moving it like all the way around. I'm going to have to do side attacks and spin attacks to take out 30 dudes before the time. Where's my pedal? There it is.
Oh.
Nope. Hello?
Is it work? Oh,
Please
it's
go.
gone.
Weird.
So you're going up against Michael Chain's gang. So 29 other opponents in general. The objective is to defeat Michael Chain and finish in first place. So if you defeat Michael Chain but somebody else finishes ahead, you just lose. So, I mean, generally you want to take out all the other opponents at the same time. There are two main ways of trying to take out opponents. One is spin attacking, as demonstrated just there. You're invulnerable during this period, and so are the AI opponents that will also spin attack against you. It does less damage compared to side attacks, but in this chapter, in this difficulty, it's more than enough to take them out in 1 or 2 attacks. And side attacking is where you have to turn and press the side attack button to activate. It does more damage if you hit it cleanly, but as Spud alluded to, it's much more difficult with the wheel due to the less intuitive controls.
Yeah, the default way you do side attacks, I believe, is to double click. If you have AX controls on, you double tap the paddles on the back of the machine, which is how you do it in F-Zero X. And it's nice on X because those buttons are digital on an N64 controller, but on a GameCube controller and on this wheel, we have analog triggers. So a lot harder to double tap when you don't fully let go of the button every time.
All right,
this
so
is really
once Spud takes out that final opponent other than Chain, he will intentionally slow down and try to take you out. And now they're just Beyblading until there's one survivor.
Come on. There we go.
With plenty of space to spare. Nice job.
Still can't get that sub 2. This mission is really hard on the wheel.
Yeah, this and hard and very hard with the steering wheel will be nightmarish, I imagine.
I think that mission's one of the ones I'm most afraid of on very hard and hard.
Because
the HP of the machines get higher.
It takes several spin attacks just to take out one, so yeah, that adds to the challenge. Alright, so we have Chapter 5. Black Shadow destroyed a power plant, and he needs to save Jody right now. And the building is going to explode in 50 seconds, with the gates ahead closing. And so this is the chapter where you just boost, and you want to collect these green capsules that refills your energy. The amount of energy refill changes based on difficulty, so it's very generous in normal, and you can afford to skip 2 or 3 of them at least and still be good on energy until the end. Oops.
No, there's so
Philip.
much time on normal. We finished this in like 37-ish seconds on very hard, and it's the same distance, so we have so much time.
Yep, the paths the gate provides for you is the same every time, and you jump through this ramp and clear the final gate that way in style.
Yeah, I mentioned the controls, for like default controls for the wheel are bad. Normally they want you to have the D-pad, which is a tiny little thing about the size of the GameCube D-pad on the left. They want you to use that to pitch up and down when you're in midair, which is useful on the end of that mission. But they also put the camera controls on right and left D-pad, and if you're trying to like specifically hit only up or down on the D-pad while spinning the wheel, it's so hard. It's completely unusable. The amount of times I went into first person before I changed it.
Alright. So chapter 6 here, we've got 3 more after this. So Black Shadow and Bloodhawk attach a bomb to the machine, and you need to stay above a certain speed. The moment you go under the speed, you lose. The Captain Falcon's just dead, and so is the Blue Falcon. This is basically an endurance sort of challenge. It'll take close to 3 minutes to go through this course. And for some reason, there are buses and cars traveling along it. I mean, I imagine this was a former circuit used because it's incredibly curvy. It makes no sense otherwise to be used by the public.
It's like the Nürburgring in Germany.
I guess. But it's above the ocean with no apparent destination.
In the middle of like a power generation plant. It's perfect sense.
Like, where are the exits? Or, yeah. There's none of that there. But don't think about it too hard, of course. It's just a fun game. And, like, why didn't they just make the bomb go off on its own? So they must have given him some sort of demand. But they didn't explain that very well if they did.
What I'm hearing is Nintendo needs to make slalom course F-Zero, like slalom F-Zero courses in the next F-Zero race like they have in the new Mario Karts, or it's just one big lap.
Yeah, more of that you can, race on and have it be tracked, as would be cool. And another thing I haven't mentioned yet is the camera works slightly differently. So if you perform a drift, for most machines when you're playing with a controller, the camera just stays the same, but when you drift with a steering wheel, the camera will stay locked behind the machine, the rear of the machine. So you'll see this camera moving sideways whenever Bud does a drift or an MTS. And there just now, she just had to boost through the dirt, because the dirt zones cost you a lot of speed. And when boosting... Oh, yeah, that was a close call. You don't lose any speed at all when boosting through dirt like that.
Yeah,
so that's
boosting
why,
and emptying.
Yes.
So if I let go, the dirt doesn't do anything specifically to me. It's just the normal amount of speed loss.
Yep. Pretty sure it's less than holding A. Good job, you survived.
All right. Now it's time for Chapter 7, which actually isn't that bad on normal. I say that as somebody who really struggled the first time I played this game.
Yeah, the final 3 chapters are all played on 3-lap or more courses, depending on the difficulty. And the courses aren't very straightforward. So this is the Grand Prix where Falcon's trying to win the championship. And you guys know that on very hard, the AI is notoriously difficult for Black Bull and Bloodhawk. So yeah, that was a fire zone there just now. Run over it, you steadily lose energy. And there are some sharp turns here and there, and it's fairly narrow, so it's a pretty crowded course to race on. You can fall off there if you aren't careful.
I love the sound of the wheel when you like land from a dive. After the little jump, like you can hear the wheel just going. Brrr. It's so cool. Oh my, that actually worked.
Yeah, I heard that as well just now. And Spud hit just some mines just now. Ah. You've got to be very careful on this course. And at the end of the lap there are some mines you can hit. If you hit it pretty on the center, you gain a lot of speed. But it does cost you a lot of energy, about 17% for Blue Falcon. And during these races, in GP mode anywhere, there are certain CPU that are aggressive that will spin attack on occasion if you approach it or any of the AI racers.
Okay, let's just try not to hit the ice this time. Hello.
Oh, that hurt. That hurt a lot.
It's fine. They're very slow on normal. One thing that's really difficult to do with the wheel is returning the steering to neutral. On a stick, you just let go of it. On a controller, you just let go of the stick and it's in neutral. With a wheel, you have to physically put the wheel back into neutral, which is important for a couple things, but most notably, it's really, really hard to get to neutral like off of a jump. Because if you're not in a neutral state when you're in the air in this game, you just fall like a rock. And like Serial Gaps was one of the courses I named earlier, is one of the most fun ones to do, and it's because there's a lot of like throwing the wheel left and right and then having to find the neutral for all the jumps so you don't die.
All right, first
Who's
place
in first?
Right?
Why is the skull in first?
I think they just want to be close to you for whatever reason. They should stop boosting at the end.
Yeah,
Black
should.
Shadow wasn't having that.
Oops, that's the settings. Let's keep going. There we go. Put me back in.
Even on very hard, they could stop boosting at the end, but the RNG wasn't with you that time.
I think it has to do with the same reason why like you can't just boost all of your boost away at the end of chapter 2. Like you have to wait, because if you do it too early, Goro will start to rubber band and catch you even though you're full boosting. And I think Black Shadow might have been in a state where he was so far behind when I started getting past him that
Perhaps.
he entered the rubber band early. Ideally, you just go faster than these guys and they can't catch you, but it's really hard with any kind of like advanced tech on the wheel.
Yeah, the wheel is clearly a big handicap for anyone. I don't think anyone has completely beaten the game with it, as far as I know.
And there's a lap like attachment so you can mount it. Like you like sit on a little bar and it mounts to that, so you put it under your legs and you could play it on the couch. It's probably even worse.
Does the wheel revert to the neutral position on its own?
Naturally, no.
No.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, that's...
No, it kind of does, but not in any meaningful way. It is easier to do some things if you disable the force feedback, because I am fighting the servo a little bit in here, but some things I do like having the extra resistance because it makes the turning a little more like solid. I think we're fine this time. I think we're fine
Real
this time,
side? No.
buddy.
Wow. This game just hates you right now.
He's so fast. He's never done this before. He's never been this rude.
Black Shadow is also a pretty strong CPU opponent in Grand Prix mode.
And they just had to make one of the best machines cheat.
Yep. And one of the few machines that gains a good amount of speed whenever it turns. If it loses grip, it does its own quick turn, and it's the basis for the snaking technique, where you just turn left and right with the triggers in sync, and you just gain speed that way.
I'm not sure if I should even be trying to knock these guys out because they're causing so many problems today.
Yeah, I think they're both one-shottable and normal. And use a few boosts here to gain some ground. Oh,
That was a good turn.
yeah. Full energy. Good position right now. Oh yeah, this blue zone on the left, it reduces your grip drastically, so that's why I was being very careful through that section, and can definitely cause some deaths.
Decent
Good
turn.
enough.
All right, there's no way you win this time. I'm going so fast.
Okay, you're good this
Yeah,
time.
there we go.
Took a few tries, but nice.
Okay, it's easy. Yeah, easy from here on out.
Although this and Chapter 9 has its own challenges that can catch you off guard. So right now, Captain Falgaster Race Deathborn is trying to destroy the universe by combining the powers of the light and dark championship belts.
As you do.
Yeah, dark and light just makes sense, right? So this course is very dangerous. It's narrow for most of it. There are several mines that you can take advantage of, but they can also kill you by going over the wall. And all the walls and the ceilings kill you instantly too, so yeah, very ruthless course.
I got a shift boost. Let's go.
Very nice. You can also get shift boost off the on track by very briefly catching air and landing it again. If you do it just right, you gain speed. A lot of shot.
A lot of dirt. Yeah. A lot of drifting here. Oh, we did pretty good. I've almost finished first lap ahead of him a handful of times, so this is really good.
Yeah. Normally Deathborn would attack you, and it's the only CPU that does side attacks against you, but he was very generous that time, it seems. And there's a fire zone that saps your energy, so you can easily run out and lose the run that way. And the Chapter 8 course is is the only course that has like different configurations in single player mode, and that's with a different amount of mines for each difficulty. On normal there are 14 mines, hard 19.
Oh, darn.
And yeah, that's what
Too
happens.
much boosting.
Yep. And very hard has 26 mines. I counted before this run.
I've counted them too, one at a time, running into them and killing my run.
Good speed there. Yeah, if you can chain.
Immediately lose hill.
Yeah. Yeah, chaining mine boost gives you a ton of speed. Like the best players in the world can get incredibly fast speeds, like nearly 2,000 potentially, if you chain mine boost with momentum throttling.
And like, it doesn't happen every time, so you gotta be ready for the time that it is.
Yep.
Reaction time is very important in this game.
Nice.
There it is
fifth
again.
boost there.
The amount of energy you refill is based on how long you spend in the strip. So if I'm really hurting for energy, I don't want to be boosting before I hit it. Like, here I want more. Ooh, not again.
Gotta be real careful now. Yeah, so for anybody struggling to beat this chapter, a good strategy is to clear as many mines as you can on lap 1 without costing you too much time. So that'll clear the way for you in the boost laps.
Here we go.
All right, 8 down, 1 to go. And Deathborn dies there. Question mark?
So long, buddy. Time for Rainbow Road. That's the last part of every, Grand Prix, right?
Exactly. Called Phantom Road in this game. He is going against the creators of the universe and wants to steal his body for their own purposes. What mean dudes? Very mean.
Everybody wants to steal Captain Falcon's ride, body, everything. He's just going through it. It's like, it all feels like it happens in the span of a weekend, too. It's just like one thing after the other.
Captain Falcon's wild ride.
And then he just, like, leaves afterwards. He's just like, yeah, that's another day in the office.
So in this chapter, you're racing against a staff ghost, transparent opponent that doesn't have any collision. The main gimmick of this course is the lack of walls, and the top players can abuse this fact by performing shift boosts pretty much everywhere. You can gain well over 2,000, and there's a skip here where you just skip this corner and land right about here from that large hill and jump before. It's all about staying on course, using boost when the time is right, and generally you want to set it to max speed due to the higher top speed that provides. But if you struggle with the sharp turns here, which most players do initially, especially with the steering wheel, then you can lower your settings a bit to help with that and still do well.
Yeah, the thing that really made this game, what made me understand how the game works is forcibly losing your grip. Oh, darn. Is way preferable to taking a turn and assuming you're going to keep it and then losing it when you don't want to. So, like, all of those turns I take drifts around is not just because, like, the drift helps me with the angle. It prevents me from losing my grip when I don't want to. So I take the turn basically the same way every time instead of gambling.
Mm-hmm.
And that helps a lot with the wheel because trying to make sure you're holding the exact angle every time is difficult.
A basic turn. Go ahead.
One thing the wheel is really good at is holding like angles. On a controller, it's kind of a pain to like hold the same angle for a long time. But the wheel, you kind of keep your whole body locked and it's just there. You take the turn. Like the turn in Chapter 6 is really easy because where it gets really skinny, you just keep holding the same angle. Whereas on controller, I find it actually more difficult.
One type of turn, basic to have explain it, is the slide or strafe turn. So you can press L or R to perform a strafe, which shifts your machine to the left or right without rotating your machine. You can combine that with a turn to do a slightly sharper turn with no risk of losing your grip. But it does cost you some speed, so it's used sparingly by higher level players. And
yeah, like doing fancy turns around all these corners on this map make you go a lot faster than the way I'm keeping it safe here.
And the thing.
Oh, I have boost. I'm not paying attention.
Yeah, I thought you were just playing it safe with the jump at least, but. So another thing I should briefly explain that is, if you gain speed through boosting and turn, that runs to the risk of breaking your traction. So that's something you have to be careful of when trying to go fast.
Time is at the end of this course, man.
And this is a very mean blind turn with that camera, at least.
Oh, I missed it again.
Kind of tough to spot your landing with
This
that
time for
camera. Yeah. You got this.
Oh, fun fact, the like any input in this game can be bound to an analog button, and for a lot of stuff, I like brake maybe. I don't know what brake does if you bind it, but like boost is just a button press. You don't have to hold down the boost the whole time, and the harder you press the button doesn't actually matter.
Right.
Shoutouts to the PS2, which have pressure-sensitive buttons. Absolutely awful for racing games where you have to hold X the whole time.
Yeah.
Ask me about how I know. The accelerator in this game is analog, but that is bound to the A button by default. But I have a pedal, which is, a whole thing, so I can like let off the pedal a little bit, and like the little light behind the machine gets a little bit different. It fades away a bit, which is interesting. And an optimal strat for going as slow as possible in Chapter 6 is binding it to an analog button. And I don't know if it's an issue with everybody who would play this game. With the pedals are really hard on your feet. Like if you try to drive like you would drive a motor vehicle, then like bending at the ankle to do MTs and stuff repeatedly, oh god, I can't stay on the track. The like actuating my foot into the pedal repeatedly is just, it wears it out. So I'm kind of moving my whole foot and stomping on the pedal every time I need to take it off and put it back on again, which is surprisingly less tiring.
All I'm saying is you might be like beefing this a little bit, but it is still like super impressive. I like cannot even fathom playing this game like on a steering wheel. Like I've played AX and that is like impossible.
This course took me hours the first time I played it, even on normal. Like the layout doesn't change on normal to hard to very hard. It's just the speed of the staff ghost, and staying on the track is really the hardest part. And it took me so long to beat this on controller, and now we're doing it on the wheel.
Yeah, not to like out myself as like a traitor to the dopeness that is F-Zero, but I usually play like a different anti-grav racer series. Like I usually play Wipeout, and it is like I don't think like if you gave me a steering wheel controller, I could even like beat the game. So this is just super impressive.
Yeah, I still need to try Wipeout. I'm gonna try for a smaller dive. Hopefully we get a little bit of one. There we go.
Nice mini dive. And the devs are pretty evil for this very narrow refill section. Along some turns. Just on very hard, that can cost you if you don't get enough energy.
Yeah, without the dives, the staff ghost is really hard to beat. Just using as much boost as you have, because it's... I don't know if it does any kind of dives, but it's pretty darn optimal with its racing line and otherwise. Although it doesn't use max speed settings, right?
On very hard, I think it's about 90 or so. We haven't... Well, we can verify it, but it'll just take some time. Alright, just a couple more turns, and then we have time.
And time.
There we go. Nice job.
GG's.
GG.
That's such a shoulder workout. Like, not just turning the wheel, but sitting in the position so that you can turn the wheel. Oh, stretch after that.
Yeah, that is super impressive. I can't believe you're gonna be like the strongest GDQ runner of all time now because of this tactile steering wheel.
Who needs the gym? We've got like this is a workout on its own.
Racing is a sport.
That was super impressive. Where can everyone find you and more racing the wheel action, I guess?
Elite_Spud is the name of the channel in twitch.tv, and I stream this, I stream Luigi's Mansion, I stream all kinds of other stuff. I'm playing Bioshock right now, and a whole gaggle of other things, including community days and charity of things, and lots of GDQ Hotfix as of late, and other marathons. We're doing more F-Zero in a week, so if you really like it, I'll probably keep practicing. Not with the wheel, so a little more advanced tech.
Yeah, and AKC, what about you? Where can everyone find you?
My Twitch is AKC_12. You can find me on Twitter, Blue Sky, Discord, all AKC12 with an underscore somewhere, depending on the platform. I'm on the F-Zero Nexus Discord a lot, where I'm a mod and just share my love for the game and play every now and then.
Yeah, absolutely. Check everyone out. Please follow them on Twitch. F-Zero is super cool, and I'm super happy to have hosted this showcase. It is absolutely fantastic. But if you like, some of the tunes, some of the soundtrack from F-Zero, stay tuned because in just a few minutes we're going to be getting our first rhythm game showcase of this event. So you do not want to miss that. Like I said, we're going to be back in just a few minutes. So get up, hydrate a little bit, stretch a little bit, de-shrimpify, and then come back. And we're going to be having some Muse Dash on with Soulmass. We'll see you then. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Non-Binary Day celebration here on Games Done Quick Hotfix. And before we get started, I just want to say, in the call right now, there are 2 other Binary Breakers admins. And I know that the showcase is going to be super dope. And I know you're going to want to stick around the whole time. But like I said before, I want to get ahead on this. So just, Breakers mentioned. Yes, we're all 3 of us on stream right now are Binary Breakers admins. So I just wanted to mention that real quick before we get started. But Soulmass, feel free to take it away.
Hello, everybody. I am Soulmass218, and I will be playing for you today Muse Dash. Muse Dash is a 2-lane rhythm game that's been out for 7 years recently. They celebrated their anniversary. And I have with me a good friend, Big Scared, on commentary. Big, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hey, hi, hello, I'm Big Scared. I'm a queer writercaster here on Twitch. Play a lot of scary games, but I also love this game. And so I'm very pumped to be here and talk about dashing our muses together.
Well, this game gets scary, the difficulty level is high enough.
It's true.
Yes.
If you play enough, it becomes a horror game.
So yes, we're going to actually be playing some of those scary ones because this is a master showcase. Anybody familiar with rhythm games will know that there's varying difficulty levels. In Muse Dash, you have easy, hard, and master tracks. And we are going to be playing the master tracks. I'm going to start with a master 8, and we'll finish up with a master 12, which is the hardest difficulty in the game. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get this started. I'm going to lock in and let my commentators take care of this. I will give a countdown. Let me get over to the right song first. All right. And we're going to get started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Gaming. Right off the bat, I want to acknowledge all the love for Dr. Page, which is being referred to as Dr. Chicken, aka Big Gender. That is one of the many collaborations in Muse Dash. Because Muse Dash is so rapidly and ravenously updated, it collabs with all sorts of different franchises. So there's Rhythm Doctor, there's Toho, there is Cetus, there is Groove Coaster. There's all sorts of different collaborations in this game. This particular song is just very fun. It is a nice warm-up, and it's going to set the tone for the vibe today.
Yeah, I feel like with Muse Dash, there like no two showcases are the same because there's so many songs in this game. Like there's so many songs, and I'm like not exaggerating. There was a different time where I've done a showcase with Big on commentary as well, and the set list was pretty much had no overlap. It is just completely different genres of music that are going to be showcased now. It's so cool.
And for such a low cost starting point, the base game has hundreds of songs to start with, and then when you buy the expansion pack, it adds in many hundreds of songs. I don't want to use the word thousands because that might be misleading, but there are many hundreds of songs just in this game. And that doesn't even take into account all of the fan-created content, all of the unique content, all of the custom tracks that can be added to this game if you are adventurous in that respect.
Yeah, if you're curious,
who
there's
are
87 packs right now in the game.
Yeah, there's 87 different packs. And each one has between 6 and 8 songs. And so just an absolute plethora of genres and types. There are some frequent flyers we'll be talking about throughout the run. Nanahira is a very popular vocalist. Artists like Noma and Topazolite have many tracks. So we'll be getting to that as we go. And just effortlessly flying through this level 8, which, if you're not familiar with this game, level 8 is not easy. It is a challenging point to start a showcase with. GG, well done.
GG, well done. There's only a couple misses, right? Yeah, that was only 4. That is like still super good.
Yeah.
And good accuracy on that as well.
I'm always stoked when I see the S pop up. I'm like, yes, you did that.
Yeah, now we're getting into a 9, correct?
Yes, Satellite is a 9.
A little bit harder.
Yes. But that being said, because there are so many packs and so many updates that have happened over time, I do want to point out that the difficulty ranking for this game has a lot of variance within numbers, to the point where sometimes a 9 can be charted at a difficulty that's actually closer to a 10. Sometimes it can be charted at a difficulty that's closer to a 7. Satellite, as a newer release, is a very challenging one, and so this is the top end of the 9s. I consider this an unofficial 10. It is very spicy.
Yeah, I'm looking at this right now. There's a lot of, like, if you're familiar with DDR, like gallop patterns, which is just doing like 2 16th notes in a row. So you'd have like that da-da pattern, which is almost like a horse galloping, right? That is a challenging pattern to do, especially like on a keyboard with your fingers. And it is just everywhere. That mixed in with actual like runs where you're just going to be doing a lot of 16th notes, where it's like da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That is very difficult to do. And Soul Mass is absolutely just crushing it right now.
Yeah, and the way that it alternates between the doubles and the triples for the gallops can make this one in particular really challenging, especially with the patterns of the saw placement here that you have to navigate around. So you definitely don't want to over input on those, even though this game doesn't necessarily punish you for that. So, super, super cool track. I love the alternating syncopations here.
Yeah, this, like many other rhythm games, lets you cheat, kind of. In those gallop patterns where Soul Mass would have to go between the bottom lane and the top lane, one thing that they were doing was kind of barely offsetting both fingers. So you can kind of almost just double click, but barely just not, so you can hit both, and accuracy will still be good enough to just count both of those as perfects sometimes. Like pretty much anything you can do to kind of optimize the movement on your fingers is going to be a welcome addition to this showcase. It like can help a lot.
Absolutely. GG, very well done.
3 misses on that was really good. Big ups on that.
Yeah, that's That's ridiculously skilled gameplay right there. But now we're going to go into true spice territory. We're in the 10s with abatement here. Our next 3 tracks are going to be difficulty rank 10, which for a while was the most difficult point in the game. And then they started adding in 11s and then also 12s. So
yeah, there's a lot of skill creep in the difficulties.
Yeah, we're going to see some real variance here in what that interpretation of a 10 can mean and what that interpretation of an 11 can mean. And we're also going to see the pace feverishly added up here. For those of you who've never played Muse Dash, maybe you are not aware that you can have up to 8 simultaneous inputs mapped for this game. And so this is not simply a 2-finger situation, right? You can configure this to be however works best for your ergonomic setup. You can put top lane on left and right and vice versa. I know Limey's setup is very different from the way that I do it and very different from the way Soulmass does it. And so this is a highly adaptable game that likes to work with you around how you set up your inputs.
Yeah, how do you have your inputs, out of curiosity?
I have vanilla inputs. I'm FDAS on left, JKL semicolon on right. And
Okay.
I suffer because it makes it really challenging to hit those Gemini notes.
Yeah.
But I can do the really fast-paced runs in a way that doesn't upset my hands as much.
Yeah, I have almost like a hybrid of that where I use DF, J, and K, and the outer ones are for the lower lane, and the inner ones are for the like higher lanes. But above that, on E, R, U, and I have the same thing, but the opposite. So I'm able to just to do strings of 4 really easily.
Yeah. I've heard of people doing just like FDS and JKL as normal and then having Q and P as Gemini keys. I've seen people play this on a controller where the entire left side is mapped to top and the entire right side is mapped to bottom. And I've seen people play this one-handed, which is...
That's interesting. I wouldn't do it, but that's interesting.
Yeah, I've seen people do it. It is a wild experience, Muse Dash.
One-handed sounds cursed.
Yes. I see the question, what's a Gemini key? So you might notice that there are occasionally notes coming down the track, both on the top and the bottom at the same time. Those are Gemini notes. A Gemini key would be a key set up on one side of your keyboard. So, for example, if I'm doing F, D, and S as my left channels, and I set E to the bottom channel instead of the top, that would be a Gemini key. So it would be a key specifically to help with those double inputs.
Yeah, this chart is really fast. It's faster than our last couple, and it is just really difficult to read, and it punishes you a lot for like over-clicking, which not many charts in this game actually do. And also, those notes with like the stars and the hammers, you have to click the same button twice, basically. So you have to hit 2 separate lower lane keys at the same time, which can be really challenging sometimes.
Yeah, this track in particular is introducing 2 new mechanics that we haven't seen so far on the showcase. First is these visual effects that you have to navigate on hammer inputs. And so there's the visual disturbance that are timed in there, but then there's also the double notes that Limey mentioned, which can sometimes be very easy to perceive, where they overlap 2 very different things you have to knock back at the same time. Sometimes they can sneak one of those ghost notes that fade away behind the other input, and you still have to do both inputs on the same track simultaneously. You'll also notice that there are layered notes on top of the held notes here, where you have to do an additional input on top of holding it on that same channel. So the challenge of the 10 here becomes really complex when you think about all these different layered mechanics on top of each other. I do also want to point out that if these visual effects are upsetting you or disturbing you, take caution, because some of the tracks as we go further into the showcase are going to have more visual disturbances as we go.
As a match BP player, I know nothing about visual disturbance, right?
I would know nothing about flashing lights and jump scares as a horror gamer either.
And I would know nothing about Binary Breakers, right? Which is a community for non-binary competitive gamers, right? Also, that was an FC.
Goodness. That was so incredible. Cool. Incredible. All right, we're going into our last 10. So this is going to be the other side of the 10 skill gap before we move into the 11s. This one I just think is just a very fun song, but it's also a little bit cursed. I don't know why. Something about this with the hammers coming down at the specific beats they do is just very hard for my brain to compute. So every time Lux does this one, I'm thrown. It's so cool. I also want to point out that much like Guitar Hero, there is fever time in this game. If you've noticed the top and the bottom screen go rainbow with the Nyan Cats, that is the fever mode. Different muses in this game have different ways they utilize that fever time. It can also be manually activated. I believe Soulmass has it set to be automatic, so whenever the bar fills, it just automatically activates fever, and then they get their bonus points or their accuracy improvement or whichever power they have set up with their particular setup. That being said, Dr. Page does give a small health regeneration if you get a certain number of perfects. So you might notice that there is a small green animation around them every time they get a certain number of perfects. That's the heal and health restoration. The woman in black is a accuracy improving muse. She's for marathon safety. So there are some very cool combinations of powers you can get in this game. If you are interested in checking them out, I thoroughly encourage you to explore those. It's some really cool things you can do. That particular section of the song is so challenging. This whole finale, incredible work, GG. And a new bed? We are gaming.
Chat, we got to get some energy for the up score on the Rhythm Game Showcase.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, gamers, I mentioned that there is tracks with more visual effects that are more cursed. This is Cubibibism. It's our first 11. This track is a lot. I expect you to get hype and pump us up because we're gonna need it.
The visual effects here are so trippy.
It's a lot. It's the way that the background resets position. I'm just like, oh, here we go. Here we go. Now we're gaming. Now, folks who are joining us and watching these very cool visual effects might be wondering what this game is capable of. Let me tell you, there are so many different exciting little nuggets of programming you can find in this game. There are mini games embedded into it that are like Simon Says. There are sections that are memorization based where they will show you the track and then take away everything, and you got to still get all those inputs perfectly. Various fade and scrubbing effects like we can see in this track. Strobing is one that's very persistent. And then one that I think is really underutilized where they just make the entire game 8-bit and 16-bit. Just pixelate it all. It's so cool. Is this base game or DLC 2? This showcase includes the DLC. So this has expansion packs in it, yes. Not all of these tracks are going to be in the default music pack, so if you're curious what's going on with that, I encourage you to look into what's available if you're interested in picking up the game. I also want to point out that there's an entire alternate gameplay mode, which is my specialty for this. I play the Danmaku or Toho gameplay, which instead of hitting the notes, you would have to dodge them. It's an entirely different skill set and just wildly impressive that they put all of this in a game that starts at $3. Gaming. Absolutely gaming.
A song was added in the recent update for 7th anniversary, and it is very hard.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah, I don't recognize this one. I was gonna ask how new it was.
It's brand new, most recent update. This next one, Pupa, though, is not a new track. It's been around for quite some time, and let me tell you, this is my white whale. For the longest time, I could not beat this track. And so the fact that Soulmass is going to absolutely devastate it with a high level of precision, I want you all to buckle up because we are about to game so hard. Lemmy, I'm curious, which song is your white whale? Which one was holding you up for a long time?
I'm like thinking about it. I don't know if I have had any ones that have like eluded me for that long, but probably like the Exodus Hidden track. That took me a while to actually like beat without Dr. Page.
That one's really hard.
Yeah.
It's this section for me. It's the mismatched syncopations that are both somehow on beat. Absolutely thrilling to watch this combo go up.
Yeah, like doing like individual patterns, like isolated patterns on different hands is really difficult, and especially in a situation like that where a lot of players are going to be using multiple fingers on each side. It's going to be really, really difficult to like actually get that every time, and like even do that with like a high level of accuracy, like Lux just did. And then this is just like a weird broken stream with like the saw blades. This is like so rough to read. I remember the first time I got here, I just like was just in like panic struggle mode.
Yeah. There's a point where you get to the saw blades and you're like, oh no, and then it just keeps going and you're like, ah. So the fact that, it just keeps going. And this is the spirit of Muse Dash here. The ceiling of this game relies on such a high skill level that like there are so many challenges built into this that even when you start to get good at the game, there will still be things that will challenge you built into it.
Yeah, like I think I'm very, very good at this game, and I still get tripped up with a lot of just like random new charts that they add. This game's super difficult.
Another new best? Let's go! 2 in a row? Absolutely gaming.
I'm a big fan of whatever this is.
Climax, yeah. This is one of the bangers ever by one of my favorite artists in the game. I love Usao. It's so good.
Yeah, this was added in like the Chuni pack, right? Yeah, this is super cool if you've never seen it. The way they like got a lot of the same energy from the Chuditham chart and like kind of put it into this game is like super cool.
I see some love for the Arknights splash image that came up. Yes, there are Arknights collaborations. I mentioned that there are different muses you can play as. Let me tell you about some of them. You can play as Navigator Yume from Groove Coaster. You can play as streamer Neko from Cetus. You can play as Hatsune Miku or Ren and Lin. You can play as 2 different Toho characters. You can play as an Arknights character. They have Neon Abyss Elfins, as well as Dr. Page from Rhythm Doctor. There are so many cool crossover content pieces here.
Yeah, I heard someone say once that this is actually just the like Dead Cells of rhythm games, where it just like has every collaboration like in the book.
Yeah, it's giving Fortnite, but for rhythm games.
Yeah.
And those collaborations go both ways, right? Like, these games also have Muse Dash content in their game. So it's a very collaborative, loving sort of experience. And for those of you that have, like, the Just As Planned DLC pack or the Muse Dash Plus pack, most of these things just get added in for free. It's just built into the DLC price. I also want to point out that this is not a PC exclusive. This game is also on the Nintendo Switch, and it's also on phone. So if you're an Android or Apple user, you can play Muse Dash on your phone.
I've actually played Muse Dash on the go, like on my phone, and it is a really, really different experience. But like, it's there if I'm like really fiending.
Yeah. And when you have games on your phone and you bust out Muse Dash, that's how I know you're the premium gamer. I respect you infinitely. Wildly impressive. Nice score. All right, this is our final 11, our penultimate song of the showcase, Ouroboros, not to be confused with Ouroboros, which is a different track in the game. I know, it be like that sometimes. This one is one of my favorite 11s because this defies the genre expectations. You think Muse Dash is going to be mostly synth. This is mostly an orchestral rock piece. And so as far as like the versatility of what music you can expect, this is a really cool sample of what you can see in the game. So cool. I also want to talk real briefly about the various communities that are associated with Muse Dash because this is a widely beloved game. There's an entire speedrunning community for this game where we do different difficulty rankings and we challenge ourselves to complete a set number of tracks quickly. These are dynamic categories that change every update, so it's always a hot new leaderboard score when a new music pack drops. There's a modding community that is all about making and implementing custom content to the game that includes different Muse abilities, different tracks, different visual effects. There are custom tracks with up to 4 channels in this game. It's wild. And this game also has Archipelago support. And so if you're into multi-worlds and those sort of async collaborative streaming and gaming experiences, Muse Dash has that covered for you as well. This is such a cool game. Please check it out if you have not checked it out yet. It has something for everyone in it.
The modding scene in this game is like super huge. Like they have like custom like chart competitions and stuff. It is so cool.
These runs are so spicy. Chat, I need you to know that I'm holding my face with both hands because I'm overwhelmed watching this gameplay. It's so spicy. That was so good, gamer.
You got one more.
Yeah. Do you want to talk a little bit why you picked this 12 out of all the other ones?
So I picked this 12 because it's probably one of the hardest tracks in the game that I could personally find for me. And it's a hidden 12, of course. It's a hidden 12, of course.
Yeah. All the 12s are hidden. So the fun thing about this game is it likes to tell you that 11 is the hardest. But then they'll do this thing where it's like, oh, if you click on the difficulty, you can make it harder. If you draw an X on it with your mouse, if you spin real good.
Yeah, and
so
Big
there
isn't
are
even
these-
like being facetious. That these are just like requirements that you have to do.
Yeah, that's literally the mechanic for unlocking the song. And so it's like you do the silly little thing that the game asks you to do, and it rewards you with an even harder track that is built into the game. And so 12 is the new actual difficulty ceiling for the actual experience of Muse Dash, even though some custom tracks can go up to 14. 12 is a deceptive number because look at it. Just look at it. And every 12 is completely different beasts, a completely different challenge. There are some that are focused on dodging. There are some that are focused on precision. This one has a little bit of everything. But the thing that marks the 12 is really the endurance challenge of it. They're going to hit you with so many things to deal with that it's going to be physically and mentally draining for you. So having this be our finale for the showcase is wildly impressive.
Yeah, after basically a half hour of just doing really, really, really hard rhythm gaming, we're ending with an endurance challenge on top of that.
Yeah. And look at that combo. I absolutely blown away. The double notes with the doubles and the triplets on top of it. And the ghosts. Disgusting. And the runs on top of the health notes, disgusting. This is so good.
This part is evil. Basically, just the game taking one of your hands out of commission while you have to one-hand the actual notes that are coming through the lanes.
Yeah.
And that is
Absolutely
time.
gaming. And a new
And an up
best.
score. That's huge. Only 5 misses. That is absurd.
I want to give you the biggest cookie for that 800 plus combo you had rocking on that. Just absolutely obscene.
Yeah, that was almost 900. Wow.
Yes, thank you so much. That is time. Thank you everyone for hanging out while I was playing some Muse Dash for you. I hope you enjoyed the game. I heard Big doing some shout outs during the run, but I do also want to shout out again the Muse Dash speedrunning community. I also want to shout out the Muse Dash modding community. There's some really cool mods for this game to make it even harder. So if you want to see even harder Muse Dash, you can add that to the game. And also, I want to give a big old shout out to the Binary Breakers. Binary Breakers mentioned, thank you all for being an amazing community. And thank you so much for GDQ for having this amazing showcase this weekend. Happy International Non-Binary Peoples Weekend. Everybody, have a good rest of your day and enjoy the rest of the runs. Bye.
Thank you so much for showcasing that. We're going to be getting into kind of another scary game, but in a different way. We're going to be getting into Silent Hill 2 with Nerd Squared. So if you're a big fan of the horror speedruns and all of that good stuff, you know, hang around for just a few more minutes. We're going to be back. So get up, get a snack, stretch, de-shrimpify yourself, all of that good stuff, and come back in just a few minutes. And we're going to be getting into a completely different genre of game. We'll see you there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the International Non-Binary Day celebration here on GDQ Hotfix. I, unfortunately, am not going to be around all day, but I at least am happy that I get to host this one last run before I go. I'm super excited to be watching this New Game Plus run of Silent Hill 2 done by Nerd Squared, if you'd like to take it away.
Mm. Hi, thank you, Limey. Hey, I am Nerd Squared. Usually the resident mascot horror person at GDQ. In fact, I just ran Finding Frankie at SGQ. We're doing some like actual proper horror today with the Silent Hill 2 remake. Very excited to show this off because like this run that you're about to see, it went through a lot of tech revisions over the past few months, and this is kind of the culmination of that. Of course, we're playing on New Game Plus. So we're going to go ahead and select that. Combat challenge doesn't really matter, so I just go ahead and pick light. And puzzle challenge doesn't really matter either. There's like a slight time save maybe if you play on like light or standard versus hard, but I'm going with hard because that's what my muscle memory is used to. And get to play around with some skins. I'm going to go ahead with the Pizza Box Pyramid Head because it's hilarious. And yeah. We're going to go ahead and get right into the game. Time starts as soon as I get out of this cutscene at the start here after I skip it. Open the fastest screen, skip the cutscene, and start. Alrighty, so I mentioned earlier at the start, this run has changed a lot. What exactly has changed? And I think the best explanation to lead into that is actually kind of an age-old question that a lot of speedrunners get, which is, how do you find some of these glitches that you do in speedruns? And oftentimes the answer that you'll get is, someone found it by accident in their casual playthrough. And that's exactly the case with this game, because back in, I think mid to late March, a user named Akion, or AK Heon, he came into the Discord letting us know, hey, I found this glitch on accident during one of my casual playthroughs. Do you think this could be applicable anywhere? And what Akion found is if you do some sort of animation, like going into the inventory to look at an item, reloading a weapon, or using a healing item even, you do one of those, you quick turn, and then you overlap that animation utilizing the quick turn with a traversal animation, like crawling over a window ledge or going through a crawl space. James will get in this weird state where he ignores gravity, so you don't have to worry about physics or anything like that, at least for the duration of the animation. And you also get no collision. So obviously with something like that being found, it kind of opened the Pandora's box of skips. And to show you just how big of a Pandora's box we opened, the any percent run before this, at least without glitches, was around an hour, 50 minutes, 2 hours. The run's cut in half now, and in some cases cut over half, because that's just how much we can skip now with this tech, which is what we decided to call breakouts. There's going to be quite a lot of skips utilizing the breakout in this run, so be on the lookout for that. That'll be coming around a couple minutes, I think is when our first one is. Before that, though, we're going to pick up the chainsaw. Of course, playing on New Game Plus, so we have access to it. And that little log right there that was lodged into. The chainsaw is our weapon of choice this run. It is easily the most powerful weapon in the game. One-shots pretty much every normal enemy, and for most bosses, it kills them in 4 to 5 hits or something similar. So it's going to allow us to deal with the enemies pretty easily and not have to really worry about managing ammo. Although we really will have to manage ammo a little bit for one particular application of breakouts that we'll see later.
Anyone in here?
For now, though, we just have to go through the intro, how to get this auto parts key to open the gate, so we can actually go to the main town. Obviously, with this being a remake, it changes quite a few things from the original. But they were very faithful in the way that they did that. So there, throughout the town, and really throughout the whole game, there's little nods to the original game that Bloober Team, the developers of this remake, left in. In fact, right there's already one little nod to the original. You might have seen in that little alcove there was a barricaded fence. That's a nod to where, or kind of a replica of where you would pick up the plank and the radio in the OG Silent Hill 2. So it's just, you get little nods like that throughout the game. And in fact, I think there's literally like a collectible you can get in the game involving those flashback spots, I think is what they're actually called. Another thing with the breakouts too that I should mention that honestly makes this run kind of risky nowadays, although it is manageable, is that they do have a bit of a soft lock potential. Because obviously since you have no collision during the breakout, you do have collision once you get out of it. So if the animation you're doing the breakout off of finishes while you're inside of a wall, you are stuck there and cannot recover. So there is a bit of a there is a bit of a process to it to avoid that happening, but once you get the execution down, it's really not too bad. There's thankfully lots of different ways to do all these breakouts, so like the ways that I'm going to be doing them this run, if you watch this run, then go watch someone else's run like Nyedal or Savager or something like that. They may do these breakouts completely differently from what I'm about to do, so even though it is kind of risky, there's like lots of different ways you can mix and match the methods for all these breakouts to find what works for you. So even though it's kind of daunting, it is accessible at the same time, which is pretty cool. Speaking of breakouts, we're going to have our very first one coming up. Normally in this little house coming up, we would get the plank and the radio, but we're going to try skipping that with the breakout. To initiate this one, I'm going to go into the inventory, force James to equip the chainsaw, set right there, and then real quickly do a quick turn and then dodge to the left after initiating the breakout. There we go, so I've initiated the breakout. You can see James is kind of off camera right now because the game thinks he's in the crawl space when he's actually over here. Looks like magic the first time you see it, and that's not the last one. There's going to be a lot more where that came from. So that one was pretty small. That just skipped getting the plank and the radio, the benefits of which I'll explain in a little bit. But there's going to be a much bigger one coming up right here. You can also, in addition to forcing James to equip the chainsaw, force James to put it away and then bring it right back out if he has aggro. So go ahead and open the map right here and then do a quick turn off and bring out the chainsaw. Or not. Okay. Not exactly how I planned to do that, but it still worked out. So that one just skipped a pretty big portion of the intro, even if it didn't seem like it, because I just clipped through one little fence. That avoids a pretty lengthy sequence where you'd have to go into the town and fix the record player to get a key to go through a locked door in the Neely spawn in order to get the apartment's key right there. So we're going to make our way over to the apartments while the storm is raging here. On the way there, though, I'm going to go take a slight detour, because this is New Game Plus, and with New Game Plus, we have access to a couple of extra endings, which are incidentally faster for speedrunning, because they cut out the end game section where you have to fight double pyramid heads and Mary, like you did in the original. So we're going to pick up the first part of the dog key, because the dog ending, everyone's favorite ending in this game, is what we're going to go for. We technically could go for another New Game Plus ending, which I believe is new for the remake, called Bliss, but that hasn't been routed at the moment, unfortunately. So we're going to go with dog ending, because that's just kind of the standard ending we go for New Game Plus runs. I technically could have picked the first part of the dog key up earlier, but it's just a bit more convenient to do so on the way to the apartments, because otherwise I would have had to go way out my way to get it.
Hello?
So apartments is pretty standard. There's not too many huge sequence breaks like what you saw at the start, but there is some like minor traversal shortcuts we can take with the breakouts. We're still gonna get the flashlight and get this key. And we'll go downstairs to meet Laura and try to get the key there. one benefit to skipping the radio and the plank that I did earlier is it actually lets you avoid aggro in some cases, because that's what the radio does. When it buzzes, that's when James gets aggro and starts pulling out his chainsaw. Which is helpful for one particular in the apartments later. Those cards can be kind of annoying because you kind of have to get them into one particular spot before you can climb them and go into the window you're trying to go through. And so there's some cases where you'll be like an inch off and not quite make it. So we'll get the key there. Laura's going to do a bit of trolling, but of course we're going to skip it. So each main area that we go through kind of has one central puzzle with a bunch of other smaller puzzles surrounding it. Of course, classic Silent Hill thing of getting keys to get more keys to eventually get to the end goal. And the main puzzle of this area, the apartments, is going to be to get 3 keys. Or 3 coins, I mean. The man, the woman, and the snake coin. Before we do any of that, though, we have to take a few steps here through the lower parts of the apartments to get our pistol, which is another tool we're going to use to be able to do breakouts. Oh, sorry, not the cough. It's another tool we're going to have in our disposal to do breakouts. And that room right there is a good one of the reasons why I do the radio and plank skip. Because I've had issues in past runs where I would have the radio here, go in that room to pick up the golden doorknob, but then James would pull out his chainsaw because there's an enemy in the hallway nearby. And if you stand idle with the chainsaw out for too long, James has his best cosplay of Leatherface, and it's extremely slow. So thankfully, because of skipping the radio, we get to avoid that happening. Skipping the radio and the plank also just avoids 20 seconds, or saves 20 seconds anyway, as well, because you avoid having to do an enemy encounter. So we'll make our way over here. Finally grab the pistol. And whenever I grab one of these items, you'll oftentimes see me aim with the pistol. That just gets me out of the animation where James puts it in the item he got into his pocket a little early. Saves a minor amount of time. And by getting the pistol, like I said, we have another avenue for breakouts, because I mentioned there's a bunch of animations you can use to initiate a breakout. Weapon reloads are one of those. So it's going to be kind of my main way of doing breakouts throughout the rest of the run. Because like I said, there are other ways to do it, but with the routing being the way it is now, those aren't really feasible here.
Yeah, I have a question. What was that?
What was what?
The thing that you just walked past.
I believe the enemy you're referring to is a lion figure. Yeah, I don't remember the enemy type's name.
That's a figure.
There's like a few I have in my head just from hearing the terminology, but for most of them I don't. I have them memorized.
Yeah, I forgot that this was a horror game until you walked past that guy. And it's like, oh, that's a thing for sure.
Yeah, enemies in this game can be kind of aggressive. It's not as much of a problem in the route anymore because of the amount of stuff that we skip, but it does come into play in the apartments a little bit. So you have to dodge out of the way just when they get off screen like that. Speaking of breakouts, we're supposed to open that door to get to the stairs, but nope. We don't have time for that. In fact, I skipped the key that we would use to open it. And we're going to do another breakout right here, just to skip a little bit of walking. Oh no! I'm stuck. That's bad. So, like I said, there's a bit of soft lock potential with these breakouts. If you're not careful, you can get stuck in walls. And I just so happen to get stuck in one right there. And the unfortunate thing with doing some of these breakouts too is that you wind up skipping autosave points. And of course the last autosave I had right there was right when I grabbed the pistol, so we have to go all the way back here. Yeah, that one in particular just has a big soft lock issue. It's kind of annoying. I'm growing off guilty here. Where the heck am I supposed to go? There we go. So yeah, I'll just do the save route, aka doing that area normally, instead of doing that breakout. But yeah, little breakouts like that, you typically only go for that if you're going for a top time, like I do. Generally, when you're learning to run, we advise not doing that for that exact reason, because they're just so easy to soft lock on. Stairs one though isn't too bad. I'll probably just go for that again because it's pretty easy. I've gotten most of these breakouts down the path, but apparently not that one. Over on the knob, I have to redo it. Over again. It's really easy to accidentally overshoot the number you're trying to hit in this combination. It's kind of ridiculous. Go easy enough, so I'm not going to do the breakout this time, just so I don't soft lock. Believe it or not, that's not even the breakout I'm worried about. That'll come later. Because there's one area way later in the game. Hold on, I have to listen for audio to dodge. There we go. Because there's like one section way late in the game, the prison, where we have to do 3 really hard breakouts in a row. So that's the main one I'm worried about, but of course that'll come later. So I can do a tiny fun one here. Just make James Bird dance. Looks kind of goofy. It does actually save a little bit of time too, because you can get right in front of the canned juice before having to interact with it. And normally we'd have to go downstairs here to interact with Eddie and see him barfing over a toilet. But by just doing some breakout, or a breakout by dodging backwards there, we get to avoid having to talk to Eddie. You can even hear him still barfing in the background. So yeah, we got 2 of the 3 coins, we just need the last one. Just over in the courtyard, so I'll go ahead and grab it. There's another enemy here that can be rude by barfing on me, so hopefully he doesn't. Yeah, he's right there. He can barf me as I'm going up the stairs too, which is doubly annoying. Well, he tried to go for it, but he missed his shot, thankfully.
You're just a better gamer than that guy is.
Yeah. Alright, cool. That was pretty clean movement on the puzzle. I have the positions memorized, so I'm just able to input them really quick. You can also do a little bit of a time save when picking up certain items, because when you pick up certain items when doing like a key puzzle, the game will create an autosave, and so you can reload off of that to skip the pickup animation. I typically don't do it a lot of the time just because it's a little slower RTA, and it only saves like a second or 2 load removed, because that is how we time runs. So we finally got the key to apartment 201. Interact with this lever on the desk. And interact with this door right here, and I'll bring us to the Otherworld apartments. Which if you thought apartments was already chock full of breakouts, well, guess what? We got a few more coming. Conveniently enough, with the otherworld apartments, it lets us skip a few enemy encounters. There's obviously quite a few enemies here. Just make your way through that room real quick. You can dodge over that ledge to avoid that mannequin walking around. So there's the clock right there, of course, the central puzzle of the apartments. We'll get back to that in a bit. Okay, hi. Oh my god, can you get hit by my chainsaw, please? Thank you. Yeah, I have to hit that mannequin before opening this crawl space. You can do a movement where you can avoid hitting him entirely, but it's a little risky. It's like it can aggro onto you and hit you anyway, if you do it wrong. Alright, so we're supposed to get the key for apartment 306. Doing the actual movement is slow, so I'm just going to do a breakout. Very nice. That one, it honestly kind of difficult, but I put it down the pat, so we don't have to worry about it. And what's particularly scary about that one is, like I said, you know, the breakouts have soft lock potential, and because for some of them, once you complete the animation that you're doing the breakout off of, it'll create an autosave. So chat to be sure to get that one right for that reason. 2, 3, 4, 5. This one doesn't save much time. Just puts you right here in the kitchen in the next room, so you have to fight a lying figure, as well as another mannequin. So I got that valve right there in order to break down the cage. And then again, we're going to hands up the clock. And that route I took earlier up to 306 as well, avoids having to deal with the mannequin, which is pretty nice. So we'll turn this lever twice. And we'll get our hand, I believe. Yep. The solution on this clock is actually, fun fact, same as the original. It's 9:10, although they added seconds on it for some reason as well. So put the hour clock or hour hand in, put it at 9, and then the minute hand we'll need to grab is in this room right here, conveniently next door. Just gotta get it from this toilet that's behind this wall. Anyone who's squeamish or germaphobe might want to look away now, because this is probably the most gross minigame in the entire game.
Oh, that's like doo-doo.
Yeah, that's definitely doo-doo that's been sitting there for a few days, if not more.
Ew. Okay, maybe I get it now.
Yeah, he's definitely going to need a tetanus shot afterwards. Yeah, we got them in a hand now. We're supposed to get a puzzle for a key of resilience. Another key item to progress through the area, basically. But that's slow. So we're going to do this breakout instead. This has a little bit of soft lock potential because I can get stuck in a wall, so let's see what happens. So I gotta change it to 30 FPS because this is an Unreal Engine game. The game loads depending on the frame rate. Gotta make it load properly by going at that frame rate. So I'll wait in this corner here and wait for the area to deload before diving back in after James falls in a second. Nice. And that little blip you saw right there, that's the level loading in. That's why I'm at 30 FPS, because like I said, it's Unreal Engine. The game loads depending on the frame rate, and you need the frame rate to be at 30 for that specific skip to work. There's a few tricks in the game that are like that. So we'll do a quick reload there, like I was explaining earlier, to skip the knife pickup. So that way we can grab the key right away. That's the key of resilience right there. We normally have to do a couple of extra puzzles to get there. which will involve a bit of fetch questing more or less, but don't have to do that. Also, there's Pyramid Head thumping downstairs.
Chat currently hating on James because he didn't wash his hands after using the restroom. So.
Our syringe there. Because of the routing and the amount of stuff that we skip, we don't really do too much combat in this run, besides maybe a couple boss fights, including one coming up, but it's just nice to have that for insurance. So we'll put the minute hand in finally, put it at 2. Then we'll get the second hand in a little bit. It's gonna have a quick puzzle involving counting the amount of moss in the room, but it's the same solution every time, which is 5, 2, 2. Put that in, and we'll get in the room. We're similar to the toilet, we'll be putting our hand in the wall. That weirds me out how James is sticking his whole hand in random stuff, but you know, whatever works for him. So we'll grab the second hand right there. I technically could do another checkpoint reload off of that, but I opt not to, personally. Alright. We'll put the second hand in, put it at 3. That finally unlocks the set of double doors that will lead to the Pyramid Head fight. That, of course, is the end boss of this area. And Pyramid Head is interesting because his health, it's not like an actual health bar, technically. It's based on a flat 3-minute timer, I believe, to start. And the amount of time, and instead of reducing health, you reduce the timer. And the chainsaw reduces it by, I believe, 30 seconds a hit, so we're going to make pretty short work of him here. And we are going to intentionally eat damage right here to make sure we can get in as many hits as possible. There we go. And I made sure to go to the other side of him, just so he's a bit closer to the door once I kill him, just so he doesn't have to walk as far. Alright, cool, now we're out of the apartments. We got a little bit of a chill moment here up until the next skip, because it doesn't happen for the next few minutes or so, probably 4 minutes from now. Which is good, because given some of the trickier breakouts we've had to do in the apartments, it's a nice little break time. So while we're walking through the foggy streets, we can do any plugs or anything else you would say if you'd like.
Yeah, that sounds good. Just let me know when I need to stop. But for those watching at home, I know some of us like going to conventions. Like, what is GDQ but not one big 24-hour week-long convention, right? And I know there's a lot of us that like to go to PAX. PAX West is going to have a speedrunning stage hosted by Games Done Quick. So if you want to submit to that, get in your submissions by July 27th. And that is going to be from August 29th to September 1st. So what is that, like 4 days? That's plenty of time. So honestly, if you're going but you're like on the fence, just throw in a submission. It's going to be a good time no matter what. If you get in, if you don't get in, honestly, it's just going to be for fun. So yeah, like I said, it'd be worth submitting to that. And also, if you're a fan of anything that you're seeing here, I know that this isn't like a very official thing, but you know, check out the binary breakers. Everyone here today is on the binary breakers, and if you want more GDQ sanctioned communities, you can check out Black and a Flash by going to gdq.gg/BAF or Frame Fatales by going to gdq.gg/FF. There's also chat events for both of those. So,
place we're going to.
You know, you can check those out as well.
It used to be kind of a special place for young couples in these parts. I think
so we're pretty much coming up to where the next big skip is. It's not going to happen for a little bit, because there's some housekeeping stuff you have to do beforehand, but it's going to involve this motel right here. I'm going to do a breakout in a little bit in one of the rooms. And if you've seen any glitched runs of this game in the past, this route is going to look a little different. Because back when the game first released, breakouts obviously didn't exist. The main way that we broke the game was through some weird shenanigans with Riva Tuner, FPS capping program, where we'd manually cap the frame rate at something really low, like 2 to 3 FPS, which is about as bad as it sounds to play with. And like I said, the game loads depending on the frame rate. And so we basically tricked the game into loading the area really slowly by playing at such a low frame rate. And that is how we would skip areas before. But that wasn't very fun to play, obviously. So thankfully Breakouts came in and pretty much invalidated the low FPS capping. There's literally like maybe a couple skips in the game now that still use low FPS tech. But other than that, it's like pretty close between unrestricted, which is what that category is called, and just regular any percent. So any percent is a lot more accessible and a lot more fun to run now, which is good. So I went out of my way there to grab the second part of the dog key, which will have a hand and a skip coming up. Because normally after we get through the motel here, we'd have to meet up with Maria at Heaven's Night, and we'd also lose our plank, which we don't have. But we're going to skip that little sequence entirely with another breakout. With this one, it's a little tougher to time dodges for, so we're going to have some assistance by combining the dog key together. Because when you have an item out like this, and you do an interaction like this, you get a breakout for free. So it's a lot easier. Wow, it was actually really fast. It's a lot easier to time the dodges for some of the harder breakouts. We'll have a hand in a couple of skips in the run, including that one. And that's actually really fast. I had to fall through the ceiling, and how fast you fall can be a little random. Not really, but it's a little finicky. So just got out of bounds. Area is deloaded, but it's going to load in a second once I get past that little pipe that's sticking out of the ground. That'll put us in the garden, and we've avoided meeting Maria at Heaven's Night. It does have a bit of a funny side effect, though, because obviously Maria is supposed to be with you right now, going up to the theater, but we skipped her. So we're going to go into this cutscene where we hop through the window, and it's just going to be, she's just not going to be there. So James is supposed to be talking to Maria here, but she's just not there. And in fact, her dialogue doesn't even play. Just looks so goofy.
This is boring.
Yeah, you might also be thinking, hey, you're at the theater. Where's the whole diner scene with the funny pizza line? They took that out in the remake, unfortunately. Low-key, in my first playthrough, I was kind of hoping the pizza line would be there when we go to the diner, but the theater is still pretty good, because the Bluebird, who I've mentioned before, did a really good job of characterizing Eddie in the remake. There's even a little cutscene in the theater that, unfortunately, I skipped, where he's reaching into a bucket of melted ice cream. There is a breakout I could do here, right after skipping that cutscene, just to get down to the ground floor of the theater a bit faster. But there's a risk of getting stuck on the theater seats below and not being able to move. And the last autosave I got was all the way back at the motel, so I would have lost a lot of time if I got stuck there.
Maria?
So now we're moving on to the hospital. Hospital used to be a lot longer. We'd have to go into the basement in a little bit once we get to the front here. To turn on some generators for an elevator to get to the hospital proper. But we can skip that again with breakouts, and it's a pretty quick one too, so it's one of those blink and you miss it kind of tricks pretty much. So I'll grab that map, because similar to what I did with the dog key earlier, I'm going to do a similar thing with this breakout. So break open this window so I can use the traversal. Bring out the map, then go back. And we just clip through that wall there and put us on the second floor of the hospital without having to do, or I guess first floor technically, without having to go into the basement or the generator. But that's not all, folks, because we have one more breakout right after this, as soon as we get through these 2 locked doors. And this next skip kind of turns the concept of breakouts on its head, because we're going to do a breakout, but there's going to be an extra effect along with it too that I don't think anyone watching is going to expect. We'll do 3 dodges to the left, and then I'm going to pause. Eventually the game is going to deload here, right around there. And once we gain control right here, boom, now we're in the airwalk state. That just happens when you're out of bounds for more than 10 seconds while it deloads, or basically until it deloads while you're in 30 FPS. You just get in this airwalk state. And that's good for us, because we want to go over here and let things deload for a sec. Because when you're in this airwalk state, most interactions don't work. And there's an item that we need to pick up right there to do a puzzle to actually get to the Otherworld Hospital and fight Flesh Lips before that. And you have to wait, because that, for some reason, waiting out of bounds with everything deloaded like this, that's what gets the interaction prompts to load back in. So everything's deloaded. There goes Maria. It's another funny side effect of that. Grab the piece to the puzzle, the safe button, because there's a big safe we need to open here. Gonna do the same thing. Gonna let it deload for about 13 seconds here. Although just kind of chance it and see if it loads in. And that'll let us do the puzzle to get a key to go to the rooftop. We'll go to the rooftop, have a funny interaction with Pyramid Head, and that'll let us fight Flesh Lips. It should be deloaded enough now. Go back in, interact with this curtain. And then similar to the coin puzzle, I have certain inputs mapped out here, so let's go ahead and do that. Nice, that was solid. And then when I grab the key right here, I'm going to do a checkpoint reload, kind of similar to when I did Key of Resilience skip and grab the key. That both saves time, because it avoids the pickup animation, but also makes things more convenient for me, because if I were to keep playing after finishing the puzzle there and I didn't do the checkpoint reload, James would still have the kind of funky movement that he had during the airwalk earlier. So I got the rooftop key now. We'll go up to the roof. Got some stairs to walk up before we get there, though. There is a way in the unrestricted run to get up here with low FPS shenanigans, but that's just barely slower. And that method of it just looks cooler anyway. That's why a lot of people switched over to normal 80% once all this stuff was rounded in. Also, it just made Pyramid Head angry by reading from his diary, apparently. So he's going to throw us down here. And this is where we're actually going to fight Flesh Lips now. Now, Flesh Lips can be a little random, at least for most people it is, because he has this mechanic where he goes above the ceiling, and you can't attack him for a little bit. But by going to 60 FPS and reloading the autosave at the start of the fight, it'll make him come down a bit more often. So it's a bit easier to hit him. There we go, it comes down immediately. This should take 5 or 6 chainsaw hits to kill. Nice. Nope. Just missed him. If I killed him quick enough, I'd be able to avoid this little animation where he drops down and then charges into the other half of the room. Alright, so Otherworld Hospital. We're there. It's actually pretty short, even in a restricted run where you're not doing all of these breakout skips. We're about to make it even shorter. This is another case where we'd use some low FPS shenanigans to skip stuff, or at least we would in the unrestricted run. But the breakout version of it, it's a lot shorter, so you can do the clip earlier. And it also puts you at a pretty convenient spot right next to the entrance of the hospital, ideally. And I typically don't do this in runs, so I'm going to go ahead and hit a safety manual save right here. Because if we mess this up, I'd be sent back to the first floor, and I'd have to ride the elevator again. Because like the other breakouts, you can't soft lock here, or in this case, get stuck in a room you didn't mean to. So you do have to be kind of careful about that. I count 4 there, and then dodge to the right. Perfect. We just ended up in the entrance to the hospital. We don't have to do any of the other hospital. Such a nice skip. So much easier than the low FPS version, thank gosh. And it also just looks really flashy. Well, a lot of the breakouts look very flashy, but that one in particular. So you could just zoom off into the distance, dodging to the side in a really goofy way, and you end up right at the entrance. So convenient. So now in the Otherworld streets, this is probably the longest outside exploration section in the game. And for the most part, it's pretty straightforward. There's a couple of things I have to look out for, like this line figure right here, which I'm going to kill because I do not trust. In past runs, I've avoided killing that line figure, but recently, he's been killing me as I go in this next room. So I'm just killing him there with the chainsaw just to avoid that. There's a mannequin I'm going to try and dodge in the next room by making him hide, by letting go of sprint at a specific spot. Let's see what happens.
Laura, stop! It's dangerous!
Nice. So you saw right there, lunge to the table, so he won't aggro onto me, or under the walkway I should say. So he won't aggro onto me as I try to climb this fence right here. There is a breakout you could do right there. But it's another case of, if you mess it up, you soft lock. So I'm going to opt to not do it. This nurse isn't a problem, but there is a mannequin we're going to have to dodge right here. He's always in the same spot though, so it's pretty easy to avoid him. Yeah, like I said, the streets walk, which does go on for a while. It is pretty straightforward for a little bit. So if you all have any questions about the run or any plugs you want to make, go ahead and do it.
Yeah, I just keep forgetting that this is a horror game. You're skipping a bunch of stuff, and then suddenly there's a jump scare and some loud noise and some dude that does not look right. It's a little terrifying.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Yeah, but I just want to mention for everyone watching the stream right now, if you're liking this content that GDQ is putting out, consider subscribing, maybe toss a gift sub or two, maybe a Prime if you have that. I know some people have it who don't use it all the time and forget about it, so I'm looking at you. At least check if you have Twitch Prime, right? And all of that goes to helping GDQ put on more events just like this. So if you're feeling generous, maybe consider supporting us.
Alright, we have a small breakout right here. Not a huge one, but it just lets us skip into this bar. And we'll be going over to what would be the Neely's bar. There's 2 items we're going to grab here. We need a wrench to open a bolt that's keeping the door locked. And then we'll get the key to the historical society, which is going to be the next area right after that. I forgot that mannequin was there. I forgot to dodge. And there is another breakout you can do right here, but it's another one of those cases where there's an autosave once the animation finishes, so if you mess it up, it's kind of game over. Trying to sneak past these guys and get through the window. Nice. pick up the wrench here. I did have a marathon run of like a smaller online marathon a few months back where I forgot to grab the wrench and I had to run back to get it. So I got my redemption round there. There is a skip you could do for this long walking section, but unfortunately it's unrestricted exclusive. Even if I did know how to do it, I was probably still wouldn't do it for a marathon because it's such a long skip. It takes like 4 minutes to do, and yeah, basically have to do it in one shot. It's not the most safe skip in the world. You can also see these enemies running under these vents. Those are mandarins. We'll see one that we'll have to fight later. These ones are fake though. They don't actually hurt you, even though it seems like it. Oh, and one other small movement thing that I somehow forgot to mention until now. Whenever I'm going up or downstairs, you'll see me dodging up them a lot of the time. It's just a little faster than going up the stairs normally. It kind of depends on the length of the stairs, though. So, like, if there's only a few steps on the stairs, probably not going to dodge up them. But if it's a really long set of stairs, like the one in apartments, yeah, I'm definitely going to dodge on those. Also, this cutscene looks kind of weird because due to the lighting, I think, it kind of looks like Angela has blonde hair, then you go in and she has normal hair. I don't know, just like a weird graphical thing. Alright, so now I'll be going up to the Historical Society, which I know we had that soft lock or two earlier in apartments. That kind of sent me back a little bit, but the prison in the Historical Society, I guess, right before it, is the part that I'm most worried about for this run, because it has the biggest skip in the game, the details of which I'll talk about when we get there. But it's also the hardest, and it has the most softlock potential. Because there's, as part of the skip, there's not only 3, honestly, kind of difficult breakouts that we have to do back to back. There's also a really big out-of-bounds sequence I'll have to do, where I have to do like a very specific amount of dodges in specific directions in order to skip all the way from beginning of prison, where we'd have to, grab the weights normally, if you're familiar with the game. Not only skip the prison, but also skip the abstract daddy fight and all of Labyrinth. As you might imagine, it skips a huge amount of content. It's the biggest skip in the run by far, and it's not even close, because it saves like 28 minutes if you get it first try. The breakouts that allow you to do so, though, are pretty difficult, though, so we'll see how it goes. I did practice one of them recently that was giving me some trouble, and I think I've gotten it down pretty consistently, so we'll see how it goes, but until then, we got some dodging to do. As I'll be going down the infamous really long staircase, and like I said earlier, it's faster to dodge when going up or downstairs, so I'll be dodging quite a bit. I'd be interested to see if this staircase actually takes longer than it does in OG. Because you do have to go down these stairs for quite a while. Should get to the bottom very soon now. Yep, there's the door. Alright, so we'll go off to the right here, do one of those James drops down the hole interactions, and this is the point in the game where I would need a melee weapon if I don't have it already, which thankfully I do with the chainsaw. Because similar to the original, there's 3 walls we have to break open here, or 1 wall of, I think 3 or 4, that you have to break open, and we need a melee weapon to break it open. Otherwise, we would not have one because of the fact that we skipped all the encounters when we get a melee weapon. So, thankfully, we have the chainsaw. Alright, now I'll be doing the infamous bug room puzzle. There's a randomized 3-digit code that has 2, 3, or 9 in it in any order. And I don't know which of the codes it's going to be. It's completely random, so I just have to like go through the different permutations and guess which one it is. And if you take too long in this room, the bugs start attacking you, which makes it extra annoying. Just doubly annoying because they can eat through my heals. There we go. That was like 5th try code or something we got through there. Unfortunately, it did end up using one of my heals, but we do have a backup for later. I mainly want heals for the Eddie fight, because that fight can be annoying. Alright, so we got past the bug room, went down the really long staircase, and now we're in the prison. Like I said, we'd have to go through the prison, fight Abstract Daddy, and then go through the labyrinth before fighting Eddie. But I'm going to try to do 3 breakouts in a row here in order to, get out of bounds and skip all of that. Like I said, though, lots of soft lock potential, so I will make a quick safety save here. So is my FPS still at 60? No, I think it's fine, actually. Alright, so the first breakout I'm going to do here in this prison cell to the left. And ideally, if I do it right, it'll land me next to some stairs that I can take to the upper cell block. Okay, that looks good. We should end up near some stairs in a second. Alright, perfect. So we'll go upstairs to the second floor of the cells. And this one is the scariest one, in my personal opinion. We're going to do a breakout here to try and get into the showers next door over there. But this one is the trickiest of the 2 just because the timing is so tight for it. So let's see. Oh, first try. That's so nice. I struggle on that particular breakout so much, so it's good to get it as quickly as I just did. So I'm going to hit that checkpoint reload in a second. Just reload the area. I'm going to go ahead and turn on high contrast mode because it'll make it easier to see in the environment in this next skip or in this next breakout. We're going to need some more assistance of the text similar to what I did before, though. So I'm going to pull out this letter. Really, any item works. It's just the item or the letter is the one I had selected. Do a breakout here. Oh crap, never mind, we're not. I accidentally went right too late, or too early. The idea is we're trying to do a bunch of dodges up right there in order to get out of bounds, just outside the courtyard area where you would do the weight puzzle. And I just flipped up my movement right there after getting the breakout, so gotta redo it. There we go. And then once the camera pulls over to James, just like that, I'll do 2 dodges to the right, and now we're out of bounds next to the courtyard. This last part is honestly the scariest part outside of the breakouts, because I mentioned I have to do a bunch of dodges out of bounds. What we're basically going to try to do with this next part is get to the stairs just before Eddie. And I have to take this big route around the outside, because I need to hit that little line right there in the wall. In that line is a trigger that loads everything in the labyrinth as well as Eddie. So everything's loaded. We just need to do the scary dodges. Because the camera positioning has to be very specific, and you have to do a very specific amount of dodges. And when I say very specific camera positioning, I am not kidding. Because you cannot move the camera an inch during this whole process, or else you won't make it. So I'm just going to pause to let the level deload real quick here, and then we'll do the skip. So like I said, there's 34 dodges I have to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Then we'll do one dodge to the right. If I miss this, it's going to be so sad. I think we got it. Yeah, we're in. All right. So that just skipped all the labyrinth, all the prison, and the abstract daddy fight. We can go straight to fighting Eddie.
You did what? That's so cool.
Yeah, it's like, and that took a lot of practice to get right, because like it's such a precise skip, as you might imagine. We had some earlier versions that skipped like just the labyrinth and the abstract daddy fight, but that version right there allows us to skip the prison. And even within that, there's like lots of optimizations that have been done to shorten that area even further. Like there's a version you can do where I was trying to hit the trigger to load the labyrinth, where it can like activate the trigger from the other side where you first clip out, but didn't have much practice with it. So now we're going to fight Eddie. I reload right there just to skip this opening monologue. And I skipped to a visual mode called Outline plus Posturize, because it gets rid of all the fog that would normally be here, because we're in a big meat freezer, of course. I'm going to try to do a one chainsaw hit and then a pistol hit, because that gets rid of each of his phases pretty quickly. Gonna wait for his second phase to start up, because a little bit of a monologue is going to go on. And if I position myself right, he'll spawn right in front of me, so I can just go up to him pretty easily.
I'm coming for you.
And there we go, just pops right in. And this last phase is kind of hard because now all the frozen meat bags are just moving around trying to get in your way. Because like you saw there, they can get in your way when you're trying to both move around the arena and also hit Eddie, so... Oh, did you get back here? It's being a grumpy Gus right now. He's trying to slip me by. Okay, I didn't realize he could do 2 revolver shots in a row. Yeah, you have to be careful with those revolver shots, because they almost kill you in one hit because of how powerful they are, but we got past Eddie, thankfully. And that's the last part where we really have to worry about ammo, so gotta make sure to not reload for the next breakout, because we do have a couple of breakouts in the hotel. But yeah, that's Eddie done. Now we're gonna be making our way over to the hotel. We do have a bit of a boat ride before then. So more time for plugs or anything, if you have anything to say. I guess not. I guess one thing I can kind of talk about is that there is technically somewhat of a strategy you can do here to get to the hotel on the boat, kind of like there is in the original, but like I don't really have a strategy, and I just kind of wing it, and it works. usually. Because the idea is you want to try to keep that light at the top in the relative center of the screen. As close as you can get to the center anyway, because it kind of moves as you go on the boat. So like right there, it just disappeared and reappeared.
I want you to know, I was trying to unmute my mic to try and talk, but I like missed my unmute key like 3 times.
Oh, it happens.
Yeah, I have not seen too much of like the Silent Hill remakes. I think this is like super cool. I'm so surprised that this game is this new and it's already been broken literally like in half. Like,
yeah.
I can't believe like that one skip, then also just all the combat so far has just been like super peak.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely revitalized the run for a little bit. The discovery period when Akion first found breakouts was really cool. Because like for just about every day, and even every hour, we were finding either new skips or new ways to do skips that made them easier or a bit faster. Even that lineup I found for one of the breakouts in prison, I literally found just the other day. So it's like I said at the start, that there's a lot of versatility with how I can do these breakouts, and that's what's really cool about running this game nowadays. So now we're at the hotel. Hotel has gone through quite a few reroutes, even with breakouts. Because before there was a route, because like the hotel kind of centers around, or at least the routing for it, centers around having to go to the basement. Because after you go to the basement, assuming you were playing inbounds,
Did I scare you?
you would have to put all your stuff away and then retrieve it later. And there's a lot of routing you have to do, kind of based around that. At least in something like restricted. But since breakouts open up the routing so much more, there's like lots of different ways you can implement breakouts in the hotel to kind of do the main puzzle faster. Because the main puzzle of this area is we have to grab 3 figurines around the hotel. And the route that I'll be trying to do here is the fastest, of course. It's also a bit risky because there's a big point of potential for soft locking. That can lose me about 1 to 2 minutes if I mess it up, so we'll see how it pans out. I just got the Sunrise Wing key there, because we're going to try to go to the 2nd floor and grab the figurine there first. In other routes, we would actually get this last, but it's just convenient to do it here. So go in here, lock that door. Gonna grab this apple, which we'll leave for a puzzle in room 202. That's on this floor. And we'll grab the key to room 202 so we can go there right away. Yeah, they can hit you as you're entering the door, but they're usually pretty nice about it. We'll do this glass pane puzzle to get the figurine in the next room over. Pretty straightforward to do. It's not too hard to memorize how to do it.
I think they should just make all of these puzzles like procedurally generated.
Oh, kind of like the bug room? Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. I mean, that's basically what the original game is like, pretty much. Because all the puzzles they have the same solution, but the starting points are random. Hi, you got me out of nowhere. Hello, sir?
Yeah, but like, what if all of the pieces on that mirror just like had completely random shapes and it was awful?
True. Well, maybe when they remake Silent Hill 1, because that is confirmed to be happening. Also, I just got in red health there, but I don't have a syringe. It's fine. We'll just deal with the red on the screen. Because when you get on pretty low health, you start having red appear around the edge of the screen. Kind of notify you, like, hey, you're in danger. But we don't have to worry about enemies too much for the rest of the run, so we don't have to worry about that too much. But we do have to worry about those this breakout coming up, or actually 2 breakouts. The first breakout I'm going to do in the nurse's station that I passed by earlier, which will ideally let me get into the basement. And I'll do another breakout right after that to get into the bar, where we'll grab a second figurine down there. And both of them are, well, this first one isn't too bad, but the one after that in the basement itself is pretty kind of difficult. So break out there, get to the basement, just like that. Get the activation to trigger. Alright, let's see what happens here. First try, alright. That one's pretty difficult because remember what I said earlier about the timing for the dodges having to be pretty tight for some of them? On that one in particular, you have to be pretty quick on the draw with the dodges, otherwise you get stuck in a wall next to the bar. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, I was gonna call that easy peasy lemon squeezy because you got it first try, but it's probably really, really difficult.
Yeah.
Lemon difficult.
Yeah. Thankfully though, it's the last breakout in the run that we really have to worry about. There's like one you can do in a little bit, but it's like not nearly as difficult. And even if you mess it up, there's kind of a way to back it up because you get a checkpoint from the animation that you can just continue from. So I'm gonna go to this hidden area behind 107, get the fireplace key. Because I'll let's activate or grab a mannequin, or not a mannequin, but a figurine upstairs in the conference room on the 3rd floor. Good. Usually there's a mannequin right there in that hallway, but he wasn't this time, thankfully. Good for me, I guess, because I'm pretty low on health. Oh, actually, I just realized I might make Mandarin fight in a bit more difficult. That's fine. Because after we grab, to elaborate on that, when we grab this last figurine, there's going to be a Mandarin that tries to fight us. And in previous routes where we weren't doing breakouts, we could just avoid him and go through the crawl space at the end of the room here. But, you know, obviously we have our stuff this time, so it's going to be in the way. And we do have to actually fight him. And given that my health is kind of low, it might be a bit trickier, but we'll see how it pans out. I'm gonna break this gap or part of the wall open twice, and then actually fight him. And hopefully the Mandarin doesn't kill me. Make it twice. See, it's like he smacks me right there. Oh wait, actually, hold on. There's a health drink. Never mind. We good. We good. Not good because he just hit me with his tongue. He can also be very squirrely and dodge out of the way right as you're trying to hit him, just like that. And also scream at you and make you lose time. Oh, come on. Just dodge out of the way. There we go. Now he's finally down. We'll break open the wall and do a breakout to get out of here, instead of having to go through an extra room. So that's pretty much the last real thing in the run that we have to worry about. There's not really any enemies we have to worry about, and there's one last puzzle we have to do involving the music box. Just input the figurines real quick. There we go. And of course the solution here is different depending on difficulty, but on hard it's pretty easy. You just turn all these keys once and activate the music box and you're done. So we're gonna grab this key here that'll let us go to the 3rd floor. And of course we have our dog ending key. So we're gonna put that in real quick to get the dog ending. Sorry, Mary, we're not gonna actually visit you in room 312. And time is gonna be as soon as the dog ending cutscene starts. Once I enter the room. Oh, wrong key. Got my menuing mixed up a little bit there. right, and time.
GG's. I didn't know that you meant literally like that fast.
Yeah,
Holy
it's
moly.
like right then.
Yeah, that was an incredible speedrun.
Yeah,
where can everyone find you?
Yeah, what was the real time on that, by the way? Just out of curiosity.
Let me take a look. It's looking like it's about... I don't know. Give me one second.
Yeah.
108.
Nice.
108, 16.
Yeah, and I have the load and move timer on my end as well. It's 102.05, which is pretty solid given the soft. I was honestly kind of worried that prison would go wrong, not the random breakout in apartments, but that's fine. Like I said, some of the breakouts.
I mean, it's all that practice, right?
Uh-huh. But yeah.
Also, is this dog okay? It's like going through the through the box.
Yeah, I don't know. The collision is just kind of weird on the pizza box mask in this cutscene. It's even covering up the whole camera, as you can see.
A bit silly, yeah. But that was incredible. Do you have any shout outs and like where can everyone find you?
Yeah, so I just want to shout out the Silent Hill 2 remake community and also just the Silent Hill 2 or Silent Hill speedrun community in general. Like I said earlier, the discovery period we had with this game with this new tech was pretty fun to witness. And we also have like channels in the Silent Hill Speedrun Discord for pretty much every Silent Hill game in existence, even some of the smaller side games like the Short Message, Play Novel, etc. So definitely check that out if you want to see some really cool people run Silent Hill games. Also, shouts to the Breakers. I heard them mentioned earlier. Binary Breakers, y'all are great. But yeah, in terms of what I'm working on right now, I'm kind of working on some longer games like Rain Code, which is like this like visual novel murder mystery game. It's a fun speedrun, I promise. So I'm kind of working on that on the side, and I stream on twitch.tv/n3rd_squared. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone go check that out. Especially if you like this run, because that was incredible. But we're going to be taking a break for a few minutes, and then we're going to be getting into more of the non-binary People's Day showcase here on GDQ Hotfix with Kitsune Tails. And also, Helix is going to be your host. I'm going to be done after this, outside of the one rhythm showcase I get to show you guys later at about 7 p.m. Eastern. I'm very excited for that. But that's going to be it for me in terms of hosting. So, like I said, we'll be back in just a few minutes, and this is gonna reintroduce everything that's going on, talk about all the cool, incredible gaming coming up. See you then.
Hello, GDQ Hotfix viewers. Thank you for tuning into our International Non-Binary Day celebration. Quick shout out to Limey for holding it down for the first half. I'm Helix. I'm here to host the second half of this event. Super, super excited. I've been looking forward to this like all week. Since I got back from SGDQ, I was like, this is the next thing on my plate. I'm really excited. I hope you are too. There's some awesome stuff coming up. 4 more runs today, and then of course a whole bunch more runs tomorrow. But without further ado, let's I almost said get the show on the road. It's already on the road. Let's keep the show on the road. Let's pull off the shoulder and get back on the road as Debonair VT takes us through Kitsune Tails. Take it away.
Hello, everybody. My name is Debonair VT. You can call me Bo. And today we're going to play probably my favorite game of the last couple of years, Kitsune Tails, specifically the Curie % new game category. I am joined today by the ever lovely, ever positive Rally. Rally, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic today. I'm glad to be here for Non-Binary People's Day. Happy to celebrate it with you.
Yeah, same. I'm super pumped to do this run. So just a couple things before we start. Twitch chat, you specifically, towards the end of the run, there's going to be audience participation. We're going to ask you politely to send some of your energy to us, and we'll let you know when it happens, but I didn't want to blindside you with it. So be prepared, because that's going to happen.
We do depend on you a little bit in the back 9 of the games. So your time will come, and it'll be very important.
It's very important speed tech, so don't forget. Thing number 2, this is our magic postcard. Our magic post card is in fact magical. Changing values on this card in some way influences some of the RNG elements throughout the game, specifically some overworld mini games that we're going to be playing. So in our case for this, we're going to set everything to 1, and we'll kind of talk about that a little bit more as we get into the run. I think that's pretty much everything for me. So I guess let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so this is Kitsune Tails Kiri %. The very first thing we're going to be doing is saying goodbye to Yuzu the purple fox and hello to Kiri the orange fox. There's a couple notable differences between this character and your standard Mario Brothers character. Notably, this one has a sword. That's not something that I think Mario was brave enough to put out there the first time. The other thing that we have access to in this game, specifically this difficulty, is what you just saw there. We are playing on the lowest difficulty of the game, specifically because if you would die at any point, that death kind of just puts you back where you would normally go, but on a cloud. Kiri has some unique abilities, which you would normally learn here, but I've played the game before, so I'm not going to do the tutorial. But if you want to talk through that, Rally, while I beat up this mushroom.
I'd love to. So the way that Kitsune Tails works is the base moveset kind of builds off of what's familiar to anyone who's played Mario 3, where you have a similar kind of physics. You've got the similar kind of jumping, you've got sliding down slopes and everything. But what Kiri has in addition to that is she can wall jump, she can break blocks beneath her, she has a slide which accelerates her momentum, and she could use her sword, and you'll see this shortly, she could use her sword to attack enemies in the air and reset her air movement. She has access to a double jump, but only once she actually hits an enemy in the air. And as we play through the game, Kiri's going to get access to a lot more sword techniques, and it's going to expand her movement. And those movesets, resetting with refresh in the air, is the primary mechanic that lets Kiri fly. And we're going to see a lot of flying and more as we get more deeper into the game, and she has access to more sword techniques. But it is a fair bit different than the way your typical 2D Mario would fly, but hope it's an entertaining one.
Yes. The other big thing that we're going to be doing quite a lot in the early game, but less and less as we unlock more of those sword abilities, is a technique called slope jumping. So as long as you have the ability to slide down a hill or slope, you also have the ability to carry that momentum with you, basically as long as you would like to. If you are sliding and you aren't pressing left or right, and then you jump, you'll maintain all of that momentum from the slide. So you just saw us do it there in that cave in 1-2. And we're going to be doing that quite a bit for some of the longer stages that have really, really long horizontal stretches of space. This ascent here is a really nifty use of the wall kicks that we have access to. And as Raleigh mentioned, the slide kind of gives us a little bit of momentum. And it fills our key speed gauge, which you can see in the top right a little bit. So a lot of rooms or new screens, you're going to see me sliding just to give myself a little bit of a boost so I can hit that running speed a little bit faster. This is one of the ghost houses in the game. There's one of these in each world, and they all have some pretty neat mechanics, but this one kind of teaches us a little bit about the lanterns, if you want to talk about those a little bit.
Yeah, one of the ways that ghosts in Kitsune Tails are a bit different than what you'd expect from a Mario-style ghost, where if you look at them, they're still going to approach you. They get aggressive if you get too close to them, and they will chase you all over the place. But they become intangible when Kiri is in a lantern light. So they can't enter the light, and if you enter the light, you kind of drop aggro on them. So kind of routing through the lantern space in the light is a way to navigate the ghosts in the ghost house. And there's 6 worlds total, and in the middle of each world is a ghost house, which is kind of like combination like Boom Boom Castle, ghost house. And that's generally where you're going to be dealing with the ghosts, dealing with their aggression, and using the lanterns to your advantage. And we'll see a lot of that in different ways as we progress through the game. What Bo is doing here is a pretty good example of using that easy difficulty cloud ascend in vertical space, since in some places it's a bit quicker to go up with the cloud than to navigate the platforms. So what we'll do is, and we'll take as the run goes on, we're going to take a couple intentional deaths to take advantage of what we call the good clouds. There's good clouds and there's bad clouds. The good clouds are intentional and they let us cover vertical space quickly. The bad clouds are, because we have it on the easier difficulty, Bo is able to attempt all of the really difficult tricks every time, so you don't have to ration, I'm not confident in hitting this one. Like, that was a really tight jump that they just hit there. You can go for all the really good tricks, and if you don't hit them, you get a bad cloud, but you still save more time than if you didn't try the trick at all. So we kind of take advantage of all the mechanics in the game, and you'll see a lot of the cloud kind of play out in a lot of different ways as we go through.
Yeah, and notably, there is a cloud item in this game that we will use when we get back out into World 5 that functions similarly, but forever. Instead of just being a little limited time boost like the death clouds are, the actual item cloud is going to give us basically infinite flight as we go through stages. So we'll talk about a little more why that's useful when we reach that point. But just know that it's going to be happening. So this is one of the other fun applications of the slide here. Friction doesn't exist when you're sliding underwater, so we can really maintain our speed and zip through without any specific items or abilities early on. This gets used a couple of times, but in these really long sections where your choices are to try to swim through or to jump up top there. You can see there's a lot of enemies, and I think in this you're supposed to be hopping on the backs of those cranes to collect coins and things like that. We don't have to do that because what are physics anyway?
Yeah, Carrie kind of cuts her own path through the levels, and we'll see.
Oftentimes, literally.
Yeah, there's a lot of freeform routing that happens throughout the game, and that part of that is just the way Kiri works, the way kind of like flies and resets her movement off of, hitting enemies and everything. But we'll see in a couple places that Kiri just kind of does what she wants.
Oh, the dogs are being really rude today. So we just met one of the more important characters for this run. That was Montgomery the cat, so named because of something that we're going to be working on with them a little bit later. But they are our minigame guru. They are the ones that have access to all of the special items and the minigames and things that we are going to want to use as we go through this run. The dogs that we saw on the overworld function similarly to how Hammer Brothers would in a traditional Mario style game. And so we would really like for them to come closer to us so that we can remove them from the board. But as long as they're not moving a ton, they're fine to leave over there for a little bit at least.
Sometimes they behave, sometimes they feel like the run's going a little too well and they kind of put a wrench in the works, but we get to them eventually, sooner or later.
Yeah, we are going to take care of all the dogs, so we will get our revenge eventually, but it is definitely a very specific time loss / gain, depending on how kind they decide to be to you. So one of the other cool things about this difficulty, and we don't really talk about this a lot, I don't think. One of the other cool things is that you can use items in the middle of stages, which for us means we can shave a little bit of time off of certain strategies that we otherwise wouldn't be able to. Like, for instance, we would have needed to wait for that wooden platform there. But since we were able to give ourselves an extra hit real quick, we can kind of just jump off and not really worry about it. Finish the stage a couple seconds sooner. This is going to be another stage where we want to be slope jumping for basically as long as possible. And so you can see oh goodness, I got command grab. You can see how much time that save is going horizontally, even if we don't go quite as far as we otherwise would be able to. You move so quickly that you save a ton of time overall. There is another interesting application of the Death Cloud, which we're going to see quite a lot in this
that's
ghost
right.
house. Because the game doesn't want to soft lock you, if you were to respawn and get put back exactly where you were with a cloud, like in this difficulty, it is technically possible for you to be stuck in the wall. So if you get squished or crunched between some moving pieces of terrain, the game just makes the assumption that you should be allowed to move. It's got anti-soft lock stuff.
Here.
Yep. So we're going to clip into the wall here, which kind of removes our wall collision a little bit. And as a result, we can fly basically all the way up through all of the scenery. This room is very cool casually. There's a lot. You can see the cycles that are going on. But when you get up here, you would have to wait for this to go all the way back to the left. And then there's a bunch of enemies up there to dodge. And that's really slow. So we're just not going to do that. And instead, we're going to become a ghost ourselves and fly through the walls. And boom, there's the room.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight cycle to hit all of those.
Mm-hmm.
But it saves a lot of time.
Yeah, if you miss that jump at the top, where you the last one that you get squished into, you fall back down, and the next opportunity that you have to do it is like a full cycle later.
Yep. And what we see here is the mid-boss castle. Basically, the Boom Boom equivalent is this little ghost box soldier who has hit them 3 times. They have a predictable pattern. They do turn invincible between attacks, so you do get to see them actually attack compared to what we used to fighting Boom Boom. I don't think I've ever seen what they actually do.
Yeah.
And
this is.
Would you like?
Yeah, I'll go for it. This is the other world boss that we're going to be fighting. This is Kiri's sword teacher, Aaron. Aaron, story-wise, works for the not-so-great guy that is kind of out to get us as Kiri. But she doesn't really feel like it's the right choice. She doesn't think, oh, hello, dogs.
Good dog.
Very nice of them. Aaron doesn't really want to help this guy bring Kiri in or mess with Kiri's situation at all. So what she'll do is she shows up once in each world, and when she shows up, she says to us, oh, I have to stop you. It's my job. I don't really want to, but, you better pay attention because I'm going to defeat you with this technique. And then she'll kind of teach us a move. So what we got from that one is this horizontal slash. You can see it throws out a really big hitbox, and it gives us a little bit of invulnerability. As you might imagine, that's extremely helpful in a 2D platformer. It's also usable in the air, as Raleigh said earlier. So we're going to be able to, you'll see later on that we'll be able to use that to kind of chain aerial movement together between enemies, which ends up being really, really nice for us.
Yeah, it gets used a lot. It's effectively our air dash.
Yeah. Hello. We're going to use our little stomp there to bust some blocks open. You'll see that a couple of times as we go through the run. It just ends up being the easiest way to get through certain areas. You would normally have to pick up a power-up if you were playing Yuzu there, but Kiri just knows how to do it. She's that cool.
Mm-hmm. Does what she wants.
Yes, indeed.
So this room here, you'll be seeing a lot more of. Now that we have that air dash ability, we can see a lot more of how refresh works, where you can use you land an attack on an enemy and it refreshes your jump. So if you time it right, you land the attack and then you hit jump. You can do a lot of. You can chain a lot of air movement across enemies.
And now we're not going to do that because it's very fast to just fly up at an angle on a cloud. So this is another really good example of a vertical room that you want to try to just get up quickly if possible. And oftentimes it ends up being extremely fast to just take the 3 to 4 second death timer to get in a cloud and just ignore the terrain entirely. Really clean climb though.
That was a nice ascent.
And now we're coming up on the last official stage of World 1. This one's really cool. There's a couple of stages like this in the game, but the entire thing runs on cycles, and it's basically a playground for routing with Kiri's refresh ability. There's a ton of ways that you can go through this. I am obviously going to be using the way that I've practiced, but one of the neatest things about this game is that because of how modular all of these abilities are, you really have you can kind of ad-lib and improvise your route on the fly. No pun intended, although pun intended. It ends up being really solid as far as being able to come up with new routing or just try something different for each of these stages. We're going to fight our first boss, if you want to give a little background on why we're doing that.
So the background of the story, what we learn in the first half, if you want to play through it yourself, I won't spoil the first half too much, but we have to obtain keys from 5 elemental guardians, and we're going to go around to each world. Ends with a guardian that has sort of their own little boss fight. And normally on the first playthrough, Yuzu kind of has to, play it straight and play into their gimmick. But Kiri has a sword, so she's in a hurry too. And she's also, adjacent to politeness, so she prefers to just get the show on the road, and it kind of just cuts through the boss.
Adjacent to politeness is a fabulous description of this character. That's so perfect. But yeah, so you'll, as we go, you'll see a boss at the end of each stage. You're not going to see too many of their mechanics because, again, we have access to a sword, but they are really neat to fight casually. Okay, so this is the reason that we set our magic postcard the way that we did. Those of you, the sharp ones of you in the audience, will have looked at that minigame and said, hold on a second, was that the Monty Hall problem? And you would be right. It is the Monty Hall problem. And then you may be asking yourself, wait a second. But if Bo knows that's the Monty Hall problem, then Bo surely knows that they should have switched there, right? Because that's how you solve the Monty Hall problem. Well, you would be almost right. That is technically the way to do it. However, the reason we set up our magic postcard the way that we did was those numbers influence where the cloud spawns. So we know, as long as we're always on that all ones seed, that the cloud will always spawn on the left-hand side if you select the left-hand door first. Because we know that, it's extremely important that we go get that because there's a very cool level in World 5 that we're going to see approximately 0 of because the cloud ends up being a really fast way to go through it.
One of the features of the game is as you go through the levels, there's a central village. It's got kind of like a 3D, you can move around in like this kind of pseudo 3D, but Montgomery hangs out there, and any special power-up you see in the world, you can just go buy from Montgomery. And the old route used to be saving up 999 coins to go buy a cloud from Montgomery, but since Bo figured out how to manipulate Monty's games, they route to pick up 2-3 clouds as they play through the levels. And it saves a whole lot of time.
Yeah.
I was not expecting Monty Hall problem manipulation in my speedrun. That's awesome.
Yes, it's one of my favorite things about this run is being able to say, yeah, you know this problem? No, you don't. Not the way that I know this problem. But yeah, there are your other, more standard overworld games that you would get with a Mario like. There's some card matching and a wheel that you can spin to make sure that, or to grab items off of that, which ends up being really cool casually, but those take a lot longer, and they are also managed by the same game cache kind of thing that we use for the Monty Hall problem in this case. All of the rest of them also work that way. So the matching game will always be in the same place as long as you're on the same seed, and et cetera, et cetera. The problem is the only items we really want to get for Kiri, because we have a sword, are specifically the clouds, because we don't, when we want to use the clouds, we don't quite have access to the really nifty ability that we get about halfway through World 5 yet. So we'll chat about that a little bit more when we get there. But
just after the cloud levels, we get the ability that would make the cloud levels a lot easier. So here we see our little fox soldier friend has a new move. So now they alternate between the horizontal stabs, and sometimes they jump and try to hit you from above.
Yep. And we're going to be trying to do a little bit of AI manipulation on these fights. There's not a ton that we can do, but they tend to try to jump to the corner that is opposite of where Kiri is. So if you notice that it's shorter to have them try to jump to the left, then you want to try to stand on the right half of the room, and they're more likely to jump to that side. It's not foolproof, but it does work out a little bit. Aaron does the same thing generally. And
here,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think we're going to say the same thing. So
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So here we're going to get Erin's next move that she wants to teach us, which is a vertical DP, and the vertical movement combined with the horizontal movement from Blade Dash, which we got in the world before, kind of builds the core of Kiri's air movement. Having those two abilities kind of gives you an air jump, which is like a normal arc, and then you have your air dash, and then you've got your vertical movement. And using those moves kind of fit together, we can start to really open up the freestyle routing that Kiri is capable of. And from this point on, the sword flying is really going to take off.
No pun intended again, of course.
Well, that one was intended. I'm sorry.
But yeah, we now have both of the very, very good emergency button skills. So anytime we would be facing something that we weren't expecting, or we miss a jump or something like that, we have pretty reliable ways to save ourselves. Even though you don't lose a ton of time trying to do a lot of this movement and these tricks by just doing them with, but by dying through them, you do end up having a slightly better time if you don't have to die, because you don't lose the couple seconds for that animation. So it's not not the end of the world if you don't save it, but you have the ability to now, which is really cool. This climb is really hard, so I am going to be quiet.
Yep, I'll take over. And what Bo's doing here is, this is one of the first levels that really shows off Kiri's, it uses most of what Kiri's kit has. You can see a lot of these wall jumps and the air attacks. You can only use one instance of each move in between refreshes. So the routing involves a lot of, you can only wall jump off the same side wall once. You can only do your E once. You can only do your air dash once until you hit something, and then that refreshes everything, and you have access to all of your movement abilities again. So that was a really clean ascent.
Thank you. This room is pretty cool. It's a lot of cycles for these electric eels that we have to get around. But as you might imagine, waiting for them is slow. So we're just gonna be grabbing some comfy clouds to get through it all. And then this room, everybody go grab your drinks if you need them.
This is the hydration check in the water level.
Yep.
So gonna make sure you get your water.
This stage is kind of the same as the screen before it. The idea is it's a lot of cycle-based movement. You want to kind of casually float down, and just generally make sure that that you're dodging eels and things. But we have a power star basically there, so we don't do that. It's probably he's getting feisty today. All right, we got him. Generally, that previous screen. We will always press the fox there because you got to fall down it anyway. You got to get all the way to the bottom to get to the door. So may as well.
Oh, good dog on this level so far.
Well, as long as they don't go back. All right. So this is. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say this is the ice level. Gonna be a lot of really interesting stage designs here, which we'll kind of cover as they come up. But this is normally you'd have on the first character playthrough, you'd have access to a new power-up that would kind of give you an immunity to ice physics and sliding on the ground. But Kiri doesn't get that, but she also kind of doesn't need it.
Yeah. Sword is, as it turns out, an extremely good ability.
Here's another vertical ascent. This is similar to that other one with a lot of wall jumps, a lot of vertical movement and refreshes, and these are really fun to just kind of hit the lines and just nail the ascent. Let them wrap this up. Really clean.
Thank you. Yeah, that was really cool. 4-2 was it still is, but it used to be my absolute favorite. Now it is just one of my favorite stages to execute in the game. You can really take that however you want as long as you're constantly moving upwards. This stage, on the other hand, there's not a whole lot of ways to make this stage go faster, unfortunately. So we're going to be playing this more or less as intended, with a little bit of speeding up to hurry up and wait a little bit, since Kiri can cover distances pretty quick with the blade dash. I have done quite a lot of smushing myself into walls in this world, or in this level, and unfortunately, none of it has saved enough time to be worth doing.
Yes, if you happen to want to pick this game up and try to lab a way to save time on that level, I think
we would be so appreciative, so very
love
appreciative
to hear from you.
Yeah, please route that level and then tell me how to do it better. Oh, go right ahead. I'm not talking.
So this is the World 4 Ghost House, and as you can see, the gimmick of this world, this ghost house, is that we have to navigate the dark, but we have a map on the other half of our screen. So using all of Kiri's movement, we have to kind of look on the right half to see where the platforms are, including the moving platforms, and then, negotiate them on the left half where we're sort of a little bit in the dark.
Nice. Yeah, super cool level design. One of the most interesting ways that lanterns are used in the game, but it is hard.
Big shout out to Liz Starr, who designed the levels.
Oh yeah, 100%. All these levels are so good.
Star.
Say again.
I was just echoing the Liz Star shout out.
Oh,
shout out
yes.
Liz Star.
Yeah, we love
Heck
her.
yeah. All right, so that's World 4 Ghost House down. Oh, the dogs are being exceptionally kind in here today. We can only hope for... They know we're on a special one, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so this is the Aaron fight where we get one of the neater abilities that doesn't really get a ton of use. There's we already have a horizontally moving ability, a vertical movement ability, and this gives us a diagonal downwards movement ability. It's called Full Metal Geta, and it is basically a fighting game dive kick. It's very cool. We use it a couple of times, but it's not quite as useful as the other two, unfortunately.
Yeah, in the previous Erin fight, she teaches you the anti-air, and then when you fight her casually here, you get to her and you try to do your anti-air, and she teaches you the anti-air. So
yep.
She says, nice try, but here's this layer.
So we did equip this to make going through this area a little bit faster, and we are unfortunately now going to lose a bunch of other power-ups to just kind of skip through some ups and downs because they're a little bit slower than doing it the other way. And we are going to take a secret pipe here. This is one of two secret little zones we pop into as we go through the game. The other one, when we get to it, which isn't going to be until World 6 or so, we're going to show you guys, but you all need to be really quiet about it. Don't tell anybody that it's there, okay?
Yeah, we got a little secret, We like you guys, and I'll let you in on the secret, but you got to keep it between us.
Oh, it's race time.
Oh, yeah. So, in this level, we're introduced to our cool little friend here who challenges us to a race. And, in the interest of fairness, we all think that like to play on an even field. And unfortunately, our ghost friend here is intangible, and they can move through walls and we cannot. So in the interest of fairness, what Bo likes to do is, switch themselves in the wall and kind of clip through the moving ice, and if it's fair for the ghost, it's fair for Kiri too, and it kind of puts us ahead of the auto scroll. And GG's.
Everybody, GG's. That was a good race.
Yeah.
That strat saves 20 seconds. If the side if the walls in front and behind you didn't actually have ends, I don't think it would work. But because they are limited and there's only so much space. Oh goodness. You can cheat a little bit.
So this level is normally meant to be played as your classic sort of invincibility star race, where the floor is lava, but there's a lot of invincibilities that you're meant to chain through. And in a casual playthrough, there is sort of an optional challenge of can you beat this level without using any of the invincibility stars? And what Kiri says is, you know what? I've got a sword and I can do whatever I want. So.
Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, today I cannot do it without dying. However, you may be able to.
Yeah, it's super fun to hit the line on that stage without dying.
The bacon's really been giving me issues recently. So this is the Ice World boss. The mechanic seems to be that there are things coming out of the ground, but that's only part of it, and you'll have to play the game yourself to figure it out. Okay, so in 5-1, that we are now in the air stage. There's going to be lots of movement stuff in this specifically. Oh, that's unfortunate. Normally we want to hug that Tengu, but I gave him the sword instead. So we're going to hope that we hit this cycle. Okay, we got good enough.
Ooh, that was a nice wall jump off the very tip of that spike.
Thank you. Yeah, normally what you want to do there is you want to run into that Tengu to get a death cloud. It's a good cloud, and as long as you just hold upright, you'll dodge that moving wooden platform, and it gives you quite a lot of nice space. In this next screen is the most difficult slope jump in the game. It's extremely inconsistent. We'll see if I can get this time. Nice, I'll take it. Heck yeah.
That was really good.
And so that's just an example, a really good example of look how much time we saved even though we died. Like this, it's so easy to pick up and just get going in this game. I definitely recommend giving it a try.
This level is, I'm going to let you go. This is one of the levels that have no floor and a lot of enemies, and it's a great level for sort of freestyling with Kiri's movement, because here we are, we have 3 of the 4 learned abilities, and we can just, normally it's supposed to be a flock of cranes that we ride on and navigate through the level, but Kiri says, you know what, I got a sword and I have other ideas, so it's really, really fun to just kind of hit those lines and just route your own path through the level and just land as long as you're accurate enough to land your hits, you can keep refreshing your air abilities and just kind of clear right through it.
This is our second and last time saying hi to Monty, so everybody say hi to Monty and then say bye to Monty.
Bye, Monty.
It looks like we don't have a ninja suit for this, although we're not normally figuring on doing that, so potential future strats incoming.
Emergent technologies are a lab, but this is one of the stages where it's pretty cool casually. You are on a platform, and the platform sort of routes throughout these hazards that you have to navigate while kind of staying on the platform. But in the interest of expedience, we take advantage of Montgomery Hall's feline generosity, and we use this, it's kind of the equivalent of a P-Wing. This is like the stage we P-Wing through.
Yeah, and as a result of that, there's not a lot going on, so now would be a great time for shout-outs or notifications of things or anything like that, if you've got any, Helix.
Hey, I got you, because there's something really important coming up. For those who don't know, and maybe those who do know, Games Done Quick will be returning to PAX West from August 29th through September 1st. Submit your runs by July 27th for a chance to showcase your run live in Seattle. That is, by the way, July 27th is a week from tomorrow, so you need to do that soon. Selected runners will receive an event badge, and you can visit gdq.gg/submit for more info. And again, highly recommend doing that very soon. You have perhaps less time than you think.
It's very exciting.
Okay, so we're now into the World 5 Ghost House. This one's pretty neat. Casually, not this screen, but the next screen, right, was the one that had to get nerfed.
Oh yeah, there's a vertical ascent screen, which was it was a little bit difficult, but
the cycles were unkind, to say a little bit about them.
But Kiri has a sword, so either way, she doesn't really care.
Yeah, we have a sword and access to clouds on demand, so we're good either way.
Yeah, I think this is this ghost house is the first introduction of sort of these ghost blocks, which are very sleepy and they like to take naps. But when they're awake, they're very helpful.
Yes.
Got a couple of them here. They're going to do their best to us out of the pits. They want to position the soldier there so that it lands on the solid ground, and that's our World 5 Ghost House. And here we're going to learn our last ability. You notice that Erin has a new pattern where she sort of jumps up in the air. She's trying to show us the move, but it's a pretty tricky move, and we're going to see it very shortly. Unfortunately, it doesn't make for a good fighting move when she's trying to show it to us like this. But now we have access to what's called Spirit Rush. And what Spirit Rush is when you build up a full key meter in the top right, now Kiri can use her sword, and you can pick any of the 8 directions, and you get a big burst of velocity in any direction. So it's basically like a slope jump on demand. And normally, the attack ends with kind of a slowdown animation and a cool like sword, so it helps you kind of like pinpoint where you want to land it. But what Bo's going to be doing is something called Spirit Rush Cancel, where they use another action in the middle of the Spirit Rush velocity to kind of cancel that slowdown animation and retain the movement. So it's kind of like having a slope jump in your pocket for anywhere that you can build up enough running speed to get a full key meter.
Yeah, it's super cool. We use it in a lot in World 6 and a couple times in World 5, just to try it on for size in this case. But in the future, there will be many SRCs.
Oh yeah, this gets used a lot once we get access to it. So I've heard that there is a content patch coming that'll have a new game plus.
People have been saying this. I've heard that this is coming. I'm very excited about it because I think playing with Kiri's whole kit is super neato. And I definitely want to be able to do that from 1-1 instead of from 5-5.
Great, definitely something to look forward to.
All right, and now we're going to use the second cloud that we picked up from our boy Monty. This tower climb is very long and very treacherous. We're pretty certain that you could probably do this a little bit faster if you do vertical SRCs all the way through. But for ease of marathons and such, riding the cloud up there is very, very nice. Now that we've made it through that initial first section, we can just hug this left wall and there will be no enemies that can reach us. There's one guy who's a little full of himself and thinks he can. Nice try,
Give
buddy.
Him a shot. There you go.
He
tries it every time.
He does. And honestly, I respect that. You miss every shot you don't take, and boy, is he taking shots. And now we're going to fight my favorite boss in the game. This is a quick kill that I found in my casual playthrough. That's the fight. It's over. GG's. That fight's really cool casually, but it's also slow, so we just take the homeboy out and call it a day. The way that we think that works is because you hit him as he's falling and he's not on the stage yet. He doesn't have a way to recover before he hits the death plane, and he just goes poof.
Yep, just one sword stroke. It's very cinematic in a way. Oh, that was a really clean run.
Yeah. See if we can, how much of that we can maintain. Not you. Oh, I pressed a button. That's all right. Yeah. We're making really good time on this stage as is, so no complaints.
Yeah, like as mentioned kind of earlier, the slope jump and that Spirit Rush cancel, you maintain the velocity as long as you don't press the forward button. So if anyone's familiar with Team Fortress rocket jumping or Quake rocket jumping, as long as you don't hit the W key, it kind of works by a similar logic.
Mm-hmm. 6-2 is your standard water level stage that you would find, rising and lowering water level. We want to try to get through it in as few cycles as possible, and we did, so you'll love to see that. But yeah, we're basically every level in this world, we're going to be attempting to do some level of SRC. This stage in particular has 3 of them that we want to do. So we'll see how many of those we can get. Well, I don't think we're gonna get this one now. That wall kick was not planned, unfortunately. Well, that's all right.
And we got backup strats.
Yeah. All right, we'll maybe try to go for this one then.
Good pop. There we go.
Nice. Okay. Well, we got 2 out of 3. I'll take 2 out of 3.
Yeah, it's
Cool,
all
cool.
time saved.
Yes. Okay, we're gonna go into 6-4 now. 6-4 is a stage that is very cycle based. It's very cool to watch done. So this would be a point where both Rally and I are not really going to have a lot to say. So would also be a good time for announcements if they exist.
Yeah, we do like to just watch this one play out on its own. Pick it for itself.
I mean, I'm always happy to yap. There's always lots of stuff going on in and around GDQ, like the Hotfix summer merch collection. If you are a Hotfix fan, please make sure you head over to theyeti.com/GDQ to check out our brand new Hotfix shirt, keychain, and sticker pack. That is the Yeti, Yeti spelled Y-E-T-E, by the way, for those unfamiliar.
Nice.
Very nice. Yeah, that whole level, if you play it on any of the other difficulties, there's a checkpoint in the middle, and if you happen to die and go back to the checkpoint, you kind of miss an important cycle that would let you just kind of blast through it. So it definitely has a line that you can hit from beginning to end, and it always feels good to hit it playing through, and it's just fun to watch that one get routed.
Yes, indeed. And you'll notice that that was the most difficult mini boss that we're going to fight because there's an extra enemy in there.
Yeah, the mini boss noticed we were kind of giving him a hard time, so they brought a friend, but here he didn't care.
Yeah, sword, it turns out, is a very powerful tool.
Yeah, as our teacher Erin teaches us, this is going to be the final fight where she doesn't teach you a new power. You kind of fight her at full strength, so it's sort of the student fighting the master here, and that'll be the last we see of Erin for this run so far.
Yes, indeed. Oh, I got the crouch jump there. Unfortunate. That's all right. So this is going to be a stage where the SRCs are very important. We're going to be going for 2. This first one here is just to get us over this first hump of stage, and then we're going to be going for another one here. We'll see if we can get it.
Looks good so far.
Yep.
Very clean. Nice.
Yes, nice.
I like the landing sword strike too. Nice little flourish on the end. Bonus
Indeed.
points.
Okay, we're gonna do our second tower climb, and chat, now is the time to start waking up. We're gonna need your help very soon. This is proven speed tech. We have determined that it does in fact make the cutscenes go faster. So we do need you to be prepared. We're gonna require your help soon.
Yeah, there's 1 level, and then there's 2 boss fights, and then we're gonna need your help to kind of round out the speed run because we can't do it ourselves.
Indeed. So this. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, this is sort of the last level, and this is the one where a little bit of a secret on the end. Normally, you're meant to bounce off of the breaking blocks, but Bo found that there's 1 pixel that you can stand on where if you break the blocks, you kind of don't have to do the bouncing. You get your normal movement back. And coming up here, there's this kind of a tricky last level, but there's a little secret here, which just between us, you guys, we trust you guys.
Yeah, you've been pretty cool so far, so keep this a secret, but
yeah.
Shh, don't tell anybody. Oh, look, wow, the end of the level. That was so cool.
Wow, look at that. Wow.
I can't believe we went so quickly through there. Wow, goodness.
Yeah. Anyway, keep it to yourself.
Yeah, don't tell nobody. Okay, so now we're going to do the last boss. And this one's a little different than the other bosses that we've fought so far.
Yeah, instead of having a boss fight where we kind of have to fight a singular boss in their arena, we have to fight the boss's entire army. And they got hands sometimes.
They got hands a lot of the time.
Yep, GG's.
GG's. All right, and now we're gonna fight the mushroom again. You'll remember this fella from the first time. And we're gonna be playing as Yuzu for the first time in 45 minutes. So everybody say hello to Yuzu again. Hello, Yuzu.
Hey, Yuzu. Good to see you again. Yuzu does not have a sword, so
we have to do things. I was going to say the same thing. She doesn't have a sword, so we're going to do things by the book for this first part of the boss fight here. We basically need to dodge these dog soldiers that are running through and the blocks falling from the ceiling, which are random. And then we need to not get crunched into the wall with that block, although we are going to do some neat little speed tech that is only doable because of the difficulty we're playing on here in a moment.
Remember, hold it.
Yep. All right. So this is the skippable cutscene, and then we're gonna show you how powerful Sword is. So that was now you know how this boss fight is supposed to go. You've seen how the phases go. And I'm sure you're wondering, what does Sword allow us to do that's different? And the answer is whatever we want. We can do anything.
Here you don't care.
Ooh. Okay. Now we're fine.
You got one little hit in at the end.
Yep, he always gets one. Okay, chat. They're going to go into a cutscene and they're going to yap at each other. We need to talk fast. Tell these Fox girls to talk faster, Twitch chat.
Talk fast, talk fast. Type it in chat. Kind of get them to speed up and hurry us along.
Oh, we might. I can't believe we're going to beat my score from yesterday.
Oh, no.
Time.
Yeah, time.
That was world record by 8 seconds.
Wow,
That's the second sub 46 in 2 days. So heck yeah. GG's everybody. You were here on the non-binary People's Day hotfix to see a new world record of this video game. Now, I know that the GGs are happening, but we have to validate the run. This is the last little bit of chat interaction, of audience participation that we have. So I need you to all type, but don't press enter yet. Get it ready. Type "Let's go lesbians" in your box. Okay, put that in the text box. You'll know, if you look really closely, you can see that Twitch chat is in the top left of the screen right now. I'm pointing at it on my monitor, but you can't see me doing that. Twitch chat is in the top left of the screen right now. You will know when you need to press enter. Let's go lesbians. GG's everybody. That was Curie% New Game. Thank you guys all for hanging out and sticking through all of the runs that have happened so far today. Definitely make sure that you're sticking around for the runs that are coming up. The whole schedule is a banger, both day 1 and day 2. You do not want to miss any of these things. The games committee really cooked with this one for sure.
Oh yeah.
The games committee was myself and Limey, so from both of us, thank you.
Heck yeah.
With that said, congrats on the world record. I was going to say it earlier, but we had to make time for lesbians, as you do.
Yeah, it is important, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, always. Huge congrats. That is awesome.
Thank you.
Talked fast, played fast, said let's go lesbians fast.
What more could you ask for, truly?
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you both for being here. Anything else from you two?
Yeah. So you can find me a couple nights a week over at twitch.tv/debonairvt, spelled the same way you see it on your screen. I play a lot of this game, and I am getting into a couple of other 2D platformers with plans to speedrun them a little bit. I also take part in a bunch of other little grassroots charity marathons throughout the year. I have my 10th one in 1 year of speedrunning and streaming coming up in the beginning of August. So if you would also want to follow me over on Blue Sky, same deal, DebonairVT there. You will be able to keep tabs on when I am going to be popping into other marathons and helping raise more money for charities. Riley, what about you?
Yeah, just hey, first off, thank you for having me here. It's been a pleasure. I'd just like to send a shout out to all our friends, the friends at Kitsune Games. And I have my friends at the Garden, have friends, the Rowdy Boys, you guys out there. Give a shout out to the Binary Breakers.
Breakers mentioned.
And just, this has been a pleasure to kind of join you. As you said, you've been kind of speedrunning for a year, and it's been a pleasure to join you on your journey. And this is, your show, and I'd just like to thank you for having me along.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
been a joy to watch the run evolve over time. And I would like to say, this is a world record, but that world record could be yours. Grab the stats, grab the strats, steal the strats, and come take the crown.
Yeah. Genuinely, this category specifically is so much fun to actually play through, to pilot, and as we mentioned earlier, like you can just do every trick. You can do it every time. So every run is a great practice run, which is super duper cool. So definitely pick this game up, give it a try. There's a content update coming relatively soon too. So there's going to be some new things that we have access to. I think New Game Plus mode is one of the things. So if you liked what you saw towards the end and at the end of World 5 and into World 6, you're going to be able to do that for everything. So definitely get this now, get your hands on it. It's a ton of fun. And genuinely, it's kind of criminally underrepresented right now.
It is also 30% off, I think.
Oh yeah, there you go. I don't know how long that'll last. So make sure you get over there and get it right now, if possible.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that does it for us. So I don't know when I will see you all again, but I'm sure that I will. And until then, remember to be kind to yourselves and love one another. Enjoy the rest of the marathon. Happy International Non-Binary Peoples Weekend, y'all.
Thank you so much, Debonair and Rally. Let's go, lesbians. We'll be right back in just a few minutes with Zelda 2 with Ice Blue. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone. Thanks for sticking around through the break. I'm Helix. You are watching the International Non-Binary Peoples Day celebration on GDQ Hotfix. And I'm not going to keep you all waiting any longer. Zelda 2 is up next. I think let's just get into it. Ice Blue, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How is Phantom, my commentator? How are you doing?
I'm doing probably better than you are, but it's okay.
What do you mean?
I don't have COVID, so
I don't either. Well, not anymore. Fine now. It's just the lingering effects.
Hey, me too.
Speaking of which, hydrate, please.
Yeah, that's important. Yeah, for those of you, I've been making heavy use of my mute toggle. If you hear me cough during this event, I apologize.
I'm gonna do my best not to. I drank some hot tea earlier with honey in it, just to try and suppress it, and it didn't help. So if I cough, I am so sorry. But hello, I'm Ice Blue. I speedrun a variety of Zelda games, mostly like retro classic, like NES, SNES, and I did some of this. I did Link's Awakening on the Switch, and Echoes of Wisdom as well. I've kind of did a pivot over to RPG speedrunning, which has just been more laid back for me. But I'm here to showcase some Zelda 2. This game is both impossible, but also very satisfying to speedrun. It's probably one of my favorite speedruns. And on comms, I have Phantom with us, who definitely has never played this game before.
Nope. Not a single time.
But yeah, I kept it on the title screen because, I didn't want to just barge in here, kick the doors down, and just blast these file names to y'all. Sorry. But we're gonna go ahead and get started. The first cave, I'll go over that real quick before we start. The first cave in the game is the biggest, heaviest reset point in the entire run. And you'll see a lot of top runners just resetting constantly because they're trying to manipulate a frame perfect P bag. And then how to do that, you have to kill 5 enemies, and then the 6th small enemy that you kill has a 1 in 7 chance, or 1 in 7 chance, or 1 in 8 chance to drop a blue magic jar. Or sorry, 1 in 2 chance to drop a blue magic jar. And then it's a 1 in 8 chance to drop a 50 bag. So we just have to do the cave frame perfect, right? You just got to do it. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. I just hope that I just don't mess up the cave. I don't need the bag. That's just if you're doing PB attempts. But we're gonna go ahead and get started in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So if you've ever played this game, this is one of the first like Zelda titles that actually had like an overworld with like encounters rather than just enemies spawning. And we're able to. I mean, well, yeah. You know what? All right, we already messed up this cave. All right, so everything's ruined. The whole run's ruined. All right. Well, I have no idea how this walk is going to go over to Palace 1, just because I missed the Octorok there. So we may take a couple of encounters here. Oh, no, wait. Maybe not even close.
Just get lucky.
Yeah. So the way that the encounters spawn in this game is all dependent on how Link exits the most previous screen that he was just on. So you're gonna see like throughout the run that like some of these encounters we're gonna stop and like stab on the screen just to lose frames. And that's just us manipulating how the encounters are gonna walk towards us. I'll stand over here. No, didn't get it. All right, so I was trying to skip this forced encounter here by taking an encounter from the overworld on the same tile that you have a forced encounter. You can just skip it because when you take an encounter on the road there, it actually gives you just a small little screen of an encounter. Unfortunately, since we messed up Magic Cave, it was we didn't get the.
I'm going to interrupt really quick. I believe we have another guest joining us.
Hi, I'm here to heckle Ice.
Can I get a new commentator? I'm just kidding. Okay. So because our frames are all over the place and on the floor, Link dropped the jar and they're just spread all over the place. I have no idea what this next encounter is going to do. All right, that was good. All right, you're going to see me constantly pressing the start button, pause menu, or pause button on the overworld. And that's just to kind of get an idea of what the encounters are doing. So I can react to them. Because we're going to be doing a lot of skips or attempting to do skips. But this is our first palace. This is Palace 1. We're here to... Oh, I kind of didn't go over the category here. So this is 100% all keys. And that was a really cool swag beam. This is 100% all keys. So we have to pick up every single key in the game. And that includes every single boss that drops a key. And then every single spell, item, and thing that's that isn't a consumable. And we're just going to get these really cool swag beams here as well. TJ, if you want to kind of go over the category while I do this.
Yeah, sure. I was just going to say, there is a trick you can do called door ferrying. I believe that's what it's called, where you can, essentially squeeze through the keyhole of a door. You can basically just go through doors if you cast fairy and become a fairy. This category has the stipulation that prevents that from happening, so it does force you to get all the keys.
Yeah, and this category is actually it's considered glitchless, honestly. There's not really any glitch in this category, and this is also the main category as well.
Except for beam wraparounds, of course.
That's not a glitch.
Yeah.
How dare you? How dare you?
I'm calling you out.
I don't see no rule against that. All right, it's very important that we did not take any damage from that little bot at the start of this room. That is, so the Chewy there, or I forget what they're called. I just call them Chewies. The community calls them Chewies. They're on an actual, a global timer with, the maces that they throw. And as long as we don't lose any frames on that screen, we're able to basically just jump through the maces and get that fast pattern. There's an even faster pattern, but I don't practice that one just because it's you take a hit and your hand is already hovering over the reset button on the console.
Yeah, there are quite a few instances where enemy movement, enemy behavior is dependent on how many frames you spend on a screen. and also how many frames you spend on the screen beforehand. There'll be plenty of instances of that later on.
And you saw that, like, how I knew exactly like what that bubble pattern was going to be. I don't know why. I guess it just depends on like Link's positioning on an elevator. Hold on, let me do this real quick. So I guess it depends on Link's positioning on an elevator. We stab that left wall there going down that elevator, and what it does is that actually changes the spawn pattern of the bubbles through that room, which allows us to know that it's basically like a standing stab, a jumping standing stab, and then a crouching, like a jumping crouch stab to skip the first two bubbles. Oh, good. They jumped backwards.
Oh, yeah. I was worried about those bots.
Yeah, I was looking at them. I was like, oh, here we go. Here we go.
Yep, and a little crouching backward stab there. A little bit about the stab animations in this game. I'm not sure if you went over this before I came in, but
of course,
a crouching stab, nice P-bag, by the way. A nice, so a crouching stab instantly comes out, whereas a standing stab will like be delayed by a few frames. So that's useful, very useful, in fact, imperative to know for combat, just overall. But like those jumping standing stabs there on that iron knuckle, like it's imperative that you know exactly how long the delay is on your standing stabs.
Do a little wiggle there. I guess we're gonna
take attack 3.
I'm gonna push my drop back, I guess. If we get a bag here, we leave this palace with attack 4, which
Nice.
never punished.
Hey.
So in PB attempts, you want attack 4, leaving palace 1. And the only way to really do that is by getting the bag from Magic Cave. We also didn't kind of go over the flashing lights. I'm sorry. There's a lot of flashing lights. It's just this game suffers from NES, I guess. Whenever you defeat a boss, whenever you gain a spell, whenever you cast a spell, whenever you die, there's going to be some major flashing lights, and I'm sorry I didn't mention that earlier. But yeah, that first boss is Horsehead. With attack 3, it's 8 stabs to the face, and pretty much just kind of solidifies his life expectancy.
Yeah, there's especially a point later where we intentionally death warp a few times in succession in Palace 4. So, but yeah, I mean, Ice won't be dying before then because they're a pro gamer. So,
I don't know about all that.
You're even in the credits as a pro gamer. Did you know that?
Yeah. I want a screenshot of it.
There's actually a point in the credits where they're
nice.
saying thanks to the programmers, but it's spelled pro gamer instead.
Just
They're just getting all the P-bags right now.
Yeah, looks like it. I don't know how this encounter is going to go. There we go.
You're fine.
All right. So
The way
normally...
Sorry,
go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say the way the encounters behave in the overworld is, in a way, like basically like the type of encounters that you get, the type of spawns that you get are dependent on how many frames you spend in the like 2D submap screen beforehand. So you'll notice there are a couple of points in this run we actually intentionally delay our exit on some screens so that we know exactly where, or not exactly where, but exactly what type of spawn we're going to get in the overworld, makes them easier to avoid.
I actually mentioned that in the beginning. I know you weren't here for that.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
no,
I
it's
wasn't. Just in case people didn't get it the first time, I guess.
Is there a category for no attack upgrade? Yeah, there is a category for an attack 1 run. It's designed for people who want to sit there and stab Thunderbird 96 times. I personally don't, but
why not?
Why not? I don't know. Have you ever tried to fight T-Bird and stab him 96 times?
No, I've never gone that far.
Oh well, good luck. It's your new task.
I mean, it sounds like fun.
We're giving
you
homework
describe
live on GDQ Hotfix.
Yeah, we are. So I kind of did like a little wiggle there to get through the Octoroks there, but we got a bad Gorilla. Sometimes the Gorillas, you know, sometimes they're nice, sometimes they're not. Alright, so this encounter walk could go one of two ways. It could go really good and we get 0, or it could go really bad and we get like 3. Alright, well,
Yeah,
that guy's a jerk.
This is one of the hardest walks in the game. Let me call these walks.
Oh, and then I got it in the woods.
Yeah. That was really close to a really good juke, though.
Yeah, I tried.
You found Bagu's house.
Hello, Bagu. Bye, Bagu.
Yep. See you later.
All right, so Bagu and I are now best friends, and we needed to talk to him to advance to our next section of the game here. Because we talked to Bagu, we now apparently know his like entire like life story, and the river guard that blocks the next like section of the game is like, oh, you know Bagu, then I'll help you cross. Even though, you know, we immediately were like, hey, bye.
Yeah, we're even on his emergency contact list.
Yeah, you know, we've like, whoa, there's Bagu right there.
Yeah.
I love that this game just like has like 4 townspeople sprites.
Yep.
And I love when they like walk by each other like 4 to 5 times. They're just like, huh. All right, so we're gonna be picking up the life spell here, and this is going to be a very like important spell to have early on, especially coming to Death Mountain, because we are severely underleveled. And the Death Mountain introduces enemies called Dairas. No, I didn't say the other thing. Dairas. These enemies are basically, they just charge forward at you, swinging an axe, and it's Texas Chainsaw Massacre style. And they're oh lord he coming kind of enemies. And we're very low life, you know, we only have life 2 here. I'm gonna take the safety here. We're very low life level, we're magic 1. And yeah, we die in like 2 to 3 hits from those. But there's actually a nice cool strat. So this is the guy here. You know Bagu?
You know Bagu?
I can help you cross.
help.
Bagu is actually, I think, the only text box besides finding the mirror under the table that you can just like open, close immediately. Everybody else, you have to listen to him, which is very unfortunate. But yeah, this is one of the hardest sections in the entire run. Just Death Mountain is just very rough. Ow.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to enter Death Mountain on anything less than full health.
Yeah.
Both because you want the health and also because beams are nice. You'll see they're actually taking advantage of resources quite nicely, casting life right before the magic upgrade. And then getting full magic from the magic upgrade to just replenish everything. So now they've got beams back.
Oh, it went that way. I could have just kept walking. All right, so this is an advanced combat technique here.
Double stab.
Which I missed. But yeah, so there's you can kind of like jump into enemies and just like force like a double stab into them, because enemies don't have invincibility frames in this game. It looks like they do, but enemies you could just constantly just like stab over and over. We're gonna take advantage of that later on in the run when we get an ability called Downward Thrust. And we're just gonna kind of jump into enemies' hitboxes and just like mash the down button, and we're just gonna like completely obliterate their health.
Yeah, there are a couple different ways to double stab. You can either fall while standing stabbing and then immediately jump and crouch stab, or excuse me, immediately, jump then crouch stab to get 2 hits. Or you can jump up while crouch stabbing and then fall down while standing stabbing.
That's my preferred method.
Yeah. Have you gotten a 50-50 that wasn't a pea bag yet? Have you gotten the red jar?
I don't know what those are. Yeah, so the jars and like the red jars and the 200 bags from the larger enemy sets, those are technically 50-50s. And yeah, we've just gotten pea bags every single time.
Yeah, it's every 6 large kills that they get are going to yield either a pea bag or a red jar, or in this case, just pea bags. Red jars don't exist.
Yeah.
But generally, you want pea bags.
All right, I guess we're fighting one of those on the way back.
Like, pea bags are the reason we were able to enter Death Mountain at Attack 4. Getting that 25% of, like, 2 straight pea bags in Palace 1. Being very careful there to not leave the screen before getting the XP. Otherwise, you just don't get it.
Well, that and the Dyra respawns.
Right, that too.
Yeah, so the way like this game works, there's a red jar.
There's a red jar. When you
if
don't
the
need it.
XP, like if you, oh Jesus, if you don't get awarded the XP, then the game basically says, "Hey, you never killed that enemy. Good luck." All right, so we're gonna keep our health full here. I like to play it a little safe here. This little Mew can make your day absolutely terrible. It's on the very edge of a platform, and if you've played games like Ninja Gaiden, they just love spawning enemies on the edge of a platform. For, you know, whatever reason, sure, I guess we just like throwing you into the pits.
It is very Ninja Gaiden-esque, isn't it?
It very much is.
A game I've never played, but I have definitely seen that crap happen.
Well, now you need to play it.
No, I really don't, actually.
All right, how many bits? What's the price? All right, I actually have an audio cue for this. Hopefully it works.
Bits, by the way.
All right, so it's not always consistent, but like my audio cue is to move on. Like I move on a certain note, and that just basically allows like a later spawn there, which allows me to kind of like just walk straight to that cave there. Coming up here on this bridge, we're gonna there's an actual instance of this game. So this game cheats, very much so. Whenever you jump over enemies, the enemies follow directly under you. But what the enemies do is they're actually following your D-pad inputs. So if you're holding right still, the enemies will continue to follow under you as you're jumping over them. So if we jump with like maximum velocity here, and we let go of the D-pad, the enemy just stays in place. But yeah, the game just cheats. Oh, nice. Okay. Perfect. That's a perfect encounter that we wanted there. Mm-hmm. That sets up an encounter walk that we're going to be doing right over here by walking left and up here. And that just lets us walk straight to this cave without any concerns. But yeah, enemies will follow your movements. Okay.
That's low-key a dangerous room. It can be.
It really is.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. Nice early axe there, bud.
But you can see how quickly double stabs make the Dyra fights there.
This is like the perfect room to practice double stabs.
Yeah. Little demonstration of it there.
Perfect jar, getting a jar there, because it leaves one sprite on the screen. Sorry. So it actually gives you less of a chance of getting like fish head spawns there.
See someone saying in chat, no getting the shield spell. We actually will get it later. after Palace 2. Since this is 100%, we do need to get it.
Yeah. The route actually, so it's technically 4 seconds slower on this route that we do to get shield later, but it sets up a 100% consistent walk to Palace 3. Unless, of course, you mess it up and then you take like 93 encounters in the grave. But it's pretty much like as long as you do the right movement, then you're fine and you just won't see any encounters on the way to Palace 3. All right, so we're going to come in here. We're going to pick up the most overpowered attack in the game. This is down stab. This is going to be the attack that we're going to be using to just kind of like jump into like certain enemies' hitboxes and just kind of like melt their health away. And you'll actually see that used against a certain boss later on in the run, maybe 2 if I can get the right Gooma spawn.
Yep, we're also going to be getting the fairy spell in this town as well, which even though we can't use it to pass through doors, like I mentioned earlier, it is still incredibly useful. In fact, it's required to beat the game without glitches.
Oh, excuse me. That is my lingering cough there. I'm actually going to take this time to hydrate.
Yeah.
You should hydrate too, chat. It's important.
I was just,
in the meantime,
about to say that.
Yeah. In the meantime, I want to quickly shout out that Games Done Quick is hiring. We are looking for new showrunners for the fall 2025 Hotfix season. So if you have experience planning and hosting speedrun shows or events, we'd love to hear from you. Visit gamesdonequick.com/jobs for more info. Applications close July 20th. That's tomorrow, by the way.
All right. So now that we have acquired the... Ooh, stay back. All right. Now that we've acquired the fairy spell, we do a specific walk out of that town. So we walk up 1 tile there. Just to kind of... We need to burn 1 tile for an encounter walk here.
Yep, you'll see that a lot over the course of this run. A lot of seemingly... Nice P-bag. A lot of seemingly unoptimal movement in the overworld, which is to manipulate overworld spawns.
Yep. We're especially going to need it. We're especially going to need it coming up here. There's 2 different types of walks that you can do coming out of this cave. If I get 2 front spawns, then we need to take a road encounter in the swamp. If I get a back spawn, then we can possibly make it the swamp walk free, like this one. Hello, up?
Oh.
Where was my up input? Okay. I guess we're not getting it. My D-pad did not register my up input. I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, it's okay. You're just gonna get it and then get ambushed.
Try to be real, okay, that works. All right, well, after the folly of my up input just not, wanting to up input, 2 encounters isn't terrible.
Yeah, still not bad.
Each encounter in the swamp is an 8-second time loss. Regular encounters are 6.5. And then if you take a road encounter, it's only 2 seconds. Oh, my beams. All right. So this is Palace 2. This is Swamp Palace. Oh, okay. I guess I must have stabbed too early there. This is Swamp Palace. We're going to be picking up an item here called the Glove. It is the Power Glove, the one and only the Power Glove. It's so bad. But it's actually really good in this game. It allows us to break blocks. I'm about to break these bots too.
For real though.
Like, they are very jumpy today. Oh, that's gonna be fun on the walk back. But yeah, we're carefully routing in here, just so we can pick up every single key. Just again for the spirit of the category, we need the keys. It's a very early level 5 attack.
Yeah, I was just gonna say how primed you were for I bet if you really tried, you get like attack 7 out of here. You don't want that, to be fair, but
your XP routing would be very weird at that point.
Yeah.
So that means I'm just going to be skipping quite a bit of enemies here because I don't need any more experience here. I like leaving this palace with 622 on my levels. All right, this is a dangerous room here. Making sure I have fairy primed. That one bot right there can jump right when you jump up there to get onto that platform and just knock you right into the lava.
Yeah, that's probably the scariest room in Palace 2. Really one of the scariest rooms in a game, to be honest.
All right, I'm actually going to take the time to swap and cast life here.
But yeah, the reason that XP routing is so particular in this category is because we want to end up at attack 8, right? But after every palace, your remaining XP kind of just gets dumped. And we want that, or like the XP that like is remaining to get to your next level, we want that to be our attack level, which is going to consistently be the highest cost like of all of our stats.
Yep.
So we want to be past, like it says next 161 out of 300 right now. We want to be past 300. But we still want like a lot of XP to go towards attack.
It's one of my favorite little tricks in the game.
Yeah.
Back up. So the game thinks because we casted fairy while in midair, the game just like tells the iron knuckle there, hey, Link is just pushing into you. So the AI for the iron knuckle there is to back up off of you, and so we jump and do that there, so Link can just push it, and we call that fairy pushing. Kill that thing just so I don't have to deal with the fires. Push you back a few pixels. Get out of here. I saw you.
Yeah, he was trying.
Yeah, he was. All right. So now that we have the glove here, we're able to break blocks. So what used to be terrifying, like those big dropping block rooms, aka I call them the Tetris rooms, they're no longer a threat. I've definitely had it in runs where it would just drop 5 blocks in a single row, and I would just have to cast jump or fairy just to get through.
What a time for a line piece.
Yeah.
Right?
Everybody loves and hates line pieces. They're either there or they're never there for you.
Yep.
Making sure to pick up that blue jar there. Just because we lose a little time if we have like missing magic, missing health, when we defeat a boss and toss the gem into the obelisk. I almost pressed start there.
Oh boy. Like you probably still would have been fine, I think.
Mm-mm. Because
No?
I have a drop coming up. And unless it was a bag. Alright, so we're just gonna kill this one iron knuckle. Because it's actually faster to kill that one rather than try to jump and bounce on it. And then now we have our second boss. This is Helmet Head. And nobody dies to Helmet Head.
GG.
Oh, I jumped too early there. And that was Palace 2. So cool little thing about this, when that jingle is playing, when the obelisk is flashing, it actually doesn't use any of like the, oh, jeez, since when did they do that? It actually, so like normally like when you pause and you have to like reset up your spell to cast, because this game actually like you have to like press start to like initiate a recast of the spell. If you pause it during that little jingle, it actually loses you 0 time.
Ooh.
Ooh.
It wasn't even close.
Nice.
All right, and this is where we're going to come back here and pick up the shield spell. And you're going to see me walk left out of town here because we need to, again, like we did out of the downstab and Fairy Town. I don't know the towns by names. They're all based around the sages from Ocarina of Time. I think it's that one is Mido. I know that one is Mido, who is not a sage, but it's all characters from Ocarina of Time, basically.
Yeah,
sounds like a sage.
Yeah. But yeah, so we're gonna burn one tile, and that's so we can set up a certain spawn, heading down towards Palace 3. And as long as I move on a half tile to basically what they call a slink, which is basically like using movement prediction with these enemies encounters. A slink is basically like when the encounter's on a half tile, you can walk basically down into it, and the encounter will move out of your way. We just get a back spawn. Okay, so it's just free. So we're just gonna see no encounter. We're gonna step into King's Tomb here, and we're gonna just peace out, and we're just gonna fall into this very, very hidden cave. But also, whenever you see that falling animation, chat, I want y'all to go whee!
So making our way to Palace 3 now. Palace 3 is very red.
Yeah, very.
That's about all I have to say about it.
Yeah,
there is one room in particular that's very scary about.
It's this game's like favorite thing to do. We're gonna throw you into a lava room with bots.
Yeah, there are a few lava bot rooms in this game.
Yeah. All right, we skipped that first Tensu there. And what that does is that actually despawns them for a second, allowing you to kind of jump through this Muse. Okay, nice pattern there. All right, so we have a second one of these rooms, but this time we're actually going to stop and pick up this very beautiful key that we need. Just kind of like down stab through that enemy. All right.
That 3 tile high jump, as well as that jump across that gap, are both pretty tight.
Yeah. Link has a very big trouble doing 4 tile wide jumps. That's not a good drop. I need XP. Might have to kill the Staphos here. Oh, okay. Because I need to get Life 3 and Magic 3 out of here.
I think absolute worst case scenario, there is a backup bag like in the room before the boss.
Yeah.
But that's not one you really want to get if you can help it.
Okay. I'm waiting for this bot to jump. Thank you.
See ya.
He was definitely trying his luck.
Yeah, this is the room I was talking about. So you can't even cast Fairy in that room because you need to break the blocks at the end. That's really the issue with it. And we got the jackhammer on the blue iron knuckle. So Ice mentioned this earlier, but if you downward stab into an enemy with a low ceiling like that, you can just repeatedly press down to down stab, and it does basically as many hits of damage as times you press down.
Yep. Yeah, once again, it's taken advantage of the fact that enemies just don't have iframes in this game. I'm actually going to check the Never Jar here.
Call it the Never Jar for a reason.
Of course it's a jar. I needed it to be an iron knuckle. Come on. So, Phantom, when are you running this game?
50-50 shot.
Phantom, when are you booting this game up?
I don't even have my NES plugged in.
Well, you have some time.
Nope.
It's kind of like a strategic, just like crouch there.
Yep. Sometimes you need to just stop to avoid some bullets coming from behind you.
Okay. I might have to kill the blue. Yeah, I'm gonna kill the blue iron knuckle because I think I'm on 5 for my drop. Excuse me. This blue iron knuckle is gonna guarantee that I have enough experience to finish this palace. Oh. I think we're on a drop here. Yep. Well,
Nice.
we would have been fine anyway.
Yeah.
All right.
So here's
Boss, yeah.
yeah.
Rebanak, yeah.
Rebanak, thank you. I was about to call it Ragnarok, but that's not correct. We're gonna stand right here, jump and down stab, and that's gonna put it right in the corner of the room, and so we can just kind of do that.
Yep.
And he's gonna die with what, 3 or 4 health left because Zelda 2.
Makes sense.
I don't know why that works. But yeah, Rebanak doesn't have like the ability to block damage in that specific spot. Oh, we just got random walked. Okay. I was not expecting a random walk. I was expecting to slink it. I almost pressed down.
But hey, you didn't.
Thankfully. Everything would have been ruined. Everything. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, experience routing is so important.
I also used jump exiting Palace 3, and that was just to burn magic heading out there. Because I want to have an empty magic like meter here while we enter when we enter the next town. Don't you do it? Okay. I want to have an empty magic meter upon entering the next town. Really? Really? Why did that walk up? I'll take that. Wait, no, come here. I'll take that.
No, that's fair.
I mean, my next walk is going to be really bad, but hey, at least I have beams.
Should be fine. Because
we'll see.
Yeah, it's the amount you spend in.
Nope.
Oh.
Nope. I knew it was gonna be weird, like with the how they spawn. Oh wow! Just because I wasted too much time in taking 2 encounters on that previous overworld.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and rescue this child. Sorry.
Yeah, no, the spawn points and like how they move, like whether you get like fast patterns, is frame dependent on the overworld. But the type of like encounter like movement that you get, from the enemy patterns themselves is dependent on the amount of frames you lost in the 2D sections. So since I lost a bunch of frames on the overworld prior to that, they spawned a lot earlier than they were intended to, and that's why I took that early encounter there.
Gotcha. Okay.
Ooh.
All right. So this is a strat called.
I'm gonna actually reset
the dazzle. Oh, okay.
I don't know if that's gonna work. Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Ugh.
I wiggled on the other screen.
Yeah, so ordinarily just waiting there for a little bit until you see the first spawn causes them to be a lot more consistent.
It's okay. 1 encounter there is fine. Oh.
Yep. So now what we're doing is we're trying to get a random encounter, one of these spawns, to happen on these forced encounter spawns. So you just saw the forced encounter spawn because one of the enemies trolled ice. Now we give it 4 slashes to make the next encounter not troll us. So yeah, you see how they all came towards ice? That was a result of the 4 slashes on the screen beforehand.
Yep. Yeah, so we've timed it to where like if you lose like the amount of frames that you lose when you cast or when you stab 4 times, is basically like, that much. Oh, I don't know if I was crouching. Okay, I was. I just don't want to be at 3 bars of health because those blenders will one-shot me. But yeah. So the amount of frames that you lose by doing 4 stabs there, actually, basically, the encounters that you get on the next encounter that you get it's a homing encounter. So they will just walk directly into Link, which is what we want, so we can walk directly into those forced encounters there and skip them with regular encounters, because the forced encounters there are actually a lot more difficult and a lot more dangerous, because they have one of them has bubbles plus like Lizalfos and some other stuff, and taking the regular encounters there, you just have to deal with the blenders, or the levers, but we call them blenders.
I was wondering if you were calling levers blenders.
Yeah, they're called blenders.
I knew what they were referencing. I was like, yeah, whatever.
I wasn't sure. I was like...
I mean, they come out of the ground and then they just chop your legs off.
It took me a second.
So coming up here, we're going to do the same strat. Instead of doing 4 stabs, we're actually going to talk to an NPC, and she's going to say 2 letters to us. And she is going to say, a P.
A P.
And that's going to basically set up our next encounter spawn to be one of those homing encounters.
Ugh. God, that's trolly.
I don't need to do stabs. I lost enough frames. Oh.
Not quite enough, apparently. So yeah, we don't want to deal with those screens. We'd much rather just take a normal enemy encounter.
Yeah, these are a little bit safer. It's too early on this link. Unfortunate. Really?
Yeah, slinks are hard, and they do require a lot of trust in the enemy movement to move to the side. Yeah, and
trusting Zelda II. That's a funny one. Trusting Zelda II.
That's part of what makes it hard.
All right. So taking that encounter, and then kind of like knowing how the spawns are gonna like spawn, like timing wise on the overworld, allowed me to pause buffer my way to see where they're gonna spawn and how I can react to them.
Whee! By the way.
Thank you. I can't do that. It hurts my throat.
I understand. I forgot to do it with the other couple that have happened.
That's it. It's my
Chat's had my
here.
back, though. Chat's had my back.
Thank you. Thank you, chat. I knew I could trust y'all.
Turns out sometimes we can trust Twitch chat.
All right, so Maze Island has I think it's 14 forced encounters on here, but if you walk in a very specific way, you only see 2 of them, and one of them is the item, which is a magic jar. And well, I guess we do 3 because we also have to pick up the lost child. I don't know why I do that. I should never stab that statue because sometimes it's an iron knuckle.
Yeah.
And he just comes
it's
out
a 50-50.
swinging.
I think in Palace 2, it's guaranteed to be a red jar, but
Yes.
in every other one, besides for Palace 1, it's a 50-50 between an iron knuckle and a red jar.
Except for P5, which has nothing. P5 and P1 are the only 2 palaces that don't have a jar in the front of it.
Well, screw P5 then.
Yeah. All right, so
Scary
coming up
jump there.
here, we're going to be taking 3 death abuses here. So please look away. There is flashing lights.
Yeah.
And we're going to be dying at the very end of the screen. So please look away.
Yep. Each screen you see that looks like this is going to end the same way, like this. So, yeah.
Excuse me. Good Lord. Each one of these deaths actually saves us about 4 seconds. from having to walk back, and it also refills our magic and our health. And the magic is the only reason we actually do those death abuses.
I can't believe you named yourself Frick on GDQ. That's
wait till you see my third file.
That's
Yeah, how dare you? What the heck?
You're not supposed to swear on GDQ.
Oh, frick, my bad.
Oh yeah, sorry, that was late.
Frick, my bad.
You just said it again.
No, I didn't. That was the what? Sorry.
I said frick. Oh, now I said frick. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Dang.
Whoa. My God. Teej.
Oh.
There's children watching. All right. So I love this room right here. By the way, there's another death abuse coming up here. I love this room just for this one Doom Knocker here. Because it's the only instance of upstab that actually is cool. Because the timing is done in a way that the Doom Knocker, you do that crouching stab into him, and he jumps while his flashing is going on there, and you can jump into his hitbox there and just upstab him, and it's the same every single time, and I love that because Doom Knockers are mega jerks in this game. We have our first instance of whiz robes in this dungeon. And they are just as much of a jerk as they were in Zelda 1. Kind of wait a little there. Why is everyone saying, whoa, Ultima. Yo, all right, somebody needs to let Twitch chat know that they just can't be swearing like that. I'm looking over at chat now and I'm just seeing all of it. Chat, come on, I thought better of y'all.
I can ban them.
Be gay, do crimes?
Absolutely be gay, do crimes. Come on now.
Something non-binary.
Ugh, nice double jump there. Skipping
Yeah,
rope.
it was. I love that actually. So you technically need upstab for that, but the way Link's hitbox with the sword works with the jump spell, you can basically just jump into a ceiling and stab, and the sword hitbox actually hits the block above you. So take that upstab. You stink. All right, this is gonna be really bad. I was supposed to kill that guy. Yep, there it is.
Oh.
It's okay, we're dying later anyway. My OCD kicks in every single time in that room, and I have to straighten out those stairs. I don't know why. I do it even in PB attempts. I lose frames to do that.
No, that's valid.
I probably lose frames as well. Oh, another death abuse room. I probably lose frames in P5, breaking the blocks of the music too.
But yeah, one last flashing lights warning here. Okay, we're good. Okay, so now making our way towards the boss of Palace 4, the infamous Karak.
It's the hardest boss in Zelda 2.
Yeah.
There's not even a margin. We're already good on experience. Karak gives 300 experience, I want to say.
Enough.
At least.
How is this platform holding those blocks up now? Who knows? All right, so we needed to pick up the reflect spell before coming here, because we're gonna be fighting a giant Wizrobe. And what do you do when you fight a giant Wizrobe? Well, we're just gonna stand in this corner. Hi, chat. How are y'all doing today? This is basically how you fight this boss, and this is one of the faster ways of doing it. There is a manip you can do for this boss now, that I believe it was JC and a couple others found it. And it's pretty wild. You basically just get 8 perfect like beams on Karok, and just the fight's already over.
I mean, just standing in the corner is fine too.
Yeah. All right, so we switched over to the jump spell. I'm gonna be trying a trick in Palace 5 that if I land it, it saves 12.5 seconds. And it also saves us having to take a magic level early or farming for a jar, which we already saw it in P4 there. So it doesn't exist. And, oh yeah, by the way, we picked up the boots. You can walk in water now. Don't try that at home, though.
Only if you have boots.
No, don't try that either.
Don't try it at home or in any other Zelda game.
Yeah.
Because that's not what boots do in any other Zelda game.
Yeah. All right. So this trick coming up is called Eco Key. Nice. And I'll just I'll let Teach talk it out.
Yeah, so we're gonna stop right here, and we're gonna jump, change direction, and let that bubble put us right up on the ledge. And that's a lot harder than Ice just made it look. And that keeps you from having to cast Fairy, re-enter the room, and grab the key from the other side. So it saves, like I said, 12.5 seconds.
Yeah.
And also a bunch of magic.
Yeah, so normally the game wants you to cast Fairy to get up that wall, and then exit the room so you can get rid of the Fairy spell, and then re-enter the room to pick up the key. So by taking a strategic damage boost there at the very top, peak of Link's jump, and dealing with the knockback of him, at the very peak and turning around, it allows us to kind of damage boost up top there, which is why we call it Eco Key, because it's saving. Ow! It's saving. Ow! Yeah, you heard me.
One of the worst rooms in the game, right there.
Yeah, this is the worst room in the game. But yeah, it's saving magic, essentially.
Yep, nice little magic refill. Casting life to get both your magic and your health back.
I'm going to try and stay at a certain XP here, because I want to take the level up for magic in the item room coming up here. Just for, because it's nicer to have a full magic. Oh, that works too.
Full magic.
Yeah, my drop is so far off course here. These enemies here that just spawn in and throw fire at you, they're called Magoos, Mangoes, whatever you want to call them. They're your backup if you don't hit Eco Key. Each one of those gives 200 experience. And they're very good for just bumping up your experience, because we do need to take Magic 4 here. Just for the XP routing. Very good spawn pattern there. Okay, so we are going to get Magic 4 here, as after we jackhammer this guy.
Nice, and casting Fairy right before it too. Nice allocation of magic.
Yep.
Beautifully done.
Alright, so the walk back is usually the most dangerous one, because you want to keep your health max, full here. But these things love to just spawn directly on Link's positioning, or right in front of them. And you have to react fast enough, and sometimes you just can't even react, and they just hit you. And at life 4, it does a bar and a half. We do have a backup red jar in this room that we can get on the way back. I do need to kill one of the Magos, just for experience. Be careful not to touch that platform there. According to one of our runners from who I haven't seen on Twitch in a while, Hope they're doing okay. Tiamat, that used to run this game. Basically, if you touch that corner of that little wall there, you lose 9 years.
Sounds accurate.
I would have expected just like, your run is void or you die or something like that.
Okay, I really need to kill
9
these.
9 years is a long time.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad time loss. Oh, it's fine. Thank you. We want beams here just so I can do this. Because if you can't walk under that one for some reason. The other one you're perfectly fine as long as you don't lose frames to walk under. That one, however, you will get, hit. Alright, so we're coming up here. This is what I was talking about losing frames by breaking the blocks of the music. Not this room, but the next one on the way out. Do I need to kill? I think I need to kill another Mago here. Unless I get a bag. My XP seems very short. Oh, are we not gonna... Oh, wait, yeah, we are. Here we go. I think you lose a frame each time you break a block right that.
Do you?
I think so. Just like the way that like frames work in this silly game.
Because I've always done that as well. Like when I ran this, like I always did that too.
No, it's because I told you that your run was invalid if you didn't.
That's true, so it's your fault.
Good.
I mean, frankly, I'm okay with losing the frame to doing that.
I'm gonna kill that just in case, because I think it's a drop. Oh, it was not. Yeah, I still would have been short anyway. Alright, this is Guma. This is actually the hardest boss on the run.
Yeah, casting shield for a reason, by the way. Yeah, very nicely done.
He swings a sack of bricks at you. So if you get hit by him without shield, it actually does 3.5 bars. And it's pretty terrifying. Alright. So we put our spell here on Fairy. Because we're trying to time this walk. So we take the level ups in town. And the reason that we take the level ups in town is because the animation and the jingle that plays when you level up is actually shorter in a town. Because it uses the town's jingle versus using like the actual like level up or the item get theme. The town jingle is like whenever you get the spell, it's do-do-do-do. And it's about 2 seconds faster each jingle. And we take 4 level ups in this town.
That being said, I hope you enjoy this jingle because we're about to hear it a bunch.
We also have to be careful not to take attack 9 there. Not only will it use all 9,000 of our experience, but we actually don't even get attack 9. It just gives you a 1-up.
Something I also had to be very careful of upon getting that heart container was not leaving the screen and taking a level up on the same frame, because that just softlocks your game.
Yep.
So don't do that.
Yeah, if you manage to time it perfect and you open the level up window on the same like frame that you exit a screen, it crashes your game.
No one would ever do that.
No, never. And the only way to fix it is to reset the console. Which I don't know if y'all have been keeping track. We haven't saved it. Not once.
I was about to say, like, when's the last time you've saved?
About 29 years ago.
Can you even save in this game?
Yeah. You just need 2 controllers. All right, we're going to talk to this sign here. It's very important. Welk. All right. Good to know. All right, so that sets up a walk here. Backspawn is interesting. All right, so that skips our first fence skip. That is called fence skip or river dance. These are the Wilson fences. So if you've ever watched like Home Improvement, those Lizalfos up there are literally Wilsons.
Heidi-ho, neighbor.
And we're going to do 2 stabs here. Just to set up the neck skip. So there's 2 different ways you could do this neck skip. A lot of runners just opt to step onto the bridge and reset the spawn timer. But we're going to do that.
Ooh.
And we are going to also do it here. And that basically
Nice
just guarantees a 0 encounter up to this cave.
Very nicely done. Yeah, these walk manipulations.
That was okay. That was perfect. Oh my goodness. I wasn't even counting. I was just assuming that there was going to be a jar there.
It looked to me like you just bounced off nothing. So, but apparently it was a jar. So now we're in Kasuto, or New Kasuto, I should say,
New
which you do need to chop down trees by pressing the A button on a certain tile.
With a hammer, by the way.
Yeah, with a hammer, because everyone knows that the best tool to chop down trees is a hammer.
Yeah.
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 We're also going to crawl through this fireplace because apparently this old man lives in his fireplace. So he could teach us a magic word.
This
Chat,
is also
spell it with me. Can you spell the spell?
No,
How
the
would
magic
you-
word is frick, actually.
What the?
Also, that guy's fireplace is freaking huge.
Oh my god. Hello?
Sorry, it's so big it just warrants the vulgarity.
Yeah, you're right. Heckin' fireplace. All right, so we raised that tower there so we could pick up the magic key. Despite picking up the magic key, we do still need to pick up the keys in the run. That is a requirement for this category. Despite, picking up a key that gives us infinite keys.
Well, the magic key is just a key.
there are no keys in Palace 6, right? It's just that. It's just the
there's
the
actually
key.
3 keys.
Oh.
You fight Rebanak twice, and then you have Barba.
Right. Well, I stand corrected. There are 3 keys, but yeah, they don't do anything.
Yeah.
Because you need the any key to get to them.
All right, so this is a newer strat that I've adapted over the last year. Normally you just go through this go back through the cave up here, and you do see how much damage you basically take from the Tektites, and then you just do a set number of stabs equal to at least 3, so you can lose a certain amount of frames. But I watched Lord of Ultima do this strat basically, and we just kind of we do a couple of wiggles before they exit here, or I'll just wait, and that should set up an encounter here to slink it, and we get a back spawn.
Nice.
Oh, that just did not want me to move past. Yeah, it's been a nice little new strat there. So long. Welcome to the Magenta Palace. This is Palace 6. This palace has some really cool quirks to it, like that whiz robe there.
Isn't the color of this palace different depending on which what kind of NES you have as well?
Maybe. I know I've seen this palace just be completely red on some captures.
Huh.
I've also seen it just very I guess if you're like RGB mod, it might be different. Shout outs to that strat. Just to trap that bubble. If you don't trap that bubble, it just follows you to the end of the screen here. And it's a very big jerk. We queue up jump here because there is a hidden floor in this room right here. And if you fall down that floor, it actually sends you to a one-way that you have to go all the way back and come up the ladder and redo all the rooms.
Yeah, it sends you to the Shadow Realm. Also known as Canada.
Yeah. So there's a reason that it's called the Canada Hole.
Yeah.
Back, I think it was 2018, 2017. During the very first 100% all keys tournament, every single Canadian runner fell into that hole. Every single one of them. And so the community just dubbed it as the Canada Hole. So like
Sadly,
if you're ever
that was before my time.
So if you're ever just like watching a runner and they fall into it, you'll see a bunch of like emotes come out. It'll just be 07s and then the Canadian flag. Now, it's not a bad thing. You just lose 45 seconds. Which, I mean, I guess if you're a speedrunner, it is a bad thing.
I mean, it's nothing compared to 9 years.
Oh, I didn't get it.
We're going to get the...
Nope. I was like 2 pixels short.
Yeah. So Ice tried to glitch the game there.
How dare you? That was not a glitch.
You can walk on the ceiling there if you fall down in just the right way, at just the right angle. It's pretty difficult though, but it only saves like
it saves just enough
years?
time. No, it saves just enough time so you don't have to wait the 0.5 seconds for the door to open.
By the way, if you were upset that we trapped that one bubble, don't worry. We free another one later on, so it evens out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you've ever
Although
watched like Full Metal Alchemist, you know there's equivalent exchange.
Yeah. Although apparently it costs a frame to do it, which I just learned today.
I think it depends on the block.
Yeah, that one. We free that one. So it all evens out.
I could be
Bubble for a
completely
bubble.
wrong.
By the way, these Redneck fights are very quick.
I gotta make sure not to kill him on the edge of the screen here. If you kill a Rebanak on the edge of a screen, like off screen, they will just explode infinitely, and the key will never drop. And you're just stuck there forever. I hope I reset the fairy spell.
Looks like you did. So now we have Barba, the boss of Palace 6. Are we going for the fast jackhammer?
Absolutely. It's the only way I know how to kill him.
Stand right here on the edge and just mash down into Barba's head and he's dead. That's the fight.
The key was the harder boss there.
Yeah, the key was the hardest part. That is actually way harder than Ice made it look there. Like, that requires a ton of practice.
Yeah.
Because if you're not careful and you don't mash down fast enough, you will just fall right through.
Making sure not to take attack 9 again.
Yep.
Someone in chat is asking about NES versus FDS.
So the biggest difference between the two, FDS actually doesn't have 3 separate like level up systems for each stat. You just have one singular level up. So like when you get 50 experience at the beginning of the game, you can just level up attack. And the route is like, it's basically the same. You basically exit Palace 7 with attack 7, or Palace 1 with attack 7 versus attack 4. And then another big difference is the FDS actually has different sound effects. So like you could get sound effects for like Barba, for instance. Barba can make really funny like wow sound effects when you fight them.
I mean, there's also the biggest difference of all. Weight.
Oh yeah, that too. Another big difference is I'm trying not to take damage on these bridges. Don't you do it? All right, good. We're safe. It's wait. No.
Oh.
All right, we're gonna get random walked here. All right, we got it.
Fine, nice.
I lost my train of thought. So I wanted to enter Valley of Death here with beams. A lot of runners opt to go with the spell here to turn all the MOAs into slimes, into bots. But we're gonna opt to use the beam strats here. Oh.
That was trolly.
Yeah, back spawns are really bad on here.
But yeah, between not casting fairy, by the way, on the bridges and not casting spell in these areas, these are some of the riskiest strats you can possibly do. And it's just like willy-nilly in a marathon, you know? On GDQ.
Yeah, easy.
So this is, yeah.
This is Max. Sometimes Max is nice. Most of the times he's a jerk.
He was nice there. That's Larry. Larry's no fun.
All right. This is the final overworld encounter in the game. We are going to kill the red Lizalfos here. Do a little wiggle there, because if not, he throws that mace into your face. Oh. All right. We want to be able to be at a specific XP range right before we fight Thunderbird. Yeah, no, that train of thought that I had earlier, that's gone. I don't even know what I was trying to say. Something about the FDS differences, and I lost it.
Wait, you can keep a train of thought?
No. I'm sitting here
I didn't know
trying.
that was possible.
Oh, now I remember. Okay. Another difference between them is you actually can't walk into items in the FDS versions. You actually have to stab them. And there's certain instances where you can actually stab them with a beam. And you do that in New Kasuto, you can actually beam wrap the items, which is really funny. What's FDS? The Famicom disc system.
So essentially the Japanese version of the game.
These enemies up here, I can't say their name on GDQ. They are not nice, but we call them spicy chickens.
Yeah, they're worse than just frick. We can call them frickas.
Jesus Christ.
But seriously, look up their names on like Zelda Wiki, and you'll see why. We can see why we can't say them. And this is that's not Scott actually. That's Scott Bicula is the blue one that happens later, right?
Yes.
But yeah, I mean those ones are pretty bad too.
All right, we have a 50-50 jar coming up here. We're probably not going to get it. I would like to have it just for the life, but... It's my birthday.
Not anymore.
Hush, my birthday again. All right, so this is Scott Bicula's room. Those jumps like that, where like I break the blocks and I enter the the little hole that I created there. Those are called the quantum leaps. All right, buddy, I need you to back up. Okay, I'm gonna have you jump. Those are called the quantum leaps. And if you know, then you know. There's actually a character called Scott Bakula. And they run a show called Quantum Leaps. All right, so we are 40 experience short. We are going to be taking Magic 6. But we're going to be doing it pretty much right before Thunderbird. Why did I cast Shield in that room?
Also, I hope you mean Magic 8 and that we're not reverting back to Magic 6.
Did I say 6?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we're taking Magic 1. Look, brain no work, okay?
No, especially playing Zelda 2. I understand.
Try and just jump. Oh, okay. All right.
We can complete the game with Magic 7, but we want Magic 8 because we want a full Magic meter, essentially, before Thunderbird.
All right. Go. So now that we know that we've already gotten the drop there, we can just kind of jump and squish this Mega Bot.
Big bot.
And then we need to kill these 2 Muse up here. And that is what we call a perfect level up. That is the final Wii of the run, by the way. So we're going to cast Jump, Shield, and Reflect here. Reflect actually makes Link's hitbox smaller to fireballs.
And finally, Thunder, which actually makes Thunderbird vulnerable.
Thank you.
Okay, nice.
All right, we have time coming up here. After we defeat Dark Link here and Link moves to the center of the screen. This is our final boss. It's you. You're the final boss. Yeah, you didn't see that coming.
I've played this game.
No, you haven't. Yeah, you have. You have a better time than I do.
So yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna just move to the side of the screen, and I don't exactly know why this makes Dark Link vulnerable, but it does, and we take advantage of it. That's time.
So the game doesn't have like a block in the helmet area of enemies, which is why you're able to just kind of like hit Dark Link in the face like that.
That was a really good run. I don't know what the time was, but that was a really good run.
It was a 117.
Yeah, I'm seeing
Very
a
nice.
117.48 on
That's
GDQ at least.
That's actually a really good time.
Huge.
Yeah, no, that was really solid.
But yeah, shout outs to the Zelda 2 community, who have they were phenomenal with teaching like all the different strats. There's spreadsheets, there's video guides all over the place. There's so many helpful people in the Discord. We saw our first record change 2 years ago, I want to say, with, I believe it was, I don't know if it was Oracle or if it was JC first, but Simple Dude, or Dude, I think as they go by now, held the record for almost 6 years and like straight. And we thought at that point that like Dude was untouchable. His time was like 40 seconds faster than everybody's. And then JC and Oracle Dorkle came out of nowhere, and now both of them have a 112 in this category. And just like the category is just like it's spicy. But thank y'all for letting me showcase this. Again, happy non-binary day to everybody who celebrates it, and to those who are still finding yourself. We support you and we love you. If you want to see more of me when I'm not sick, I am currently like speedrunning. I've started learning Chrono Trigger about 4 weeks ago. I've been running 100% glitchless all quests. So if you'd like Chrono Trigger and you just want to cat jam for 6 hours, come hang out. Community would love to have you. And I'd love to have you there as well. Phantom, Teach, do y'all have anything else y'all want to add?
No, just follow Ice. They're great. Streams are easy to relax to and lurk.
I agree with that. And happy non-binary day to y'all as well.
Cool. Well, thank you, all three of you, so much for being here. That was a fantastic run. Stay tuned, everyone. There are 2 more runs coming up. Next up, we have... It is MASH RP Revision. It's a rhythm game showcase by Limey, and then that is followed by Deltarune Chapter 3 by Sawayoshi. And of course, there's a whole day of runs tomorrow, too. Before we take a really quick break, I just want to thank everyone who's been supporting GDQ Hotfix with your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits. Your contributions help keep our shows running. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider subscribing for exclusive emotes, ad-free viewing, and access to chat during our replays. And you can also always support the stream by sharing the Games Done Quick channel with your friends. Like I said, we're going to take a really quick break before we come back with that rhythm game showcase. Don't go away. Hello, everyone. Thank you for sticking around after that phenomenal Zelda II run by Ice Blue. You are watching the International Non-Binary People's Day celebration on GDQ Hotfix. I am Helix. I am joined by the other host and other organizer of this celebration, Limey, who will be playing MASH RP Revision, which is a rhythm game. Just fantastic rhythm game showcase coming up. Limey, tell us a little bit more about it.
Yes. Also, you said it wrong. I'm sorry. It's MASH VP. But yeah. So
VP.
this is...
Oh yeah. No, I did. I can't read. My bad.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, this is a 4-key rhythm game that was released actually earlier this year. This is super, super new. I'm gonna be so for real. I opened LiveSplit. It's just like not anywhere on my monitor, so I'm just gonna close LiveSplit and pretend that I know what time I'm at any point in the showcase. But yeah, this was released earlier this year, and it has a ton of visual gimmicks and also some gimmicks with the songs, but we can get into that later. I also have 2 wonderful co-commentators who have varying experiences with rhythm games. If you'd like to introduce yourselves, probably starting with Lori.
Hi, I'm Lori. I've never played this specific game, but I do love playing games where I press my keyboard like an animal, so I fit right in.
How do I follow that? Hi, I'm PT. I've played MASH for approximately 7 minutes as of today. I've known about it for a hot minute. I am a very big advocate of DDR, ITG, Pump It Up, and many other rhythm games. I love DJ Hero, which is kind of in its own different thing. We're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about that timeline. And then I also love DJ Max Respect. So this is right up my alley. This is very much up my alley, so I'm super happy that you brought me here.
Yeah, thank you. And they will be guiding you through a showcase as I attempt to do well in this game. Like I said, it's very new and I haven't played it too much, but hopefully I can still put on a good show. There's a lot of songs in this game. There's a couple of DLC packs that are out already. There's a lot of songs in this game that are kind of on the hard style side, a lot of EDM, a lot of like dubstep. We're not going to be going into those. I picked songs deliberately, mostly from the more like house side, like future funk side, hyperpop side. So that's what you're going to be hearing. And there's going to be very little of the other side, and that makes up most of the soundtrack. So if you want to hear more of those songs that are in this game, and a lot of this game's cool charting, please buy it. It is on Steam. It's super cool. But without further ado, we're just going to be getting into the first song, Midnight Soda, which is a level 9 replaying on the hardest difficulty here. So would Helix like to give a countdown?
Oh, you want me to do it? Heck yeah, I'm down. All right. On a go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, there's still some loading, but it doesn't really matter. I'm going to be pretty locked in, but Lori can start to explain the mechanics of this game as I get into this.
Yeah, so on the surface, this game, I mean, it looks weird, but it doesn't play the weirdest. It is a fairly standard 4-key affair, so there are 4 lanes. Each one you use a different key to hit, but you're also going to see these shift notes pretty soon. And what these are they're 2 different buttons, so there are 6 buttons total. But these shift notes often mess with the track. So you can see that there are 2 different tracks, and the notes can come down either one. This is mainly a visual gimmick. It does not... Again, the game is only 4 tracks, and even though the notes can come down either track, it's the same input both ways. So this game is very visually... can be difficult to play. I'm not a very good player when it comes to visual gimmicks, so there are a lot of times where the charts in this game are absolutely beyond me, but I think if you are able to if you played a game similar to this, if you're able to sort of lock in and like make sure you're not getting your brain tossed by the separate lanes, then you'll find that it's still hard, but very learnable.
I was gonna add too, I think one of the things that took me a moment to realize is that the keys that are in the middle that are like either pink and white or blue and white, it going into the same idea of it messing with your brain, quite literally, it's just in the middle. So it's like, you can hit the red one, I guess, question mark. It's fine. It's fine. It's super fine. Again, I have 7 minutes of experience with this. But the shift keys... Huh?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. You go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say the shift keys are wild too, just because it can shift the lanes around. So you already have one visual gimmick going. Oh, hey, a full combo. That's cute.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah, you can have like the lanes going, and when you hit those side shift keys, it literally will shift the board with it. So your eyes are kind of like on this constant movement track of trying to make sure it stays along with where your keys are going. Look at that super cute 0 miss.
My syncing is really bad right now because I just changed it and I don't really care about changing it again right now. So I'm just gonna roll with it. It should be fine.
It should.
And
yeah, so
here's the next one. I originally was gonna play this one because I was gonna start the showcase off with this, but I sight read this in the green room and I decided I'm just gonna do this instead.
Yeah,
so hopefully it doesn't go bad.
So best of luck. But I actually do like the what you mentioned, PT, with like the color of the notes in the middle, because I've been playing a lot of a 6-key game recently that I really like, but it doesn't really. It has like 2 note colors across 6 notes, so it can sometimes be hard to read like the exact note color. Like notes 3 and 4, the 2 in the middle, are the same color, and it's very easy to mix up what key you should press. Oh. So I do like the color on the middle here, so that it's pretty easy. It makes it easier to tell like what's coming up, which I think is good because this game does not look easy to read.
No, not at all. Like, I've only done a tutorial on one other song so far, and it's a lot of brain activity all at once, but I'll still take this coloration over the DDR color scheme, which actually puts me up a wall because it tries to give you a different color for your 8ths, your 16ths, your 30seconds, and all that. And once you get past the 16th, the color is like borderline unnoticeable, and it's like, I don't know what beat that's supposed to be. And I feel like there's one thing about this in particular is that even with all the colors and the shifts and stuff, it feels very well mapped. Like, I can see exactly what beat's going on here. And I'm not worried about, oh, maybe it's this one, maybe it's that one. Maybe it's some like quiet beat in the background that's actually like a 64th or some absolute asinine. No, this looks, aside from, you know, the shifting, I'm gonna say something dangerous. This is readable to me. This looks very readable to me.
Yeah, I definitely like how it's like charted. The game that probably has some of my favorite charts is a 4-key game called Vivid Stasis, and what I really like about that game's charts is just like
Stasis
how...
3, by the way.
Vivid Stasis is free, by the way. But it's very clear in that game, like, what you're playing. And it often aims to make you play the parts of the song that are, like, the most intense on higher difficulties. So you definitely, like, feel really in tune. And I'm definitely feeling that just, like, looking at these charts. Again, I haven't played this game myself, but I definitely like the look of it. And this is a pretty hard one, too. Limey told me the difficulty scale in this game goes up to 12 standardly, but there is, like, 113. But that was an 11, and that went really well.
Yeah. And I like the beat that it carries on specifically. I like the harder beats.
I'm going to turn down my offset a little bit, I think. That was really hard to deal with.
This is like the designated rhythm coffee break.
Yeah.
That's also like very much rhythm game blues. Anyone that's listening, anyone in chat that's like reading along and whatnot, because I see some people talking about their favorite games and stuff too. That has to be the biggest bane of all rhythm games. It's like, but what is my offset? Because I was just doing it and I was literally in green room raging because I was like, my offset is still off by like 3 milliseconds and I'm going to scream. I'm actually going to scream.
Betty.
Now at this point though, I'm just here to listen to the music because I love like future funk and house music. That's another reason I'm super excited to play more of this game. I like the OST that they have so far because there's a lot of them that there's a lot of them I noticed that lean really heavy into the EDM side, and that kind of annoys me because after a bit, it's like I can only play drum and bass and EDM so many times before I'm like, yeah, okay, we get it. You have a subwoofer. But then like there's other ones where it almost goes too far into the poppy side of things. It's weird. This is how chat finds out I'm a little bit of a music snob. This is how they find out, is me sitting on rhythm commentary and being like, so your roster is not varied enough and I don't like that.
I think this roster is great. So far we've played Midnight Soda, Night Cookies, and now we're playing Hamburger.
I feel like there's something that's being said here.
I'm hungry.
I was like, who's hungry?
I ate right before this.
I think chat's hungry too because they're saying Bergie. It's just all burgers.
Yeah.
This song does bother.
I had a burger for lunch, so it's fitting.
Let's go.
I should probably start thinking about dinner after this because I went and took a nap, and a nap is not food. I do have Madeline cookies though. I'll go grab me another one of those. Oh, I really like this song.
This song's cool.
This is like a small minor detail, but I love how when you get like I'll call it a true perfect, that it's like the same as the coloration with the buttons in the middle, where it has blue, white, and pink. I'm sorry, that's just a minor thing, but it makes me happy. It makes my brain happy. It brings me joy.
I didn't even notice that. I noticed there were two perfects, but I didn't realize how like stylized the super one was.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of the same idea, I think, as the Marvelous setup, where you have perfects and then you have Marvelous, because it's like you cannot get any more on beat if you tried.
That's barely not like an up accuracy. Score and accuracy are like saved differently in this game, so I can like up accuracy without up scoring.
Really?
Just because of the way score is calculated in this game. It's also really common to go the other way, where your score is higher but your accuracy is lower.
I feel like I have that issue a little bit in Beat Saber, where like I've had songs where I can get the full combo and it's like, so here's your high B, and I'm like, please don't make me feel terrible. I'm trying my best.
There's a joke I have with a few friends in rhythm games where if I'm grinding for an FC, my like accuracy score on the FC will be like lower than like 5 other attempts of the song where I missed once just because of my accuracy.
The bane of calculation in rhythm games, and then the bane of scoring. I think the highest score I've seen on here so far is an S. If they come out with a double S or a star, I'm cooked. Absolutely cooked beyond comprehension. It has to stop at an S, or else I'm never going to be able to get off the game. It's going to be higher than an S. I can feel it.
Oh, you'd love Vivid Stasis. They go from S to S plus to double S to double S plus to V plus.
I would be in hell. I would be in absolute hell. Oh, boo!
Also, thankfully, this game doesn't have release timing, so I can like kind of cheat some of these patterns.
I'm actively listening to this song at this point. I'll just be honest.
I have been for all of these.
Goodness.
I was gonna say I wanted to have opportunity to just listen to the song as well, because I know it's like a balance between listening to the music in rhythm games but also yapping.
It's probably a good time to mention that in all the charts that I've picked, it's quite varied in the types of charting that's used. Laura can probably tell you how much I hate the whole note puzzle, and that's all this is. This chart is just the whole note puzzles.
Yeah, that's such a funny term you like brought to my life.
I was gonna ask.
I'm particularly like really bad at like chord mashing. I'm really bad at like that and like jackhammers. But stuff like streams and the whole note puzzle, as much as I hate it, I'm not that bad at it.
Sorry, somebody just activated like my joy card as opposed to a trap card, because they said Naoki is also the director for this game, and that makes a lot of sense because Naoki clears.
Yeah, because this game is dope.
I was like, Naoki clears, so it makes perfect sense why a lot of these songs have like rhythms and beats and also like tempos that I really enjoy. Because
it's actually really good that was mentioned, because I was gonna say that as like a talking point later. Yeah, that's why this game is like super super cool. I had like a kind of the all-star team working on it.
Oh, I love that for the rhythm girlies more than anything.
And this is the song that I was playing this song in another game, and that's when you showed me this game actually. You were like, oh, I played the song in another game that just came out. And then you played this for me, and I was like, my brain hurts.
This feels like an anime intro, or it feels like it could be an anime intro. No, it's an outro. It's totally an outro. It has outro energy. I can see anime characters running across the screen. I should go play with the settings some more, because I'm almost tempted to see if I could change the colors of the buttons. I wouldn't be surprised if you can't, but I want to see if I could just change some of the colors because I'm a child. It would make me happy if I could. And I'm glad you brought up the piece about variance too, because yeah, all your maps are very distinct. And it doesn't feel very samey, which I know some rhythm games fall into that trap after a bit, where it's like, yeah, okay, I can see the pattern that's coming. I don't have to think now. And that's always a bad feeling to have. This kind of feels like it keeps you on your toes.
Yeah, especially with how you're supposed to like read.
Oh wow, those are shifts that are like barely shifting, but that one definitely shifted. I was trying to wait for it to get to a slower part, because I was going to ask you, so you said it's a 4-button game. What's your 4-button setup of choice? Because what they have on the default was terrible.
I use DFJK, and then for the shift notes, S and L. So I basically play it like a 6-key game.
Because yeah, I know that literally I started up and it had me using left shift and right shift, and I thought I was gonna like uninstall. I was like, this is awful. I have to fix this right now. Also, is there anything else that's going on with the level ups? Like, do you get certain things you could do? Is it for skins? Is it for...
Yeah, I'm just working on, there's like level up quests where if you play enough, you can unlock stuff. I'm just going through all the Chrono Circle stuff right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't
I'm gonna play this one, and then after this, we're gonna be taking a quick break just so I can stretch my hands and all that good stuff. But yeah, this song is also super cool. This is probably going to be the heaviest song that we've heard so far, but it's still in that like genre that I mentioned at the beginning.
You mentioned like 3 genres though.
That group.
This feels like it's gonna be a high-speed song.
Oh,
this has.
Hell yeah, I love this chart already.
I would say this has heavy anime sci-fi opener energy. Yeah, this is a sci-fi opener. Sorry. I also like to group them into categories like that, where it's just like, what kind of anime song is this? Is this an outro? Is this an intro? Is this a character? Is this a character track? This is a character track. This is totally an opener. Oh, I'm gonna answer some questions in chat too. Misty Palm said, how many times do you activate sticky keys that way? Hey, Misty, I activated it once and that was enough. During the tutorial, no less. And I was like, that's enough of that. I like that section.
This section's cool.
Oh no, I messed up.
You're supposed to say you messed up. It still looked cool.
Shout out to polyrhythms.
Shout out to polyrhythms.
Oh, this song is going a different direction than I expected. This is going to be the next song I get a speeding ticket to. That's a joke, chat. I don't have any speeding tickets. I don't actually have any speeding tickets.
If I got a speeding ticket, it would be a different problem because I don't have a license.
Oh, whoa, hold on a second. There's problems there just out the gate, yeah.
I mean, I don't drive, so don't worry. It's fine.
Same. If I get a speeding ticket, it's probably because I'm playing Monkey Ball too fast.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, as I stretch my hands after this, 2 things pretty please, Helix. You can do any plugs or announcements that you want to do as I stretch my hands, and also, can you please give me a time check?
Time check, just over 17 minutes.
Okay.
I think really quick, I was going to say this to the end, but since we're taking a quick break, I want to shout out Black in a Flash. That is a community that uplifts and connects Black speedrunners of all levels, hosting special events throughout the year to raise money for charity and celebrate Black voices in the speedrunning scene. Learn more or apply to get involved at gdq.gg/BAF and follow at blackinaflash.bsky.social on Blue Sky for the latest updates. And there are 2 people who are very involved in Black in a Flash with us right now.
No way.
It's so true. It's so real. I couldn't be more involved if I tried. Did you say you had 2 things? You said 1 thing.
No,
oh, you got the second thing. I'm just not smart.
I think the first thing was the time check.
Yes.
I'm gonna drop down the difficulty just because we took that little break. I want to like ease us back into everything. This is also a 12. This is like one of the hardest charts in the game. I can play it judging by this, but this is like my first clear of it, and it's like it's rough. It's a rough chart. I'm gonna play the 9 because it leads better into what the section is gonna be. It's gonna get a little bit heavier in this section, but conflict is super great. I'm just gonna play this, and y'all can jam out and all of that good stuff.
Yeah, you know this song if you played a rhythm game. Probably. I hope so. It's probably easier to name the games it's not in.
I have bad news for everyone.
What?
I don't. Oh, I didn't do it. I was gonna say that I don't think I've played this song, but I've definitely heard it.
Yeah, this song's dope.
I like the pattern on this one too, even though it has all those holds you're not a fan of. I can't wait to play more of this.
Yeah, it's super easy to get tripped up on a lot of patterns, just because you can see that they're going between the different lanes and also shifting.
That was something
Even
else
if
I had.
like the patterns themselves aren't that bad, it's like hard to read stuff and react.
That was another thing I had to change on the buttons because the way that they have you initially set up, they want you to be able to hit both colors next to each other, but also set up like that on both hands. And I was like, this is gonna sound weird, but I need all of my pink to be on left and all of my blue to be on right. I don't like the idea of having blue on my left hand. Like that just bothers me a little bit. I was like, no, I'm undoing this. Everything's awful.
That was really good.
That was a
that was an up score.
Let's go.
I don't usually play this chart.
Did you PB on your song?
I did.
Nice. So it's officially a Lemmy stream now because you PB'd.
Of course.
Yes.
But yeah, so we were mentioning all of the gimmicks that this game has. We didn't mention like the most important gimmick. And for all you keen-eyed viewers, you might be looking at like the HUD while I'm like navigating different songs. You might see like occasionally I scroll through some stuff. There's like a pop-up. One important thing is this one right here. If I push the F2 button, I'm actually going to go into a different mode. Where you saw all of those tracks. Those were only the ones I had playable. There was all of those again, but mashups. It's super cool. So I'm going to be playing that same song again, but mashed up with Brain Power, which I'm positive everyone here knows.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But they call it MASH VP, no way.
Yeah.
We're
Mashups
finally
in
putting the
mashup for the
mash
game.
in Mash VP. I also don't know how hard I'm allowed to ask GDQ chat to copy paste, but like, you already know what I want a little bit.
Sorry, I'm like not even talking right now because I know that we were told, hey, don't talk about that. And now I'm just like, that's easy because I don't even know what that is. And now I'm just like slack-jawed. But I need to know what else is mashed. What did they put together? These are the potato songs I didn't know I needed. What in the DJ Max is going on right now? What? Oh, this is violent, actually.
That section is really hard to do.
No, I saw.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not like super Oh, Twitch chat is
What is happening there? What is going? No, I just looked over too. Was like
I appreciate
the people listen to Lori and our chatbot is extremely unhappy about this.
I'm a mod. I'll just give me 1 second. I'll do my best.
Shout outs to Doodleplex who's just in chat watching the bot actually have a field day, and they're like, well, yeah,
there we go.
That's a thing that's happening.
I'm also a mod. I'll do my part.
I am not doing my part. I'm going to be lazy today.
But yeah, I hope everyone was paying attention to the songs I played in the first half of the showcase because they're on the test. They're on the exam.
Oh no,
we're gonna be going back to
quizzed?
Hamburger. Yep, we're going back to Hamburger.
Are all the
doing
food
Hamburger
songs
and nut
together?
cookies, which we did near the beginning.
Yes, I would have got that one by like process of guessing. I was like, I remember the 3 were foods.
Daddy.
Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not gonna be seeing Midnight Soda again, but I love this mashup. It's so good.
Okay, I hate to keep going back to rhythm games I've played before, but this mashup gives me the energy of like a faster spin the disc, and I'm here for it. A faster and cooler spin to this, because this has lyrics. Sorry, I should be talking more, but I just don't know what to say because I'm like mesmerized by what's happening.
We're too busy being mesmerized by the gameplay and just jamming out the music.
Okay, as long as people aren't going to be upset about that. I try not to have open gaps of air, but I'm also just like...
I can fill a little bit by shouting out the GDQ Discord. If you're looking to get more involved with the GDQ community, that's a great place to be. And when you're in the official Games Done Quick Discord, make sure you also add the Hotfix role to stay in the loop on upcoming events, chat with staff, and more. Use !Discord into a chat for an invite and more info.
Good plug, good plug.
I got you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have old person hands, so if the chart gets a little fast, especially after playing like half an hour-ish already, like I do get a little bit of finger lockage action because I am old, unfortunately. But this game still is good fun.
I'm gonna beat you up so bad.
And like you said, this game, if you've never seen it before, you're coming into it. You're seeing suddenly the number of charts doubled. Please buy this game. It's really good. Please buy this game.
I would like to put in a request for Ray. Thank you. Thank you so much. I know that you can hear me, but still, Ray, thank you.
I might be too old to be saying that.
What are you?
No, too young to be saying that. But I've been running Monkey Ball since I was like...
Yeah.
14, so like...
Yeah. That's true.
Like Monkey Ball 2 since I was like 13, 14, so...
Oh, I didn't catch what you mashing up this time. My bad.
So we're returning Cutter here with... How do you pronounce this? Monden Park Circuit. Which we have not played yet, but we have played Cutter.
So we're getting a preview of the next song, right?
No.
No, I would say that's not right at all.
I can still introduce new stuff.
I'm okay with it. I support it, actually. I like that section.
I'm also going to double check right now because somebody in chat is asking what this game is, how much this game is on Steam. So it is on Steam, but I don't think we brought it up. Mash VP Revision right now is $30.
Yes.
Which is...
I feel like for $30, this is some quality revenue.
Yeah, absolutely.
I am inclined to agree.
Or if you're not super into rhythm games, maybe spend that $30 on getting gift subs for others in the channel because it supports GDQ and all of the events that we do.
It's true. It's very, very true. If you like seeing stuff like this and you want to see more stuff like this, you should try subbing to the channel.
Your contributions to the channel help keep GDQ Hotfix running. Plus, you get exclusive emotes, ad-free viewing, access to chat during replays. Lots of good stuff to be had.
Mm-hmm. Also, something I want to add about the Mash VP conversation, Limey mentioned it at the top of all of this. There's also stuff that's being added. So, like, you're going to get more stuff on top of that. And I'm pretty sure there's going to be DLC things and all that jazz too, but there's just going to be more content. The name of this song is How My Brain Feels Sometimes.
Which part of it?
Yes.
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 That's going to be my answer too.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Fair enough.
gonna spend my evening playing rhythm games, aren't I?
There are worse ways to spend an evening.
Oh, I disagree. Oh, so someone in chat says too, they started adding free songs every Friday a bit back. So there you go. It goes even further.
This is like the quality of a traditional arcade rhythm game, but like in your house. And instead of having to like put credits in all the time, it's a flat $30.
I feel like button press is the correct emote right now. Dancing and button press, that should be what the chat is, just button presses and dance emotes.
My brain hurts. Your girl is not good at rhythm games, so seeing this is awesome.
I love rhythm games.
This is making me want to like hop on.
That's what I said. I'm probably going to play rhythm games tonight. I thought I was going to play Night Rain. Incorrect. Wrong. Apparently, I'm playing rhythm games because I've been wanting to play some rhythm games just in general, and I want to get a rhythm game showcase to my name.
I played Unbeatable at SGDQ, and that was a lot of fun.
Helix, it is your time again. I'm going to stretch a little bit, and then we're going to be getting into the penultimate and final songs of the showcase.
Well, hey, if those of you who missed any of the showcase or any of the International Non-Binary People's Day celebration before this, you're in luck because you can catch up on past Hotfix shows, special events, and GDQ marathons on youtube.com/gamesdonequick. And for those of you watching on YouTube, first of all, thank you for tuning in. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe, and turn on notifications to stay up to date with GDQ.
We're going to be getting into two songs we haven't heard before, but still in a mashup, and then another two songs we haven't heard before in a mashup. For me, it was personally like my hardest song in the game, so hopefully that's incentive enough for you to stick around.
There's Deltarune right after this too, so even more reason to stick around.
That's true.
That's another game I wanted to play tonight. The runs of the new chapters are both really cool.
I'm completely cooked. I'm playing rhythm games. I thought I was going to play Monster Hunter and Night Rain. No, I'm playing rhythm games.
That was so cool.
Yeah. I dropped off a dumper for you, Limey. Exactly one dumper. There was one point where I was just like, well, I found the spot where it goes. It's right there. Did you say that's your last song? Or are you playing one more?
One more.
Okay.
Yeah. We've talked a lot about how I said earlier that with the exception of one song, the highest difficulty is a 12.
Well, it's like, I think now with like the newest update is like 2 or 3, but it is not many still.
Yeah. But we've still been playing a lot of 11. But we're gonna fix that
is
for this last song.
The final songs
Yeah.
we're going all in.
Hopefully, I don't beef it too bad. Like I said, this used to be my hardest chart in the game.
I believe in you.
So
I believe in you.
at least it's good.
I think my hot take is that I actually prefer when the lanes are split more than when they're together.
Okay, and I
That
guess that's
was really
done because the
good.
song's done.
Yeah.
GG. Goodness.
That was so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game is very, very hard. Like I said, it's super new, so I haven't had too much time to like refine all of it. But hopefully, that was a good and enjoyable showcase for everyone. Where can everyone find everyone? Let's start with Lori one more time.
You can find me Twitch, Blue Sky Lori the Bunnykins. I don't stream much. I don't stream rhythm games a lot, but I do love talking about them. So I don't know. Feel free to ask me, and if it's a game I've played, I will probably have a lot to say about it.
Yeah, you love rhythm games.
What
about you, PT?
Yeah. I'm PT, but everywhere on Blue Sky, Twitch, Instagram, what have you. I am Pleasantly Twisted. Just don't put vowels in Twisted. You're going to find someone that is not me. I have never streamed a rhythm game, and I think that we are getting dangerously close to a timeline where I might start streaming some rhythm games. But after Bloodborne Hitless, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not going to break your heart like that, Limey. It's after Bloodborne Hitless.
I was about to say, you better do Bloodborne Hitless.
I'm going to do Bloodborne Hitless, and then I'll do some rhythm games. We'll be in our cooldown era. But yeah, I like rhythm games a lot. They're very foundational to a lot of my gaming, so this is very much high on my radar now. Because I knew it was already up there. This is way up there. And I'm super happy you got me on. Thank you.
Of course. And you can find me at twitch.tv/limey_SR. Pretty much everything at limey_SR except for Blue Sky, which is limguy.bluesky.social. I know he looks plugged in a little bit ago, but GDQ just went on, and you can find all the VODs at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. And I have a couple in there. Also, Lori has a couple in there, and PT's been on a few that are in there. So check all of those out if you like what was going on today. But I think that is it for me. So Helix, if you have anything else before you're going to take us into a break, feel free.
I want to thank all of you for being here. That was awesome. Thank you, Limey, by the way, for just helping put together this whole event. I'm really happy with the schedule that we came up with. Always happy to be able to do this. Yeah, thank you so much for just that fantastic showcase of MASH VP Revision. I actually read it correctly this time, although I did not pronounce the word vision for some reason, but you know, at least I proved that I can read, and that's something. Don't go away. There's one more run left tonight, and of course, a whole day's worth of gaming tomorrow as well. But yeah, stick around. We're going to take one more break, and then we'll be back for Deltarune Chapter 3 with Sawayoshi. So we will see you all right here very, very soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back one more time today to the International Non-Binary People's Day Showcase on GDQ Hotfix. I'm Helix. This is the last run today. Of course, there is one more day of runs coming up tomorrow. Make sure you check out that schedule. By the way, it'll be awesome. But with that said, I am super excited for this because it's no secret that I love Deltarune. Coming up, we have right now it's Deltarune Chapter 3 All Bosses with Sawayoshi. Take it away.
Yeah, all right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the GDQ Hotfix Non-Binary People's Day celebration. This is the last run of the day. You heard Helix say all of this. It is time for Deltarune. Closing out day 1, I'm Sawayoshi. I'm going to be running Chapter 3 All Bosses. And with me on couch today are...
Hello, I'm Trinky. I speedrun this game. I've been speedrunning this game for 3 or 4 years at this point, so I have a lot of random knowledge about things.
And hello, I'm VintageX. I've also run this game for about 4 years now, and I just love it.
All right, great. We gotta use this name, right?
Of course.
Nice.
Yeah, the three of us are going to be here today, and we're also going to be here tomorrow. Trinky's closing out day 2 with Chapter 4 All Bosses Glitched. So yeah, Deltarune tomorrow. Are we all ready to go? Deltarune tomorrow.
I think we're ready to go. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Mike, start the timer in 3, 2, 1, go.
Nice. So we've got a little bit of things to say before actually starting all the speedrun. Sawayoshi, do you want to quickly explain what happened at the end of Chapter 2?
All right. So Deltarune, a very episodic game. We're at the end of Chapter 2. Chris opens a dark fountain, and we are now in it.
Yeah.
Very abridged.
Nice. It is very accurate, though. So as you can see, this is the dark world we're going to be in. It's about television, and who doesn't like television? Let's be honest.
Yeah, I love TV. Yeah, so here at the very beginning, we're going to interact with the couch first things first, and skip the entire introduction of the chapter and just immediately spawn at the first Zelda minigame.
Exactly. We skipped a bunch of things, meeting this one new character that's on the right of the screen named Tenna, which is a TV-shaped head person, I guess. And yeah, so here we're in this Zelda section. We're gonna need 3 keys and one, I forgot what it is, but one thing to open the door.
Moon Cloud Stone or something like that?
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah. Doesn't matter too much.
The Oasis is gone, by the way.
Yeah, Chris just drank the entire Oasis, first thing. Just completely drained the land of any water. And made these two very upset.
Wars will be fought.
Gonna be very thirsty after all those adventures in Chapter 1 and 2, right?
Of course.
And so we are meeting this weather duo, which is Lenino and El Nina. Very good joke apparently in Spanish.
I never got it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's because of the weather phenomenons that are weather phenomenons that are named as
El Nino and La Nina. Except it's La Nina and El Nina.
Bro, I speak Spanish and I never caught up on that until people mentioned
Yeah.
it. I don't think it's intentional. Anyways, we can see one of the most basic mechanics in Deltarune here, which is grazing. Being near the bullets with the heart, you can see a little white outline. And grazing bullets actually makes turns be shorter, so it actually saves a decent amount of time across the entire run. So you're gonna see Sawayoshi trying to pass as close to the bullets as possible.
Yeah, I think that's a T rank.
Grazing also... It is a T rank, yeah. If you don't get hit twice here. Grazing also allows us, as you can see, there is a yellow bar on the left that allows us to get tension points, shorten TP, and that allows us to do certain actions with Chris, or Suzy, or Rase. And so here, the weather duo have broken up, unfortunately, due to fights, which is very sad.
Yeah, a lot of divorce in this chapter.
Yeah, hopefully they'll get back together soon.
Nice.
Nice T rank.
And yeah, Trinky, do you want to explain what the scores are and why they are important in this category?
Sure. So in chapter 3 of bosses, to be able to access like the part that you need to go to for the secret bosses, you need to get at least S rank overall for each one of the 2 boards that there is. And the score is divided into the battles, how many points you get across the board, and how well you do at the physical challenge at the end, which we will see in a second. If Sawayoshi doesn't get S rank on this first board, the run is like dead.
Pretty much over.
There's no backing it up.
It is
So at
fine.
the
I
rank
have
on the
some
first fight is
safeties,
really nice.
just in
Yeah.
case. Hopefully, I don't have to ever think about them.
Definitely didn't happen in practice.
Definitely didn't happen in
Never.
practice.
No.
So here we take the second key. We need a third one, which we will buy in the shop in the north, next to the door.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna start saying this now. Chapter 3 is very RNG based. You will soon see why. There's a lot of parts in this chapter that are just out of the player's control. And the first one is coming up right here and is a pain for everyone.
Yeah. So this chapter is like divided between rounds. At least the beginning of this chapter. So there is 3 rounds, and the first 2 are divided by. They're splitted in Zelda games and physical challenge. So this physical challenge here is called the Guicha. The goal here, you will have stars behind on the screen, and you need to fill all of them and get max popularity in order to end the game early and get a good score. You will have food that Rase throws at you that you need to catch on your head and throw to the customers. There are some special customers that are VIPs and give more points. That's what we're going to be aiming for.
Hey, so this is my first time doing cooking today. I probably should have warmed up.
Oh no.
It will be fine, surely.
It's gonna be
surely.
fine. So you can
There
see special guest here. It's a lot of points, and yeah. Optimally, we want to do this in like 3 guests. There is some interesting strats that is only requires like 2 guests.
Yeah.
It's very RNG. We don't like this.
So if you can see sometimes the text says catch when Chris catches. It's probably fine.
It's probably fine.
It'll be fine.
Chris catches the food while jumping, you actually get 1 extra point. And if you like get a lot of those and then play perfectly, you can actually end the food mini game right about now. Actually, it will be ending, but that like almost never happens.
It's very rare and very very hard to do.
You can't be serious. Come on. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Okay. It's gonna be okay.
It's gonna be fine.
I just have to hit the last special guest with like everything. and I got T-rank battle anyways, so it'll be fine.
Oh, and the RNG is not good.
There we go. 412 is like workable, I think.
Yeah. Does that secure this rank? I actually don't remember the point amount.
I mean, we'll see if it's fine.
Okay, so
it's not fine.
This is why I have safety saves.
Yeah, so that's what happens in these specific categories. If you don't get an S rank here, it's just your run is just dead on the spot.
Yeah, shout out to Chapter 3 All Boss. You need an S rank, or you will not be able to continue the run. we'll watch through this.
Yeah.
All right, so I did mention we have safeties. Give me just like a few seconds here.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
It won't be long.
Begin to explain the next section.
Yeah.
So here, like what the Zelda segment that we were playing was actually modified by Tena, so it was different, better, however he thinks it is. But we're going to be playing the quote-unquote real version of the minigame here in the
I think I may have to do this
room.
real quick. Screen will disappear for a quick second. It'll be completely fine. I may have to restart the Discord stream share.
In this new board 1, the first thing that you want to do is going to get a sword, and you're going to start killing the monsters in a much more traditionally Zelda way. So like here, this is the S rank door, which It's why we need the S rank in the first place. And soon
There is an NPC that allows us to still get S rank from buying it. But since it's an individual chapter speedrun, we don't have enough points or money to buy it.
Yes, you need 1500 points to buy the S rank, and you can transform your money into points, but only if you already have S rank. So it's not useful.
Exactly. Here we tried to get into the game, but didn't have any controller. Thankfully, a controller fell from the ceiling or something.
Something like that.
And then we got one. Yeah.
I can't believe that. I did that, and I did the exact same thing in practice. I'm like, it won't happen in the actual run. It'll be fine. And then it happens in the actual run, and it's not fine.
Oh my god.
All right. But yeah, we're into the first sword mini game, if you want to call it that. If either of you want to explain this.
Yeah, so as Trinky explained, we are going to first grab the sword and then kill all those monsters that we've seen. When we grab the sword, you're going to see on the top next to the HP that we have some levels. That will allow us to break, if we have enough level, obstacles. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to try to get max level here with a very optimized path. We're going to loop around the map, hitting all the monsters.
That was nice. Yeah, and here's like another showing of Chapter 3's RNG. The monsters always spawn in the same positions, but the direction they move on and what they do is completely random, so you can just get screwed over.
Exactly. There are two types of monsters in this screen. You can see that there is some of them that are normal colored and some of them are yellow. The yellow ones have more HP, so it takes normally 2 hits to kill them, unless you have like, I think, level 3.
Level 3 on the first board at least?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you also need to have at least level 2 to be able to hit them. If you don't have level 2, your sword just won't do anything.
Exactly. Now we are level 3, so we're going to be able to break those cactuses.
Yeah, entering a bit of a weirder area. The colors are different.
Yeah, a little bit. All right.
Oh, what are we?
I need to be a little bit more careful.
Yeah, careful.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna take that.
Nice.
Safety.
Healing. How convenient.
Here we go. Back down. Okay. Now we head back to the left.
Hey, do you want to explain what's going to happen, Sabayoshi?
Yeah. So now that we have max, we can break these trees. And when we break these trees, there's this little thing that spawns here. So we're going to pick it up, and this is going to give us, it's all in Japanese, but this is the ice key.
Yeah, you could also see we do a little trick with the transition. You're usually just like meant, quote unquote, to just go all the way down and keep breaking the trees. But if you just go up and down the same transition, the game still counts it and the chest still spawns.
Exactly. So the ice key is going to be used in the second sword routes.
Yeah.
Sword mini game. Yeah. And now we're more in the 80% routes. We're gonna get back into board 2.
Yeah.
And again, gonna try to get S rank to have access to the S rank room.
Yeah. By the way, for anyone that knows this run, this is going to be mostly glitchless. Just as a personal preference.
Yeah.
Yeah, glitches in this chapter doesn't save much time. It's like around 30 seconds. So it's really okay to not do them.
And most of the glitches are just really dumb anyways. So.
Hey, everyone, say it with me. It's time. It's...
What time is it?
It's
TV time.
There we go.
Okay, so this second board revolves around getting 3 pictures. There are 4 you can get in total, but we're just gonna grab the 3 faster ones. So here we have the camera, and immediately we're getting our first picture, the cactus in between the trees here.
Definitely in that picture.
Which is very in frame, by the way. Very in frame.
Very in frame. All right.
Here, I'm gonna go on that raft. Unlock the path by taking a picture. And here we're gonna get introduced with a new mechanic that was supposed to be introduced in the first board, but since we skipped it, we didn't see it. But as you can see, Susie can grab planks and throw them to create path. That's going to be used here again. We're going to take control over Susie here because, of course, she knows how to do this puzzle.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to do it
She
very
just wants
quickly
to know
because
if we can
speedrunner.
do it. Exactly.
Just kind of zoomy with it. That's all. I love how I never noticed until just now how Ralsei just like backs up there.
Yep. Yeah, there are quite a few things you can do like that. Like if you take a photo of Susie while she's moving with a plank, she does not change direction she's looking at, so she can just moonwalk.
Oh,
I think I found an explanation for that. I have a theory about this.
All right.
So here, Pippins, you don't want to take too much damages because it will affect your score in the end. So the goal here is just to spare them as fast as possible.
There we go.
I think our music mode too. I didn't even realize.
Oh yeah, shout out to Great Cat's music. That is a Great Cat remix of Wordbuster. Ralsei, I need you to move. I want that. I want these points.
Yeah, we're trying to get the points here because, as we said before, they help with your score, but it's like Susie can also pick up the other characters.
Oh, I got bamboozled. I said Ralsei. That's literally like that's not in frame.
Nice.
That's really in frame.
Yeah, you can see the 3 pixels there in the actual camera, so that works well enough. Amazing.
Exactly.
Another RNG section that's about to come.
Yeah. Everyone get your prayer,
so we have 2
prayer
pictures
emotes
now.
ready.
Exactly. We have 2 pictures now, so we're gonna take the third one. The third one is taken with some antlions. So originally they all have the same color. Otherwise, there is one that can be turned to red, and this is RNG. So we're gonna see if we get lucky.
Good enough.
That's first cycle. That's good RNG.
Yeah, there are insane clips of that taking like
Moss
9
moving, by the
or
way.
10 cycles. Moss, amazing.
Taking the moss. Taking the moss because it's goofy, but also because it increases the score and it makes S rank easier. But it's really because it's
really because it's goofy. But it also does make it much more consistent. But also it's goofy.
it's just goofy. Yeah. Who doesn't like moss? Honestly, like let's be honest.
Yeah, that's like my daily diet.
Yeah, exactly. Every day, a little bowl of moss.
Of course.
Who doesn't like that? And yeah, so the goal of this board originally is to unlock the path in the north of the board. But to do that, you need to reunite the lovers. And you know who broke up earlier, Lanina and Nina, the weather duo. We're gonna reunite them.
Nice.
Here, take a photo of the 3 heroes.
So this fight that's coming up, it's supposed to be like the mini boss of this board, but all we do is just the same action with every character. We just pair shot 4 turns in a row because it's the fastest way to actually.
I want to
get
actually
spare.
see. Can you do? This is something I mentioned in the Discord,
You
and I
can't
never
do that,
actually
no.
test. No, okay.
I think like normal picture with Chris gives 10% and power with Susie gives
no, but
20. I mean, you can try it.
I'll try it. We're seeing live experimentation on GDQ Hotfix here.
About to revolutionize the route.
Surely that's gonna be faster.
Nope. Okay. That's fine.
No,
We'll just do
it's
it.
fine.
We'll just do it normally then.
1 extra turn.
Yeah.
About 8 seconds.
Nice.
Still a T rank.
And T rank, okay.
Yeah, I think you get
Okay.
1 turn and 2 hits of leniency there. So
Yeah.
T rank is not too hard on that fight. But now we have everything that we need, so we're gonna go up here.
Let's reunite the lovers, and surely nothing's gonna go wrong.
Nothing can go wrong. Like, look at this.
They're gonna be so happy together.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy for.
Oh my god.
Rules card.
So we all people who have ever played Chapter 3 speedruns, we hate rules. Same in Chapter 2, same in Chapter 1.
It's not wrong.
Reels card is certainly a character. Our poly and bi icon.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Real.
Yeah.
It's time
for the physical challenge.
The physical challenge. The Lightners Live.
The objectively superior physical challenge.
It's the better one.
This is why we had a rhythm game on right before this.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. We got another rhythm game for you.
Just to get you ready to this insanely hard rhythm game.
We already know how it works. TV time.
Completely forgot that he said it there.
Yeah, same. I'm usually on my phones during this part of the run. And so, yeah, the goal here is to hit all the notes, get the maximum score to get the best rank possible, really, and get access to the old bosses part of the run.
Yep, and there's a strategy here in any percent that we can't use here because we need a high score. But actually, if you miss as many notes as possible, you can save something like 10 frames. It's revolutionary, honestly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the only reason
amazing.
of that is the only reason of that is because when the summary of the score shows up, it counts 2,000 points per frame. So when you have less points, it counts less time, so less frames. So time save.
Come follow me into the dark with your heart as my arc, which shall shine you the way. Because I'm with you in the dark with your heart as my mark, which shall guide you the way through the waves. This song's really good.
It's
and I
really
wish
good.
It is a good song.
Yeah, it is.
It's honestly, I think, my favorite song from Chapter 3. And
I completely agree.
yeah, I like the Japanese lyrics too.
Yeah, I think that's true for me as well.
And Susie's popping off. Look at her.
Go Susie, all
It's so
right.
much
Hitting so
fun.
many ghost notes. Saw a few of those in the Muse Dash earlier. Maybe she's seen something.
Maybe. Also, as you can see, Rase thinks that the lyrics are too brutal, so he's changing them in the middle of the song. It's kind of funny.
It's really funny.
Oh yeah, ignore the part that I broke combo while singing.
No,
I didn't even realize.
I do that too. That's just a classic.
Worth it. Don't worry about it.
Worth it. All right, and that is SBT. That is a T rank.
T-rank.
Do we show T rank room?
T-rank, nice. The T-rank room, yeah,
Honestly,
definitely.
yeah. Let's show the T rank room. So, we've been going into the S rank room, which is required for all bosses. T rank room is not required for all bosses, but it's funny, so we're going to show it anyways.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you guys ever wondered where the BB pose comes from?
Hey, Rules.
Worms.
We're some worms from our sponsors.
This is such a good joke.
All right, so the T rank room is over here. We see C, B, A, and T rank is all the way to the very left here. So this is the T rank room. Welcome to the T rank room. This is amazing. The TV pose.
Very normal things happening in the T-rank room.
I love this room.
Yeah, let's get back.
This is
to
what happens on. This is what happens at the GDQ studio every single show.
Can confirm.
Is it accurate, Helix? Okay.
Yes, yes.
All right. So now we go into the S rank room because we do have some things we do need to do here.
Yeah, so same as before, grab a sword, kill everyone. That's what we're gonna do.
Shoutouts to, by the way, my auto splitter not working, so my timer's like stuck on my first split.
Oh, amazing.
That's Nor 60.
So again, we do need to go pick up the sword. Any of these little dungeon areas will take you to the sword area, and we'll be utilizing that in a little bit here.
Yeah, it's like a glitchless wrong warp.
Yeah.
You could call it a right warp.
Doesn't actually save time, unfortunately, but we're still going to do it either way.
It's like minuscule levels of difference.
Yeah.
There we go. Now, I need you both to be nice. Oh, thank you. That is very nice, actually.
Oh, that's cool. You can see those, I don't even know what they are. Dinosaurs?
Lizards? I don't know.
I don't know.
Something.
Anyway, they can jump. And the where they jump is RNG, so that's that can be...
It can be a
very good or
It can
very
be
annoying.
a nightmare depending on where they decide to jump. If they decide to jump like all the way to the from the middle right to the top left of the screen, you just have to go to the top left of the screen, and that can be a nightmare scenario for speedruns, as in it just loses you like 4 seconds.
Oh my god. And here we went up the waterfall, which is definitely how physics work, don't question it.
Yeah.
And we're going to the secret area that we could not go on Tena's version of the board. And here we're getting somewhere.
If you've ever played a game, you know there's always something behind the waterfall.
There's always.
If you played Undertale, you know there's always something behind the waterfall.
If you play Deltarune Chapter 4, you know there's always something behind the waterfall.
It's so true. Okay, so we're going to open this door with the ice key. We are notably not using the ice key. We are simply opening the door with it.
This music is so good, by the way.
Optimal.
Nice image boost.
I was gonna say. Jeez.
And so yeah, you could see in the previous room there is some monster that are kind of grayed out. You cannot hit them as for now. We're gonna need a party member for this.
This is such a weird room.
You need to stop. All right, so we're gonna go to the right side now. These enemies still all take 3 hits, 2 hits rather. I do not have any health. I do not have any health. Yeah.
Health, nice.
Oh, nice.
You'll also notice that those were very yellow enemies that threw red spears, and then there was a white enemy behind them. Symbolism. I'll let y'all figure out that one for yourselves. Okay, so now we have the white mage, white cloaked mage who I need to be careful.
Yeah, so the white cloak can freeze these enemies that we can hit with a sword, and we can use them to press this button.
Surely it doesn't have any implication.
Surely.
In any chapters.
No,
course not.
absolutely nothing. No, there's no. Ice spells don't have. Or I'm gonna have to do the second part of that entire thing again.
It's fine.
It's all good.
It's an
Just watch. I'm gonna first try every single boss, but I'm just gonna mess up like everything else. That would be really funny. All right.
I'm going to take a moment to shout out Frame Fatales, which is GDQ's all-women and femme speedrunning community. They're preparing for their next event, Flame Fatales, running from September 7th through 14th. And the schedule is now live at gamesdonquick.com/schedule/58. Type !FF in chat for information on how to join the Discord and stay up to date with all things Frame Fatales.
Hey, I'm running one-handed Hollow Knight for that.
Yeah, there are lots of people in the non-binary celebration on Hotfix that are also in Fatales. Myself included, I'm in that server. I'm not running anything for this particular upcoming Fatales event, but you know, I'm in the community.
For everyone in the Discord, FF mentioned.
Real.
This should be good to just do this, right? Yeah. We have much more health. This is much less scary than last time.
Yeah.
All right.
In the next room, you don't actually have to freeze those monsters, except the one that's blocking the path, but you can just clip through it like this and...
That was
scary.
Entirely
that
through the
was
geometry.
Scary.
Oops.
You can actually get stuck in the wall there if you get
really?
unlucky. So that jump scared me a lot.
I didn't know you could do that.
So here we're freezing a blue bird.
Okay, maze time.
Implications.
Up, left, right, down, right.
So this maze,
you can see that
you're supposed to figure out where to go by following or seeing where the white cloak follows you. If you go down the wrong path, the white cloak will just stop following. But it's always the same answer, so Sawajoshi just knows where to go.
Yeah, I like to think that's a one-shot reference.
And now we use our ice key to open this door. We also use she to open this door. Oh yeah, by the way, you can just do this.
Yep, more abuse of the transitions.
You can absolutely just down, up, and then down, up again.
Yeah. So we're gonna let go of the old bosses right as for now. We're gonna come back later. But now we have to do the whole third board, which we'll definitely do.
Mm-hmm. All right. We're gonna press their buttons. We're gonna press the zappers buttons. We're gonna go back up, and then we're gonna press their buttons again. This time they don't let us press their buttons; they just leave. and this lets us enter this part of the area. Oh, really? That doesn't. Okay. 2, 1, 3. These codes are always the same thing. The same, no matter, or like every single playthrough. I almost pressed the wrong thing there. Pressing either of the options that isn't the top option loses a significant amount of time. Shout outs to 1225, by the way. The December holiday, Christmas.
Yep.
Really nothing that has to do with the lore again.
Surely you didn't say that in a particular way. Surely.
No.
All right. So there's the Dark Fountain.
It's the Dark Fountain.
So of course, the main goal of each chapter is to close the Dark Fountain and get rid of the Dark World, because the balance of light and dark and whatnot. Play chapter 1.
Exactly. But if you haven't played the game, just play it. It's peak.
True. 2 chapters are free. You can just test them out whenever. So go play Deltarune. It's really good.
Exactly. Technical difficulties. We're back in the game show of Tenna. And so we were trying to escape Tenna because we wanted to see the Dark Fountain. We saw that Toriel, so Chris's mom, is stuck in a gacha ball. And Tenna caught us.
Speed time.
So true.
It is TV time.
Oh my god, they're all in monkey balls?
Oh
No
my
way.
gosh, Monkey Ball mentioned?
Monkey ball mentioned? No way.
All right. It is actually slightly faster to wait on advancing this dialogue right here until the quiz typhoon is closer.
Yeah, so the character
Hey,
of Tenna
Ralsei.
gets closer to... Yeah, go.
Thank you.
Oh, nice.
Good RNG.
So
It is
the character of Tenna
RNG.
gets-
It is RNG which option Ralsei chooses, and every option except for the top one loses time. It loses more time the further down he goes.
Yeah, fun fact, these text boxes, they're not matched automatically. You have to manually press every single one of them because...
why?
Yeah.
Why not?
Deltarune. And there is a huge like buffer time between the presses. You have to wait a lot, and it's very frustrating.
Oh yeah, so remember that cooking minigame that I messed up?
Thankfully, this one is not as bad.
Yeah, this
It's
one.
just dodge
This
everything.
one is. Oh wait, I'll see what this one is.
Way
Just
more
have to
engaging,
wait.
I think.
I just have to wait for the top bar to go to the bottom. Oh, by the way, you can just do this, and then I think it's kind of cute.
Peak content.
Cookie boxes, okay. Sure.
I 100% thought that was gonna hit me.
Yeah, no.
Yes,
okay.
RNG
Okay.
again.
Hey,
let's see.
Ralsei. Hey, Ralsei.
I'll say, come on.
Oh,
Okay,
it's
not
fine.
bad. That's
Not bad.
Fine, sure.
In my opinion, anything that's not 1 and 2 is bad. If it's 1 and 2, it's really okay.
Yeah, it loses like maybe half a second.
I think it loses like 0.3 for the second option.
There you go. You need one
so
hit
this
on
is,
antenna.
You're trying to use the shootout on the shadow guy and then shoot at Tena, but not at the shadow guy's hat, because you skip a small cutscene.
Exactly. And the shadow guy gets fired, fortunately.
Very sad.
Or fortunately, depending on the work conditions. I think it's fine. I think, yeah.
No! I missed the
you
note.
missed a note.
Oh,
damn.
damn.
Missed it.
Oh,
I think
that's
you're
so
gonna have to reset
unfortunate.
now.
Oh, really?
You should
I already missed Death Rank. I don't want to do it again. It is also faster here to just wait on skipping this one. Here I'll say. Here I'll say. Please.
1, 2, 3 is not bad.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3 is completely fine. I am okay with that.
So here we're going to come in this
So this
final
is- yeah,
encounter,
this is
which
one
is
that actually matters.
Zapper Tena. Here you want to volume up on the zapper so you can graze more. Your goal is to graze to 50 TP in one turn, and then turn off the television so you can escape Tena.
Oh, that was really good grazing.
Perfectly executed.
I felt like
turn
the
off.
second one gave way too much TP.
I agree. It was.
You have pink
that was
ribbon. What save file is this actually?
Oh, this has load sense.
Oh, wait, true.
Oh yeah, monkey ball over.
Unfortunate.
And, yeah, unfortunate. We're back to
normal Deltarune.
actual normal Deltarune gameplay. So we're running away from Tena now. We don't want to get caught, and we're in the backstages of all these TV shows.
Hey, banger, by the way.
Really good music.
Yeah, TV World is probably my favorite song from the chapter.
Horse, I'll say.
Horse Ralsei.
Horse Ralsei.
I sure wish.
Which is available as a as a costume for your Ralsei plush. It's really funny.
I just noticed that the smoke in Chris's hand is also hearts. Wait, that's so cute.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, yeah, I didn't know that before
I love
either.
this section.
Yeah, I noticed that a couple times, but I don't know.
I'm too locked
Hey,
in.
I'm gonna try.
Oh,
You know what?
No idea.
Go. That's not it.
Yeah,
I have no clue what the actions are,
Okay.
and I'm just gonna
Nice.
attack you.
I think it could be faster, yeah.
I have no clue what the actions are.
Yeah, so somewhere she tried to go for an early cycle on those shadow guys, which I didn't turn out well, unfortunately.
Yeah, hey, it's a marathon. Well, you gotta try for the fast rats, right?
And
Nice.
boom.
All good. All right.
Yeah.
The quiz here.
Here.
It is always. So if the first question is, what is the C rank reward? It is the water cooler. You all know the water cooler. And who is the bartender? It is Ram, and not Rum.
Exactly. Right, which is also keeping the Zelda minigames.
Okay, so we're coming up
Or the
on
Sardoa.
the set for the Susitsila minigame. And this room is like painful for
Yeah.
speedrunners. It's
Hey,
not
get
that
your
bad,
prayer emotes out again.
but you can't get screwed over. So Sawajoshi here is going to react to the shadows in the ground to try to dodge all of this.
Oh, that was really nice, actually.
Yeah.
No slowing down
Shadow guys are
whatsoever.
dropping from the ceiling. And if you hit a shadow guy, you get a whole encounter, which is not optimal for speedrunners.
I think it's like 3 turns minimum, right? Or is it? Am I just wrong there?
I have no idea, I just read it. Here we get introduced to a new mechanic, which is the stealth mechanic. Allows us to sneak behind lights, and if you get hit by a light, you get put in a little cell.
Another
So,
encounter skip.
Dodge them.
No. I'm gonna try again.
Yep.
Yeah, so on the stealth skips,
There we go.
at first you can see that they are going slow, but then Susie and Chris decide that that's boring, so they're just gonna go as fast as possible.
Exactly.
There we go. That encounter does not take like any time at all, but it's still nicer to just get
It's
the skip.
frustrating. Yeah. Again, cowboy section.
Ow.
So those sections are actually autoscrollers, so it doesn't matter if you shoot at the shadow guys fast or not.
Yeah, they always are the same. Except in the first one, the timer begins when you shoot the first shadow guy, but this one is completely deterministic.
Horse false.
Because we love consistency between things in Deltarune. Horse race again, yeah.
Interact here. We can unlock a little mini game for a hometown, and then Susie relocks it. Also, we're gonna take a safety heal here. This is a special tool that will help us later.
Exactly. Stay here to find out.
Hopefully, we won't need it. All right, so we are very, very quickly coming up on everyone's favorite boss fight in speedrunning.
Also, Darkness Live.
Darkness Live. I noticed like yesterday that it's called Darkness Life there instead of Lightner's Life.
I just noticed it now.
Yeah.
I noticed it literally right now.
Okay, so in this,
I was like, did I read that wrong?
In this room, you're taking a very specific path to avoid all of those quizzes we saw before, because these quizzes are actually random, and you will have to react to the answer, and it will take a lot of time.
Shout out to the love versus hate bit war at GDQ.
Yeah.
Ooh, love wins.
Here, there is one cycle that you can skip through, which is this one. You have to wait, and we're gonna come on everyone's favorite boss fight of the game.
Rules could have stayed in chapter 2. We would have been so happy, but no.
Yeah. But yeah, remember our favorite poly couple? Hey, there are.
Yeah, oh my god.
Woo!
Hello.
Hello. Rule says
Which they
we don't
seem-
actually need to fight, right?
No, you can just walk past them.
Yeah. Thank
You
God.
can see
Oh
Ladino
my
and
God.
Nina are very happy in this relationship.
Yeah.
And the rules teleports like 5 meters. I love that.
You're not gonna start a fight, are you?
But what if
I do?
Oh my god.
That's such a good bit.
So,
And so yeah, as you can see, rules here changes our actions to only be actions actually, and not
we have to
anything else.
We have to act. Similar to the tennis segment earlier.
Or Trinky, do you want to explain a bit of this fight?
okay, so the only way to recruit enemies on this
Hold
part,
on.
except for
Let
an
me
exception
see.
in a second.
Okay.
You need to hit Lancer squares that scroll through your action bar. And you can miss one of them overall to not lose a turn. And here we're gonna see one.
Nice.
So that's gonna recruit these enemies to our side, and the next enemies we're gonna actually recruit differently. Or we're not gonna recruit them, they're just gonna get fired because they're doing their job incorrectly.
Yeah. Yarn say. Yarn ball roll say.
Yarn will say, yeah.
And on this part,
and
you need to catch. It's always the fifth square that has a lancer, and you need to catch it as it's coming down. There is a very risky strat where there are green hearts that appears if you're at low health, and if you pick one of those green hearts, the rest of the drop downs also speed up, so you can instead of having like
risky you say. Risky you say.
Oh,
Are you gonna go
no
for it?
way.
Oh no. Oh no.
That's
Okay.
crazy.
Good luck on that.
So
good luck on that.
You need to hit
this is strategy
every single lancer square. If you miss one, you lose a turn, and it actually takes a fair amount of time.
Oh, yeah, the bottom left is safe with the first half of this attack, and then the bottom right is safe with the second half.
Yeah.
This is entirely
But
choreographed.
you can miss one Lancer act and go for the heal, which is like 2 seconds faster. Because it heals up her instantly, and then for the other actions, it speeds up the
so here
the actions. Here you heal, and then you're gonna want to hit the Lancers.
What? I've never been too early on that.
You're just too fast at it. Faster than the game. It's kind of a flex, honestly.
Too much of a speedrunner.
Too fast. Dang.
2-2. I'm super
You always get 20% no matter how many you get, so you can just mash this to save a bit of time at the end.
Exactly. And here, Lanino and Nina realize that they're not really happy in this relationship, and they're gonna go back together. Just the two of them, without World's Card.
Just the two of us. I'm not singing it anymore in this run. I've already done my singing.
Yeah, shout out to Starwalker.
That's Starwalker, yeah.
Okay.
So we're coming up on like the final part of the game and the final part of the all bosses route. So there's gonna be one more sword minigame that we're gonna do here, and it has what is considered by many people the hardest fight in this category.
Yeah, honestly, it's one of the hardest to get consistent at.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't really have a lot of room for mistakes in this. But again, we're gonna come back to the green room and go to the S rank room, which should be unlocked. Because all of Tena's employees just left, and Tena is not alone, unfortunately.
All right, go up. We do have one quick thing we do before that. We have to get it. We have to stock up on a couple things. Go over here. And we're gonna get a couple weapons.
Yeah, we're getting an axe for CZ and a weapon for Chris. Which we're gonna equip later. And yeah, in the S rank room, the door is open and you can see that ramp here is not feeling too well, kind of half stoned, I'd say.
Sure. Sure. Okay. Going into the last sword minigame. This is the hardest for some reason. I seem to be very good at this part of the run. I do not understand why, but I for some reason apparently save like 10 seconds over other people.
Damn.
Good for you. I remember this portion being very difficult when I played it.
There are some routing quirks, but a lot of it is just minor optimizations, I feel like. Everyone cover your eyes, by the way.
Yeah, so Yoshi, how are you gonna get the experience? I didn't see any enemies.
Hey, now we're level 3.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
I
Hey,
blinked what happened.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we're heading into, we've never been here before, right?
I've never seen these alleyways before.
Hey, everyone, we should play Deltarune Chapter 2. I like how over the course of this run, we've said you should play Deltarune Chapter 1, you should play Deltarune Chapter 4, and you should play Deltarune Chapter 2. I've never seen that movement before. What?
Yeah, that is Chapter 2, the only Deltarune chapter that I've run.
Yeah. It was mine until I ran Chapter 3. All right. Go down here. It is possible to just take out the top enemy and have that automatically get rid of everything else. But I like doing this the normal way.
Yeah, this is just like another sword segment. We're just going around killing everything. Trying to get to the max level.
Yeah. If you kill this fish, it's the same thing. All of the enemies will disappear instantly.
Yeah. Hey, the fish and the yellow dragons. I wonder what symbolism that could be. Please.
Probably not.
These enemies are going to be the bane of me.
Yeah. Fortunately, those masks always spawn in the same order. They always go at you in the same order, so it's not too bad. And yeah, if you actually, instead of going to the hill, on top of the hill, you can just hit it, and it takes it for you.
We have like no health, but it'll be fine. We'll be completely fine. It's just like a couple more rooms. What is this RNG? Okay. Boom, boom,
Huge healing room.
boom, boom, boom.
Given to us.
There we go.
Nice.
Plenty of health.
Back at full health. Nearly full health.
And finally, max level.
Yeah. So we're gonna break those things. I have no idea what they are.
Yeah. Okay, so Hey Tana, we should talk about the next boss. So this is chapter 3, all bosses. And yeah, if you want to talk about the next fight.
Yeah, okay. So this next fight is, as I said before, considered one of the hardest in the game. It's played in the Zelda style instead of like the normal Deltarune. Sorry, Tena. And it is very interesting because the very first time you fight this boss, it's actually different from the subsequent attempts. The first time you fight this boss, many RNG things are actually predictable, and they get randomized if you die at any point during the fight. Another quirk of fighting this boss for the first time is that the enemies that spawn with the boss don't drop health, so there is no way to heal during the first attempt. So here we're gonna let Sawayoshi lock in and see if we can get a good first try.
All right, let's go.
Good luck.
Okay, good so far. I'll take that hit. It's fine. Second phase. Hit. No, never mind. Hit that.
Oh, those sure look friendly.
That was really fast. I need to play a little bit safe though. Oh, okay. Sure. Last phase. I'm not doing Hades strats. I'm just gonna do it normally.
No.
Not on this health.
So you can actually, there's a pixel perfect position that you can stand on. That
Nice. I almost died there.
That was so scary. Nice. GG's.
Yeah.
Good first try.
GG's.
Jeez.
A GG,
And,
wow.
By doing this,
That's really hard.
By doing this, doing this fight, we have we can't get that chest now, so we're gonna break the fourth wall. Get out of here and get this chest with Chris, which contains powerful armor that's called the Shadow Mantle.
All right.
Oh my god. Mini Chris. Oh no. Mini Chris, what?
Oh no.
Goodbye.
Oh, bye-bye.
Bye.
And that is the first of 3 bosses that we are required to fight in Chapter 3 All Bosses.
Wait, 3 bosses? Doesn't the chapter end after Tena?
Well, we'll see.
Let's see. So this next room is like, it's just like before round 3. We originally have a door that has a code, which is always the same again. But since we've done all bosses, it's just originally opened.
Yeah, it just opened by default. I remember my second time playing through, I didn't know what to put in for the code.
Yeah, that also happened to me.
Also definitely taking that heal.
So yeah, we're gonna come on the Tena fight.
We do have like a minute of cutscenes first.
Yep.
Yeah. In this fight, originally in 80%, you have to build up. So there is a score that you need to build up to 1,000 to trigger the final attack. In all bosses, it's different. You see, we took equipment. And our goal here is to do enough damage to Tena to defeat the fight. But there is a quirk to this fight. If you do a lot of damages, Tena will trigger minigames. Those minigames takes a long time to do. So we're gonna try to make a lot of damage, but not enough to trigger the minigames. And yeah, I'll let Sawayoshi lock in on this because it's hard.
Hey everyone, one last time. We have one more call for you all to do. Everyone, it's TV
time.
Even I hopped into that one.
All right.
All right, good luck.
Let's go. I'm going to very strategically try to miss a couple crits here. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. And that should trigger the 4th normal attack. And now from here on out, I have to hit every single crit. Rude Buster. Dang. I don't think that's it. It might still work, but I don't think it will. It'll be very, very close. And I'll be very surprised if it actually works. Yeah.
Surely you find a new strat.
Rude Buster. Yeah, no, that's the second one. This one, it is faster to fail out, but also I'm definitely going to take a heal after this.
Yeah. So, final attack.
So this is all random. Which attacks you get are completely dependent on energy. Some you can end early, specifically the ones where you can shoot Tenna, like that one, and the one where you can bounce the weather balls. If you get either of those attacks as your last one, you also skip a small transition from the minigames into the main fight again.
Yeah, keep an eye out on the top right. It'll say channel 20. So this is 1920. This is that slow one, yeah.
Long transition.
And long transition.
This is about 3 seconds. Now you're gonna defeat Tenna. And yeah.
That was nothing. Okay, nice. That is that fight done. All right.
Yeah, and since that was the final boss of the chapter, there's no surprises waiting for us right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Shout out to Bitrate Killer here.
Yeah. That was the spam pin in the bottom right.
Yeah. And one thing we didn't mention, but you saw Sawayoshi using Rude Buster on Suzy. You can amplify the damages if you time your Z press as soon as the spell hit the enemy. That just deals around 30 more damages.
Yeah, unlike in chapters 1 and 2, where you could just press C at any point during the attack and it will do 30 more damage. In chapters 3 and 4, you actually have to time the Root Buster. So hitting either the frame it hits the enemy or one frame before is considered quote-unquote a crit Root Buster. It has a different sound effect. And you have to be really good at that to do enough damage in the Tenna fight, and surely no other fights that are definitely not coming up soon.
Exactly. No reason why we could be talking about this right now, right?
Right, it's just the end of the run. Just go see the Dark Front End and then we're done.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And as a reminder, we do have it. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Nah, you go. I can say this later.
All right. We're going to take a safety heal, and then we're going to go to the right and finish off chapter 3, right? Also, thank you to whoever in chat mentioned this. I forgot to put on the Shadow Mantle.
Thank you, Chisosito. Shout out to Chisosito.
Oh yeah, that's important. You're going to need that.
All right.
For no particular reason, by the way. It's just for style points.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
Okay, so about the Shadow Mantle, right?
Oh.
No,
So remember Sawayoshi talking about 3 bosses?
So before we get into the night fight, the Roaring Knight, definitely looks like he was hit by a truck or something. I don't know.
Who knows? We'll have to see. Hey everyone, play Deltarune Chapter 5.
This fight is a very hard, the hardest normal fight in Deltarune. You need to do a certain amount of damage to the knight so that it triggers their final attack. And Sawayoshi's gonna try to do this here. The only real way to do damage is with Root Busters. Normal attacks do a lot less damage. Alright, good luck.
Alright. Right. Hold breath to make the soul go faster. We're gonna grace the heck out of this attack. You've never seen anyone graze like this. There we go. Sword tunnels. Head over to the left. Dodge them. Not too bad. Up, no. Alright. After that, we have these slashes. You can get like these super grazes for some reason. If you like graze into one of these slashes, it just gives you a bunch of TP for some reason. And going into the second cycle of attacks, we're gonna have this Starstorm attack one more time. Stay here.
Very generous hitboxes on that.
Which is
We're also at 9
unfortunate
health,
for
it's a
any
little bit
person.
scary, but... Graze these. There we go. And now everyone's gonna start attacking. Okay, this one, Sword Tunnels 2, is the one I am much worse at, as you can tell. Watch that. Rude Buster and attack. Again. This attack I've gone much better at dodging. Nice. And that should be the last attack I have to do. Okay. Got these slashes again.
Yeah, the next time we see these slashes, that means that the fight is over.
Oh, we have one more attack. Oops.
Means a little bit of damage.
Oh, it's because this isn't all bosses. Okay, or this isn't all chapters.
Oh. Like, this is all bosses.
Muscle
and I'm
memory.
Like,
Yeah, I've been running all chapters, all bosses recently. Okay, I gotta dodge this attack now though. The diagonals are somewhat annoying, but hey, we only got one actually. That was actually completely fine.
Only one.
Nice. And now
And this is
the
the final attack, yeah.
That marks the end. Yeah, so a little bit of more information in this fight.
Ow,
So you
ow,
can see,
ow.
kind scary, that Ralsei
this-
is at currently minus 999 HP. Because in this fight, when a non-Chris party
Oops.
member gets KO'd, in this case, it says fell in Japanese, it says Fun in English. They just get set to a state where they can't heal naturally to revive, unlike in other fights of the game. And they are minus 999 HP,
Yeah.
which means that the only real way to revive them is to use specific items that revive your party
Yeah.
members. It
I've
makes
never-
this
I've never
fight
seen-
really hard casually.
I've never seen Chris have minus 81 HP, by the way. Okay, so that is that fight done.
Nice.
First try.
GG's.
Nice.
Nicely done,
Just-
GG.
Yeah.
And
All right.
now we won, right? Like that we're
Yeah.
killing the night now.
Yeah, of course.
Nothing
Yeah,
could
Of course,
happen.
we just finished the
It's
fight,
end of
right?
Deltarune now.
Of course we won.
Oh. Go Susie, go.
Lucy just proving that she's the absolute best.
Yeah. Main character. Main character plot armor. All right. So we do have a little bit more run. We have like roughly, I think, 2 minutes more run, if I'm not mistaken. So
Somewhere around
Around
that.
that.
yeah, there is nothing really like meaningful past here. So if we want to do like not Shaz, but like talking about the run, I am so upset at the first board. By the way, I can't
Yeah.
believe I missed that in practice and in the actual run.
It's the tough reality of cooking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's tough.
happens.
I'm going to take a second and plug the rest of our hotfix roster. You know, of course, we have special events on the weekends, but there are also a variety of shows that run like bi-weekly. There's, you know, week 1, week 2. It's what you can do if you want to check it out is go to gdq.gg/hotfix and check out the entire full season lineup. And also you can check out the schedule for the current special event, the International Non-Binary People's Day celebration. And also, I believe somewhere on that page is a link to submit your own runs to be featured on Hotfix. So definitely look for that if you got anything that you would like to have showcased on the channel.
Mm-hmm. Also, I do think I remember there being a call for showrunners.
Yes, there is. We are currently looking for showrunners for the fall 2025 Hotfix season. So if you have experience planning and hosting speedrun shows or events, we would love to hear from you. You can visit gamesdonequick.com/jobs for more information. If you're interested, you need to do that right away because applications close tomorrow.
All right, so while all that was going on, we picked up the black shard. We also picked up the shadow crystal. We left the knight, took Undyne, left the dark world. We also left the dark world and chased them over to the shelter, which we very conveniently got the key in the 2D part, the sword part, but we do not have in the real world. So what do? We open up this panel, but we can't get in, and we lost the knight. So what we do is we go to close the fountain, and time is coming up on the black screen here. Go to close the fountain, and that is where we're going to start tomorrow. That is
tomorrow.
Time.
GG's.
Yeah.
Really nice.
GG.
Deltarune
tomorrow, real.
Deltarune tomorrow. that was certainly a run. Trinky, Vinta, if you two want to do shoutouts, where can people find you?
Yeah, I can do most of my shadows tomorrow. I'll be running chapter 4, all bosses, glitched. It's gonna be so much fun. I've been running a lot of the categories. It's really good. I'm just gonna quickly say you can find me. I'm Trinky44 mostly everywhere: YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, anywhere you wanna find me. So yeah, go ahead, Pinte.
Yeah, for me, I also keep my shoutout for tomorrow. But you can also find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/Metajix with 2 eyes. And yeah, I also do Deltarune speedruns a lot of chapter 3, also 80%, not all bosses. But yeah.
Yeah, amazing. I'm going to do all my shoutouts today. You're probably not going to hear from me very much tomorrow. Shoutouts first off to Binary Breakers. They've been mentioned a few times today. Amazing group for speedrunners. I forget the exact tagline, but non-binary speedrunners. Shoutouts also to the Deltarune speedrun community. Fast little boys, you all amazing. Getting strats everywhere. I've been learning. Shoutouts to Fatals mentioned. You're all cool. Hi, I'm Sawayoshi. You can find me on Twitch, YouTube, Blue Sky, everywhere, Sawayoshi or Sawayoshi YT. I've got a couple cool things cooking, so be sure to check it out. Of course, be sure to tune in 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Same time as today, Trinky is going to be doing Chapter 4, All Bosses Glitched. I'll be back for that as well. And yeah, thank you to Hotfix. Thank you to Helix, our amazing host. Thank you to Trinky and Vinta for commentating. I'm going to send it back to Helix to close it out. Thank you for watching. Have a great rest of your day.
Hey, thank you all 3 of you. That was awesome. Always happy to hang out for some Deltarune. What a day, right? I will have a lot more thoughts tomorrow after we wrap up the event as a whole, but I want to thank everyone who tuned in today to support these wonderful non-binary speedrunners we had on the channel. I want to thank Limey once again for helping me plan and coordinate and host all of this. I hope that I will see you all right here tomorrow on twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick, starting again, as usual, at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. English, excuse me. Our opener tomorrow is Kirby's Adventure by Glitch Aston. There's Peggle Knights, Minute, Bowser's Fury, Mario Kart World, run by yours truly, Jazz Punk, Rat Shaker, Lethal Company, Hades 2, and then, of course, as mentioned, Deltarune Chapter 4. That's tomorrow's schedule. If you hear something you like on there, it should be all of it, then make sure you don't miss it. But that's all we got for now. Stay tuned. If you missed any of SGDQ 2025, we are going to continue that rerun right after I sign off here. I've been Helix. Happy belated International Non-Binary People's Day, and I hope to see you all here tomorrow. Have a great night, everyone.